Chapter 1. Travel back to a strange era, and some things are different. When he first crossed over, he was only 5 years old and knew almost nothing other than knowing his name as Takudake. With both dead parents, he was an orphan, wandering between the markets all day, full and hungry, a little miserable. However, how to say, the soul of Takugaku is also a descendant, and with his cleverness and tenacity of willpower, he survived the Neon Meiji era. After growing up a little, Yu originally wanted to use the advanced knowledge of later generations to make a fortune and get ahead, but unexpectedly, reality slapped him fiercely. It was something he encountered one night when he was 16 years old. That day, in order to earn more money, Yu went home very late, but he didn't expect to walk more at night, and he really met a ghost. Ghost indeed. Cannibals. That's a terrifying monster with green-faced fangs, ugly appearance, who only comes out at night to move, eating human flesh and drinking human blood. In the face of the murderous ghost, Yu had nowhere to escape, and his soul was almost scared away. My heart is sad and desperate. Could it be that I, a dignified crosser, are about to break the sand before I get ahead? Don't. It seems that the heavens heard his cry for help and unwillingness, and just when Takugaku was about to be eaten by a ghost, a little old man with a shining spirit descended from the sky, holding a katana flashing with thunder in his hand, and cut off the head of the evil ghost with a sword. Cannibals are in ashes. At that time, Yu was sitting on the ground, looking at the little old man with a trace of thunder wrapped around his body, and his brain was down. This is another cannibal, and it is another thunder warrior, and what he crossed should not be an ordinary world. He seems to have crossed into an amazing world. Wait a minute. Ghost? Thunder? Little old man? Takugaku? After so much information combined, Yu finally knew which world he had crossed into. This world is the world of the Ghost Slayer Blade. Himself is that scum traitor who should be cut by 1,000 cuts. After understanding it, Yu's mood was simply indescribable. In Ghost Slayer, there are countless villains, but many of them have tragic pasts, their crimes are unforgivable, and their feelings are pitiful. However, there are also a few villains who must die and must be nailed to the pillar of shame. Unfortunately, Mount Tanuki is one of them. In the original work, as an orphan, Takugaku lives by drinking muddy water and stealing for a living, and gradually, Takugaku develops a selfish character that only thinks about himself. Later, Tamugaku was brought back to the temple by sorrowful Yu Xingyu to raise him, but unfortunately he did not change, stole money and was driven out of the temple by other children. That night, Tajigaku encountered a ghost on the mountain. In order to save his life and take revenge on other children, he did not hesitate to sneak into the temple, extinguish the vine flower incense burner in the temple, and introduced the ghost into the temple, while he took the opportunity to escape. None of the children in the temple survived except for the 4-year-old Seidei, and Yuki fought with the ghosts to protect Seidei until dawn, and Takudake indirectly caused Xingyu to be wrongfully imprisoned. When he grew up, he learned the breath of thunder as a teacher, did not change his selfish personality. Jealous and despised his junior brother and my wife Shanyi, and often bullied him. After entering the ghost-killing team, Yu also had a bad relationship with the other team members, and in a battle, he met the Black Death Mao who was the first of the 12 ghost moons, spinelessly knelt down and begged for mercy, and was half forced and half voluntarily drank ghost blood, turned into a ghost, and betrayed the ghost-killing team. Betrayed humanity. Therefore, the Master Ci Wulang, who had worked hard to raise Yu to grow up, had no choice but to commit suicide by caesarean section to apologize. In the end, in the decisive battle of Infinity City, the selfish and arrogant Takugaku was killed by my wife Shanyi, ending his sinful life. It can be seen in his life that Yu is one of the few villains among the Ghost Slayer Blades, completely impossible to whitewash, and completely unforgivable. Thinking of this, Taeyu was a little desperate. Do you want to live this evil life that has been spurned by thousands of times? No. Absolutely not. Since I have crossed over, I will change this wrong life. Since I have crossed over, it means that these things will not happen in the future. Yu Yu's eyes became firm, and he got up from the ground and stood up, looking at the energetic little old man in front of him. Holding an ikawa knife, using the breath of thunder, grey hair, and a figure-8 beard, holding a crutch in the other hand, one leg is a prosthetic leg, although his face is old, but his spirit is as vigorous as that of a young man. Can't be wrong, such an obvious feature, presumably he is Kawahime Sagoro, who is the former pillar of the ghost killing team and the current cultivator of the ghost killing team. It's a thigh. Got a hug. Ignoring the reservedness and arrogance of any traverser, Yu Yu bowed respectfully to Sai Wulang. Thank you seniors for saving your life. As if there was a providence in the underworld, Kawahime Saiwuro looked at the kid in front of him, especially seeing his firm eyes, and felt that he was very suitable for his eyes. Boy, what's your name? My name is... At this moment, Yu Yu hesitated a little. Cunning, with the meaning of cunning and cunning, corresponds to the evil and wrong life of Yu Yu. I don't want to be a Takugaku anymore. I'm going to change. He immediately made a decision and replied firmly to Sagokuro, my name is Horidake. Yes. This is my name. Horyu, what a good name. Sai Wulang appreciated this kid more and more. Young man, do you want to worship me as a teacher? Learn skills with me? That's what I want. Horidake was almost overjoyed and replied without thinking, I do. Predecessor. No. Master. The sound of the master immediately touched this cute little old man, and petals appeared around Kawahime Saiwulang. After a brief touch, he quickly converged on his somewhat childish side and became serious, is it? If you want to be good, my skills are not so easy to learn, and after learning, I have to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Horidake did not change his mind, his expression remained firm, I think well, the senior should be the ghost-killing swordsman of the legendary ghost-killing team, right? I would like to learn from you. Willing to kill the devil. Guard the world. Seeing that Horidake was so good, Sai Wulang couldn't maintain his reserve, he laughed, happy a little unsure, more and more felt that this kid met his appetite. And kept touching Horigaku's head, ha ha ha. Attaboy. I will be your master from now on. I will definitely pass on all my skills to you. Make you the strongest ghost slayer swordsman. Ha ha ha. Although he knew something in the original work, but with such close contact, Horidake still couldn't accept Sai Wulang's warm feelings for a while, and he smiled bitterly, Master, I can understand your mood, but can you stop rubbing my head? My hair has been crumpled into a chicken nest by you. What does it matter? Master. Reserved, reserved. Calm, calm. In this way, after crossing over, Horidake, who had always been lonely, was officially adopted by Kawahime Sagoro and took him back to the secluded Momoyama to live together and teach cultivation well. Horidake also lived up to Kawahime's expectations of Sagoro, with his intelligent mental talent and excellent physical talent, he was eager to learn knowledge, quickly polished his body, and learned the breath of thunder step by step. Chapter 2. Spring and autumn come, and the time of year passes quickly. This year, Horidake has had a fulfilling life on Momoyama. Although the little old man Kawahime Tsuguro has a somewhat untuned personality, he will really know a lot, and Horidake has learned a lot of skills from this cheap master. Sai Wulang is also very satisfied with the apprentice he received, down-to-earth and capable, talented, and intelligent. He is very caring for Horigaku, and he does not hide his selfishness at all. In the first half of the year, Horidake mainly polished his body and practiced swordsmanship, and in the second half of the year, Horidake began to learn the breath of thunder on the basis of continuing to improve his physique. The breath of thunder is worthy of being one of the 5 basic breaths at the beginning, the sword momentum is fast and fierce, and it is indomitable and unstoppable. The power is extraordinary. After practicing hard for a while, Horitake felt that his thunder breath began to get started. One day in winter, Horitake officially introduced thunder breath. There is no premonition, as if the water came to fruition, Horitake a self-intuition out of thin air, feeling that after practicing for so long, it should be done. Standing in the snow, Horitake leaned down, took a stride, lowered his center of gravity, held the scabbard at his waist in his left hand, and held the hilt with his right hand. A breath of air, with a mysterious frequency, inhaled into Horigaku's lungs. Thunder breath, one type, thunderbolt flash. In an instant, the arc on Horigaku's body flashed. Draw your sword and unsheath it. His whole person turned into an electric light and flashed forward. The cold light flashed. Horitake put the knife into its sheath. Click! Bang! A bucket-thick peach tree behind Horitake was cut off by him and fell into the snow, setting off a burst of flying snow. Listening to the sound of trees collapsing behind, Horitake smiled with satisfaction, and the breath of thunder officially began. I exercised for a whole year. Well? Murderous. I don't know when, Kawahime Sagoro appeared behind Horitake, his eyes were red, his body was black, like a devil, and his tone was faint, stinky boy. Peach tree that plagues me again. Sinai. Horitake pulls his legs and runs. Smith Marseille. Smith Masai. Red bean puree fruitnaise. In the snow, one person ran wildly, another chased fiercely, and one old man and one young man circled around an unknown number of peach trees before stopping. Looking at the angry old boy Sai Wulang, Horitake raised his fist and protested while panting, "Stinky old man! Isn't it just a peach tree? As for Momoyama lacks everything, but there is no shortage of this thing." Sai Wulang was still indignant, "Stinky boy, you have been in Momoyama for a year, how many peach trees have you harmed me?" "Already countless. What can I do?" Horitake called Chu, "There is nothing on Peach Mountain, only peach trees, do I practice swords against peach trees? What to practice against? Compared to this, smelly old man, you haven't noticed, my thunder breath has already started, don't praise me, forget it, and still trouble me, are these peach trees your apprentice or am I your apprentice?" Horitake complained, and Sai Wulang reacted, somewhat embarrassed, so he was profound, "Hey? Is that so? Thunder breath one type has been learned? Although it was slower than when I first learned, the progress was not bad." "Stinky old man! Are you praising me or belittling me? Stinky boy, don't you understand? Of course I'm praising you. Is it? I can't hear the compliments." The daily quarrel with each other began again. After getting along for a long time, Horitake and Sagoro also understand each other better. Kawahime Saiwaro is undoubtedly an old child, usually looks strict and fierce, but actually hurts his apprentice, is a little insincere, and has a very cute personality. Horigaku's personality is a little small, and he seems to disrespect Sagoro and often fight with him, but he respects this little old man very much in his heart. It is precisely because of mutual understanding that this old and young man will make trouble almost every day, adding a lot of popularity to the cold mountain. As soon as the daily disturbance was over, Horitake and Sagoro gradually returned to quiet. Pretending that nothing had happened, Sai Wulang coughed dryly, "Cough, well, overall it's not bad, Lei Ji breath is officially introductory, continue to work hard to continue to practice, can't slack. By the way, after cultivating, remember to cut the fallen peach tree into firewood, and pile it up here is too much of a hindrance." Knowing the smelly old man, the verbosity is endless all day. After Sagokuro left, only Horitake was left in the snow. He looked at the grey sky and the snow around him, a little melancholy. This year, it is the second year of Taisho, the beginning of the life of their brothers and sisters who were washed in blood, and the beginning of the Demon Slayer blade. During his stay in Momoyama, Horitake did not do nothing, and in his spare time he often went down the mountain and searched around several surrounding towns to inquire if there was a family with the surname Stovegate nearby. Unfortunately, there is no news at all. After being disappointed for a long time, Horitake also understood that the Stovegate family was obviously not near Momoyama. Although Neon is an island country, but the area is not small, the population is large. This year, how can Horitake have the energy to find a needle in a haystack? So finding the protagonist is such a thing, and it is over. Horitake would not be able to change the tragedy of the Stove family. This grey weather, such thick snow, this year, if it is not good, these days are the time when the Tanjiro brothers and sisters suffered tragedy. Shaking his head, Horitake no longer thinks about things that he can't control. The important thing is the present, the important thing is the future. What has happened is irreparable, but the tragedy that has not happened before it has time, you must stop it, this is your life's goal. Horitake changed his mood, raised his fighting spirit again, and practiced this Thunder Breath 1 pattern several times. The so-called everything is difficult at the beginning. After the introduction of Thunder Breath, Horitake quickly got started with the one style, and this move made him more and more proficient. Feeling the swiftness of Thunder's breath, Horyu's heart was very happy. In the original work, the first type of Thunder Breath, Yu did not learn until death, and now he has learned it. Is this a manifestation of breaking fate? As Hori was thinking like this, an electronic voice appeared in Horidaku's mind. Ding! The host is detected to break the fate, the butterfly effect occurs, and the system is officially activated. Horitake was suddenly startled. Quickly stopped practicing his sword, and stood in the snow blankly. System? This is... Goldfinger is online? Sisters. Laozi has been traveling over for more than 10 years. You're just online? Aren't you a little late? Forget it, it's not too late. After all, strictly speaking, the plot has just begun. A little helpless, but more of a surprise, Horitake silently said to the system, System, tell me, what is your situation? What features do you have? The electronic voice of the system sounds a little dull, and the intelligence is not very high. Ding! The full name of this system is the Butterfly Effect Control System, which is mainly used to control the negative butterfly effect caused by the host and help the host become stronger. Horitake pondered, I know what the butterfly effect is, but this thing can still be controlled. Ding! Of course, the butterfly effect can be controlled, and if the butterfly effect is allowed to occur, it will accumulate into a very terrible cataclysm. Well, you're systematic and reasonable. What did you just say? Control the negative butterfly effect I trigger? Is this butterfly effect divided into positive and negative? Of course. For example, when the host was a child, he was not adopted by sorrowful Yuzinglu like the original work, and it did not lead to Xingyu being imprisoned, which is a positive butterfly effect that changes fate and triggers. Because it is a positive butterfly effect, the system is not activated to start. This time, the host learns the Thunder Breath 1 type, breaks the fate, and the butterfly effect triggered is a negative butterfly effect, so the system is activated and officially activated. Chapter 3. Listening to the system's explanation, Horitake was a little entangled. My character is not as bad as in the original, it doesn't affect the underworld, which is a good thing, so it's a positive butterfly effect, I understand that. But I learned the Thunder Breath 1 type, which is also a good thing. How can it trigger a negative butterfly effect? The system's calm electronic voice sounded in his head. The butterfly effect involves causal time and space, is elusive and unpredictable, and the probability of both positive butterfly effect and negative butterfly effect occurring is 50%. Well, what exactly is the negative butterfly effect that I inadvertently triggered this time? Ding! The host learns the Thunder Breath 1 type, breaks the fate, and the negative butterfly effect caused by it is, the protagonists of this life, the brothers and sisters of Tanjiro and Tanjiro are about to die. What a thing! Horitake jumped up directly with excitement, and his heart was numb. My future brother-in-law and future wife are going to die? Just because I learned the one type? I already knew that I wouldn't learn this. What can I do about this? Horitake cried out in the snow, quickly calmed down and thought quickly, but after thinking for a long time, there was no way. It's all to blame that I didn't look carefully. I didn't know where the Zayaman family lived, and I couldn't find it. How can I save them? My wife. My brother-in-law. What to do? What to do? Gorge Fog Mountain. The current destination of the Stovegate brothers and sisters should be the Gap Fog Mountain. Follow the direction of the Gorge Fog Mountain to find it. You should be able to find it. Ask the smelly old man, he definitely knows where the Misty Mountain is. And Yoshiyuki Tomioka. At this point in time, Tomioka Yoshiyuki should have already seen the Stove brothers and sisters. Please Tomioka Yoshiyuki to find the Stove brothers and sisters should be able to find it. Damn it! The question is there time? System, what do you mean by dying? How long is it going to be? That's right. System. Aren't you some butterfly effect control system? You definitely have a way. I don't know if it's Horigaku's illusion, but the electronic voice of the system in his mind seems a little helpless. Ding. Please don't get too excited by the host. One of the responsibilities of the system is to help the host solve the negative butterfly effect. Then hurry. Ding. System release task. Ask the host to solve the negative butterfly effect, the death of the brother and sister of the stove. The system has a guiding function that can help the host find the brothers and sisters of the stove. According to the system's detection, the host's strength at this time, as long as it is cautious enough, is enough to fight the imminent danger of the brothers and sisters of the stove gate. Tips: there are still 24 hours left before the death time of the brothers and sisters of the stove door. Please hurry in time. Mission Success Reward: Thunder Breath 1 No Type Thunderbolt Flash's Advanced Move. Mission Failure Punishment: Tanjiro and Tanjiro die, the host loses his future wife and future brother-in-law, and his fate changes greatly, and the butterfly effect further collapses. Looking at the details of this task, Horitake was a little stunned. Originally. That's the thing. I trigger the butterfly effect. The positive butterfly effect system does not care. The negative butterfly effect, the system will be solved by me personally by issuing tasks, and the system's rewards can enhance my strength. Kill two birds with one stone. Horitake was in a state of surprise when a 24-hour countdown appeared in the upper right corner of his sight, which was undoubtedly the system's time prompt. System, nicely done. I'll go. Without saying a word, Horitake rushed home and went straight to Momoyama's home of Sagoro. Very rudely pushed open the door of the house, almost didn't overturn the door. Horitake rushed into the house and began to clean up, and the Sai Wulang in the house looked confused. Stinky boy, what are you doing? Horitake quickly cleaned up without raising his head. Stinky old man, this coat is quite warm, I requisitioned it first. I also requisitioned your spare Nikawa knife. And these rice balls, just as dry food on the road. Sai Wulang's head burst out. Stinky boy, what the hell are you going to do? After cleaning up, Horitake rushed out and quickly descended the mountain. Standing at the door of the house, Zha Wulang shouted angrily, what the hell is going on? Where are you kid going? When will you be back? In the distance, under the cover of the branches, Horitake's distant voice came back, I'm going to find my future wife and future brother-in-law. Don't worry, I'll be back in a few days. Holding the door frame, the little old man turned into a beanie eye. Future wife and future brother-in-law? Why don't I know anything about this? Could it be that this was also the reason for his previous descent? Thinking about it, Sai Wulang began to fall into a beautiful imagination. Flower petals appeared around him, and the painting style began to become cute. It's so good. This stinky boy is also about the time to think about lifelong events. I don't know which girl, Is it beautiful? Virtuous or not? Is it worthy of my smelly boy? On the other side, Horidake, who ran down the mountain, found the road and quickly followed the system's directions. As he ran, he thought to himself, I will definitely be able to catch up, I will definitely be able to catch up. The system won't post tasks that I can't do. As long as I maintain a good breathing rate and use thunder breath well, I can make my physical strength more durable, make the speed faster, and I can learn to breathe fully by the way. Thy Bean, my future wife, you can't be fine. Tanjiro, although it is a little incidental, but you can't have an accident. If you have an accident, the plot will be messed up, and my prophetic prescience of the Traverser will be discounted. In this way, Horitake rushed 24 hours a day. When you are hungry, you can eat a rice ball casually, when you are thirsty, drink some stream water casually. I'm tired, I really can't rest for a while, sleepy. People who rush will not be sleepy. In this way, the day and night passed, and the 24-hour countdown was nearing its end. So, what is the mortal danger that the brothers and sisters of the stove are about to suffer? It stands to reason that the brothers and sisters of the Stove Gate encountered a great disaster at the beginning and in the process of going to the gorge Misty Mountain, except for a Buddhist hall ghost at the end, they did not encounter other ghosts on the way. Due to the occurrence of the negative butterfly effect, this time, the brothers and sisters of the Stove Gate are on the road. And unfortunately encounter a ghost again, or a ghost with special abilities. You beans! Tanjiro called out to his sister hoarsely. The brother who wanted to protect his sister now suffered the complete opposite, becoming his sister protecting him. On the way to hurry, their brother and sister are very unfortunate to encounter a ghost. Tanjiro is not the opponent of this ghost, but fortunately, Yuduzi, who has become a ghost, has good combat power, and she bravely rushes out to protect her brother. Holding his bleeding arm, looking at the ghosts who fought back and forth with Yudu, Tanjiro carried the axe, flustered and helpless. In fact, in terms of strength and speed alone, this ghost is just like that. However, this ghost has a special ability that makes Tanjiro injured and suffer. Staring at the ghost deadly, Tanjiro noticed that the enemy was about to open his mouth, and quickly reminded his sister loudly, "Be careful." This ghost had a big mouth, and the 4 fangs in his mouth were actually spit out by him. It's like 4 darts shooting at your beans. Although you were reminded to dodge, you were still hit in the back with a fang. Chapter 4. The back was hit by a fang's dart, and the bean wearing a bamboo tube snorted. Tanjiro was anxious. You bean. Fortunately, your bean is now a ghost, and his self-healing ability is amazing. Even if a hole is punched out of the back, the wound will heal itself immediately. But in the end, the fangs were embedded in your bean's body, which hurt and affected her speed. Thou Bean shouted angrily, and he and this fang's ghost entangled together, and the 2 ghosts' claws tore between them, whistling in the wind. Tanjiro on the side found that the speed of your bean had dropped significantly, and the situation had gradually fallen into the downwind. Abominable! Tanjiro punched the ground. He was angry and urgent. He had never hated his weakness as he did now, so weak that he couldn't protect his sister, so weak that Bean was hurt because of himself. Abominable! Damn it! Damn it! I'm really useless. I fought with you. An angry Tanjiro, with his other intact arm, lifted the axe and rushed towards the fangs. It's a pity that he was invincible, and he was kicked and flown by the fang's ghost. Just as the fang's ghost rushed over to eat Tanjiro, the angry bean bumped into the fang's ghost and blocked Tanjiro. Like a little beast that has been provoked, she opens her nails and whimpers at the fangs and threatens, protecting Tanjiro behind her. The fangs couldn't help it, and asked, "What kind of combination are you? Aren't you a ghost? Why didn't you eat him? Why protect humanity?" Tanjiro gasped and sat up, clenching his axe and angrily reprimanding the fangs, "You won't eat me with beans. You Bean is my sister. It's my most important family. Cut." The Fang's ghost disdained, "I'll tear your family apart first. Eat you again." The Fang's ghost rushed up again and continued to fight with Yubian. Tanjiro wanted to stand up and help Yudu, but the broken ribs told him that he was basically powerless now. Looking at Yubian, who was falling more and more downwind, Tanjiro was a little desperate. "I have become a burden to your beans, and if you continue like this, your beans are dangerous." He looked around, and there was no one around him, nothing that could help them. It's really in a desperate situation. Looking at the axe in his hand, at this moment, Tanjiro even had an extremely sad thought: ghosts eat people, but ghosts should not eat ghosts. If he let this ghost eat it, he should not be embarrassed by your beans anymore, right? But if you die, what will you do with your beans? How is she going to live? I can guarantee with my temperance that in the original work, even under difficult circumstances, Tanjiro has never had such sad and desperate thoughts. Now he actually has it. The abominable negative butterfly effect, you are really torturous. At this moment, the victory and defeat are divided, and Yubian, who has just become a ghost, is not an opponent, and is once again shot away by the Fang's ghost. Poor Bean hit the trunk, snorted, and slipped down. Fangs rushed to Bean. Tanjiro was anxious to go crazy. Beans. At the critical moment, Horidake finally arrived. "If he doesn't arrive again, I guess you will kill me." Thunder breath, one type, thunderbolt flash. The body of Horyu who arrived was wrapped with an arc of electricity, and his body turned into thunder lightning, flashing extremely quickly, and pulling out his knife and slashing. The Fangs turned his head to look, he had no time to react, and could only watch in horror as the purple thunder light approached him. Sting! Thunder flashed. The head of the Fangs fell in response. Bean opened his big eyes like moist grapes, and looked at the person who suddenly appeared without blinking. Tanjiro also widened his eyes, watching this sudden change, and then heart palpitations, and then fell into the surprise of the rest of his life after the disaster. Covered in softness, Tanjiro almost didn't lie on the ground. As if he didn't feel hostility in Horigaku, Yudoko got up and trotted to Tanjiro's side, looking at his brother worriedly. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief and quickly hugged Yubian, tears flowing. "Wow Yubian, scared me to death. It's really good that you're okay." Yuduzi opened his eyes blankly, hesitated, and hugged Tanjiro back. Horitake, who slashed and killed the ghost, was also relieved. He stood up and looked at this touching brother and sister scene, and he was full of emotion. Putting the knife back into its sheath, Horitake looked back at the ghost corpse on the ground, and the ghost who was beheaded by the Nikawa knife had no reason to live, and quickly dissipated. The brothers and sisters cried for a while before they reacted to their lifesavers. Tanjiro hurriedly ran over, his gratitude overflowed, and in front of Horigaku, a big gift of the earth seed fell down, and his head slammed to the ground. "Arigato. Thank you really much. Thank you so much for saving your life." Even after more than 10 years of travel, Horitake was still not very comfortable with this kind of neon gift, and quickly pulled the iron boy up. "No, little brother, no. Very much. Predecessor. Very as-for." Tanjiro was serious and very resolute, and he saw that he was about to give Horitake another one. "If it weren't for the timely rescue of our predecessors this time, I am afraid that our brothers and sisters would have died in the wilderness. The saving grace is really unrewarding. Thanks again. Thank you so much. Thank you very much." Really, Tanjiro's gratitude has broken through the sky, and it is estimated that at this time, if Horitake brings Entu, Tanjiro will not refuse. If it weren't for Horigaku's desperate grabbing of the head iron boy, Tanjiro didn't know how many of them he would have to give Horigaku. Just kidding, Horitake didn't dare to accept so many gifts from his future brother-in-law, just mean it. Hori finally stopped Tanjiro's Tsuchidoshita seat, and the two could talk relatively calmly. "Of course, Horitake can't say that he came specifically to save you, but without being humble, he can say it differently. No need to thank me specifically, I chased and killed this ghost for a while, and your brothers and sisters are also unlucky. There is no sun on the top of the dark clouds today. It is estimated that this ghost is hungry and comes out to harm people during the day. Speaking of this, Horitake also reacted. He acted a little naturally, and he needed to make up for it. That's right. Your sister seems to be a ghost too. Horitake pulled out the Nikwe knife and treated Yubin with a murderous look. Then there is no way, let me help your sister get free. Hearing these words similar to yesterday Tomioka Yoshiyuki, Tanjiro panicked, regardless of his own pain, desperately grabbed Horitake to stop him. Senior. Stop. Although your beans are ghosts, she does not eat people. It won't hurt either. With me, I will never let this happen. Please spare your bean, she is a good ghost. How could Horitake act to believe him so easily? Even though he was pulled by Tanjiro, he still struggled. Brother, what are you talking nonsense? Are you brain broken? Where in the world is there a good ghost who does not eat people? I know you can't bear your sister, but a ghost is a ghost and deserves to be crusaded. Don't, senior. What I said is true. Yubin, she didn't hurt you now, she didn't hurt me, she just now has been protecting me, don't you see it too? That's right. But... the two made a mess. Over there, Yubin looked at his brother and this strange person with wide eyes. Chapter 5. It is said that Tanjiro is also concerned about chaos. His sense of smell against the sky does not smell at all. Horitake does not even have a murderous aura on him, just makes a appearance to Yubin. The head iron boy tried desperately to explain, so that Horitake hesitated to put away the knife. After some explanation, so and so, although he knew what the brothers and sisters of the stove had gone through before, Horitake still listened patiently. How to say it? When the sudden change occurs, brothers and sisters are in distress, it is really sad for those who hear it, and tears for those who see it. In the end, Tanjiro moved out of Tomioka Yoshiyuki's daimyo, and Horitake was completely calm, so the three of them could talk face to face. Horitake nodded, looking like he suddenly realized, if it is Tomioka Yoshiyuki's senior, then your brothers and sisters are more credible, but they will not hurt people's ghosts. Horitake looked at Yubin, amazed, seemingly surprised, but in fact simply admiring the cuteness and beauty of your bean, ghosts that do not hurt people, unheard of, unseen. Excuse me, senior. Horitake waved his hand and said very grandly, my name is Horigaku, I have no surname, I am an orphan, you can just call me by my name. As a kind and polite teenager, Tanjiro certainly does not call his seniors by name. Horigaku-senpai, excuse me, are you the same person as Tomioka Yoshiyuki-senpai? Well, how to say it? We are a civil organization dedicated to dealing with ghosts, the Ghost Killing Squad. Tomioka Yoshiyuki's predecessor is a high-level combat force in the Ghost Killing Team, known as the Existence of the Pillar. And I, who is not yet an official member of the Ghost Killing Team, is a trainee of the Ghost Killing Team, and I am now going down the mountain to practice. Of course, my strength will not be weaker than the ordinary teammates of the Ghost Killer Team. Hearing these novel terms, Tanjiro was mostly puzzled, and just as he wanted to ask, Horitake took the lead and said, didn't Tomioka Yoshiyuki-senpai introduce you to Taki Sr.? Senior Taki is one of the cultivators of our Ghost Killing Team. If you can learn under him, you are equivalent to the trainee of the Ghost Killing Team, and these things can be understood one after another. Patting Tanjiro's shoulder, Horitake comforted, don't worry, isn't your destination the Mountain of the Gaps? It's really the best place you can go right now. Tanjiro nodded as if he didn't understand, and quickly asked the question he was most concerned about. Horigaku-senpai, do you know if there is a way to turn ghosts back into humans? Glancing at Yudoko next to him, Horitake, for your sister. Yes. Turn ghosts into people. As far as I know, no. Tanjiro was a little discouraged, but immediately perked up. It's okay, I'll keep looking. Very good. Very spiritual. Horitake patted Tanjiro on the shoulder appreciatively and encouraged him. It's good to have hope, Tanjiro, don't give up hope. Tanjiro nodded seriously. But now the point is not you beans, but you boy. Horitake suddenly changed his gentle tone and said to him irritably. Hey! You bean is now a ghost, the resilience is amazing. In this moment, she has squeezed the fangs and darts out of her body, but what about you? Horitake grabbed Tanjiro's arm and pointed to his bleeding wound and the fangs stuck in it. It doesn't seem to hurt the bone. But this is the fangs that spewed out of the ghost's mouth. How many germs are on it? You must bandage the wound right away, disinfect it right away. There are no antibiotics for you this year, if your wound is inflamed. Hehe, small lives are hard to save. It doesn't matter when you die, who are you entrusting your sister to? Entrust me? Tanjiro reacted, his painting style suddenly changed, he panicked, covered his arms and shouted, Ah! What to do? Horidaku-senpai! What to do with this injury? Horitake is as steady as an old dog, no hurry, pull out the fangs first. Without saying a word, Horitake pulled out his long fangs from the wound on Tanjiro's arm, and suddenly, the wound began to spray blood. Tanjiro's painting style became even more impatient. Ah! Horidaku-senpai! Sprayed blood! It's spewing blood! Don't bark, it's useless to bark, it will only speed up your bleeding. Horitake continued to be as steady as an old dog, tearing a long cloth from his robe, quickly entangled and tied the base of his arm, and the blood did not flow so fast. For the time being, we have to rush to the next town, disinfect and bandage, the sooner the better. Horitake acted resolutely and motioned for Yubin to get into Tanjiro's back basket. Yubin, your brother is injured and can't carry you, now let me carry you for a while, be good and obedient. Yubin Momeng looked at Horidaku, tilted his head, thought for a while, and got smaller and got into the back basket. Tanjiro on the side was a little surprised. Hey? You are even willing to believe in Horigaku-senpai? Covering the back basket with a cloth, Horitake picked up the back basket and walked forward, motioning for Tanjiro to follow. What else to grind? Keep up. Yes. Holding his arm, Tanjiro quickly kept up with Horigaku's pace. Senior Horitake not only saved us, but also helped me so much. Senior Horitake is really a good person. Even if you're a boy, please don't say I'm a good person. Why? Am I not complimenting you? In my hometown, issuing good guy cards is an act of disrespect. Hey? And this kind of thing? But Horigaku-senpai, you just said that you are an orphan. Just listen, opinions are not allowed. Yes. The two quarreled, like brothers, and hurried away. In the afternoon, the three of Horitake arrived in a town, and they quickly found the town's doctor to urgently disinfect and suture Tanjiro's wound. The wound on Tanjiro's arm was deep and bone invisible, and the injury was not light. When disinfecting the stitches, Tanjiro endured severe pain, his face was white, and his head was covered in cold sweat, but this kid was stunned by a tenacity, and the dead bite of the gauze did not make a sound, which caused the doctor to praise one after another. The reason why Tanjiro did not make a sound was because he was afraid to worry the beans in the back basket. However, brother and sister are connected, and when Tanjiro suffers from severe pain, the beans in the back basket are subconsciously a little uneasy, arching under the thick cloth, as if they are coming out. Horitake stroked the head of your bean through the cloth, and miraculously calmed your bean. After the treatment was completed and the payment was completed, Horitake carried the beans on his back and helped Tanjiro, who seemed to have collapsed, out of the medical hall. Looking at the brothers and sisters in a bad state, Horyu shook his head helplessly. Forget it. I'm a good person to do it to the end. Let's rest in this town for one night today, and tomorrow I'll simply send you directly to the Gorge Fog Mountain. Tanjiro blanched a face and thanked Horitake for his kindness. Horigaku-senpai. Not only did you save us and help me so much, but even the money for the doctor's visit was paid by you in advance. I really can't accept your kindness anymore. Let's come to this set. How can you take your sister to the Misty Mountain in your current state? But how can I repay your great kindness in the future, Senior Horitake? How about you become my bride when Bean becomes human again? What? This. You have an arch of beans in the back basket. Just kidding, this matter hasn't been brushed aside. Let's go, let's find a place to stay first. Chapter 6. Horitake takes Tanjiro and Yudoko and stays in town for one night. Of course, the accommodation fee was still paid by Horigaku, which made Tanjiro's heart very uncomfortable. Horigaku-senpai. I will definitely return this money to you. Tanjiro promised. Well, if you have the heart. Horitake replied. The next day, Horitake dragged Tanjiro with your beans on his back and came to the town doctor for the second time to change the dressing for Tanjiro's wounds. When the doctor changed the dressing, they took a good look at the wound and confirmed that there were no signs of inflammation, and they breathed a sigh of relief. It was precisely because of this confirmation that the system in Horigaku's mind moved. Ding. Confirm that Tanjiro and Tanjiro are safe, and the host successfully solves the negative butterfly effect, completes the task, and receives the mission reward. Bite. Congratulations to the host for learning Thunder Breath, 1 type, Thunderbolt Flash. Thunderbolt 6 Flash. Thunderbolt Flash. Thunderbolt 12 Flashes. Thunderbolt 24 Flash. Thunderbolt 36 Flashes. Thunderbolt 72 Flash. 108 Flashes of Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt 365 Flashes. Bite. Warm reminder, this set of combos comes from the 32 palms of the Begwa, 64 palms, and 128 palms of the Hyuga clan in Naruto. Before Horitake could react, his physical fitness suddenly increased explosively. Even the spiritual power has been greatly improved. Feeling his soaring strength, Horitake was overjoyed. It turned out that the reward of the system was not only as simple as the moves. In order to allow Horitake to completely master the mastery, the system also enhanced his physique, and now he has been able to use this set of combos very skillfully. Think about it, 365 knives flashed in an instant, which requires extremely high physical fitness. Horitake estimated that his current physical fitness had reached the level of the pillar level. What a wave of fat! Tanjiro, who was changing the dressing, seemed to smell something. His sense of smell against the sky began to work. I don't know if it was an illusion. Tanjiro felt that just now Horigaku Sr., it seemed to become much stronger in an instant. It should be an illusion. How can there be such an outrageous thing? It didn't take long for Tanjiro to finish changing the dressing and rebandage it. The three accompanied each other and left the medical center. At this time, Horitake proposed, I will simply send you 2 brothers and sisters to the Misty Mountain. Tanjiro was even more impressed. Senior Horigaku, I really don't need to trouble you anymore. You've helped me a lot. It's okay, let's go. By the way, I'd better send you over. What if you encounter a ghost again on the way? Tanjiro was embarrassed and hesitated. If their brothers and sisters encounter ghosts again, and there is no Horitake to protect them, it will really be called every day and the earth will not work. Horitake unraveled him. Tanjiro, don't think too much. If you want to repay me, work hard to learn skills from Taki seniors, and enter the ghost killing team in the future and kill a few more ghosts. Carrying the beans in the back basket, Horitake took the lead and walked forward. Tanjiro, don't be stunned, keep up. Tanjiro perked up and chased after him. Yes. Horigaku-senpai. In this way, the two of them hurried day and night. During the day you beans hid in the back basket, and at night your beans came out to breathe, and they traveled starry night and rushed to the Misty Mountain. Soon, in the early hours of the third day, they approached their destination. The three of them walked side by side at night, gossiping while hurrying. Senior Horigaku, the ant before said that as long as we climb over this mountain, the next mountain will be the Misty Mountain, and it seems that we are almost at our destination. Horyu was a little helpless. Yes, yes, yes. I really don't know where your kid's energy comes from, so he has to rush overnight. Tanjiro smiled bitterly. No way, who let you beans come out only at night to breathe? Hey? Senior, there is a light in front, it seems to be a Buddhist temple. Horitake took a few steps forward to confirm. Really, there is a temple on this kind of mountain. At this time, the temple was actually lit up. Wait a minute. Reaction, Horitake realized that something was wrong, this familiar plot. Tanjiro reacted faster, he sniffed twice, smelled the smell of blood from the temple, and his face changed drastically. There is the smell of blood. Someone should have been injured. The young man with the iron head took Yaduza's hand and hurried into the temple. Horitake also reacted to where this was the plot and quickly followed. Tanjiro opened the door of the Buddhist hall in a hurry, and was about to inquire, when he saw a shocking scene. Inside the Buddhist hall, a ghost was tearing and biting a corpse, and he was eating blood all over the ground. Although it was not the first time to see a ghost, but it was the first time to see a ghost eating people, Tanjiro was stunned by fright, standing frozen at the door of the Buddhist hall, motionless. But even worse is your beans. When Yu Bean saw the human corpse, her bloodthirsty nature as a ghost seemed to be a little unbearable, her eyes were glued to the broken fresh corpse, and saliva in her mouth continued to flow out. Your beans are patient, fighting against cannibalistic nature. Standing outside, watching this scene, Horitake was helpless. This is a really, quite bad scene. Tanjiro was about to say something, when he was suddenly shot into the courtyard by the Buddha Hall ghost and fell to the ground. The ghost of the Buddha Hall viciously rushed out of the Buddhist hall, rushed straight at Tanjiro, grabbed Tanjiro's neck, and pinned him to the ground. Human? I didn't expect to be able to add meals tonight. The terrified Tanjiro struggled, and an axe split the neck of the Buddha Hall ghost. But the ghost's self-healing ability is so powerful, his throat heals itself in an instant. He hit Tanjiro's axe, opened his mouth full of fangs, and was about to gnaw at Tanjiro. What about Horitake? He is now beside your bean, looking seriously at the state of your bean. If you bean can fight her cannibalistic nature, then it is best, it can't fight it. That would be bad. Hopefully, the negative butterfly effect doesn't come at this time. Horigaku-senpai. Help me. Tanjiro finally couldn't hold it anymore and began to call for help. Oh, I almost forgot about him. Horitake pulled out the Nikwe knife, shot it out, and inserted it into Tanjiro's side. Tanjiro, you will encounter this kind of thing sooner or later. The Nikwe knife borrows you a use, and today you will officially see the blood. Don't let your beans down. Worthy of being the protagonist. At the critical moment, Tanjiro burst out of strength, pushed away the Buddha Hall ghost, grabbed the Nikwe knife and swung it forward. Poof! Blood splattered. Tanjiro slashed the Buddha Hall Oni upper body and cut him in two. But the ghost is still undead, the upper body drags the upper limbs, the lower body drags the lower limbs, and the murderess continues to kill Tanjiro. Frightened, Tanjiro's voice changed. Horidaku-senpai. Alive. He's alive. Beheaded. Only by cutting off the head of the ghost with the Nikwe knife will the ghost die. It's just a little ghost, Tanjiro, I'm sure you'll be able to finish him off. Yes. Tanjiro suppressed his fear and summoned up the courage to fight. And here, the situation of your beans has also improved. Yu Bean seems to suppress her bloodthirsty nature. She closed her eyes, did not look at the broken fresh corpse, even if the saliva was dripping, she still clenched her teeth and turned her head. Horitake smiled, touched the head of your bean, and praised, well done, Yu Bean. Over there, Tanjiro screamed, and he was beaten away by the Buddha Hall ghost again. Udome dodged Horigaku's hand and quickly ran over to help her brother fight ghosts. Horigaku's hand froze in place, a little embarrassed. Well, after all, it is a brother who depends on life and death, and it is already very good to be able to allow me to touch my head. Chapter 7. In the original work, with only one axe, Tanjiro can barely force the Buddha Hall ghost. Nowadays, Tanjiro has a Nikki knife, and the two brothers and sisters are 2-to-1, and naturally there is no reason to fail. Although it was a little inconvenient because of the arm injury, after a hard fight, Tanjiro still succeeded in killing the Buddha Hall ghost. At this time, the morning sun also came out and shone into the Buddhist temple halfway up the hillside. Thou swoop and sneak into the hall to hide from the sun. Tanjiro hadn't noticed his sister's situation yet, and he held the Nikki knife and looked at the dissipating ghost corpse, panting and palpitating. It took a while for Tanjiro to realize what he had done, and he shouted to Horitake with some surprise, "Senior! I did it! I managed to kill a ghost!" Horitake smiled and nodded in approval. "Well done, you say. Senior Taki Taki no, Master Taki Taki?" I don't know when, a person appeared in the courtyard. This person is the former water column of the ghost-killing team, and the current cultivator Taki Zoji. Tanjiro looked at the man with the red Tengu mask and felt that this person was imposing. Probably because he was still immersed in the aftermath of killing ghosts, Tanjiro, who was still clever, was now a little dumbfounded, looking at Taki blankly. Horitake was a little anxious. "Silly boy, this is your future master. Don't hurry up to salute, flatter, hug your thighs? What are you doing stunned?" Helplessly, Horitake could only help Tanjiro brush the impression points. Master Taki Taki is able to kill a ghost alone without training at all, and his qualifications can be said to be quite good, right? Who knew that Taki was a little cold? This is just the most ordinary and weakest kind of ghost, there is nothing to be proud of. Tanjiro finally reacted, quickly withdrew the knife, and faced Taki very nervously, very respectfully. "You are Master Taki Taki?" His name is Tanjiro, and he was introduced by Tomioka Yoshioki Sr. "I've read the letter of righteousness, and I know about you and your sister, but…" Tanjiro Stoveman, with all due respect, I see that you don't have the kind of talent that Yoshio said. I'm sorry. Tanjiro's face turned white and desperate. "Myself this is rejected?" Horitake was dumbfounded. "What's going on? This is not the same as saying yes? Old man Takaki, shouldn't you teach Tanjiro a lesson, then test it twice, and finally take Tanjiro under his door? How so? Don't. Another butterfly effect of Pit Daddy?" As if to confirm what Horitake thought, the system in his head spoke. Ding. The host helps Tanjiro kill the Buddha Hall ghost, disrupting fate and causing a negative butterfly effect. Takizo recently refuses to take Tanjiro as an apprentice. Horitake was extremely angry and confronted the system in his mind. What disturbs fate? Where did I help Tanjiro kill the Buddha Hall ghosts? I didn't shoot the whole time, okay? The host lent Tanjiro the Nikwe knife, which is a help. I'll go to your uncle. This also counts as help? The system ignored Horigaku's inner roar, and instead directly issued the task. Ding. System release task. Ask the host to solve the negative butterfly effect, and the rejection of the left near time of Taki Taki. Recently, because more than a dozen of his disciples lost their lives to attack the mountain, he was discouraged, and he did not plan to teach his disciples again. Nor did he intend to bear this pain. Ask the host to convince Taki to take Tanjiro as an apprentice. Tips: the host can choose verbal persuasion or force to subdue. Mission success rewards, special abilities, Shinix. Mission failure penalty: Tanjiro is unable to worship under the Scales Gate, and his fate changes drastically, and the butterfly effect further collapses. The future is elusive. It really caused a negative butterfly effect and really triggered the mission. Thinking of the warm reminder just given by the system, Horitake was very helpless. What can be persuaded and convinced? What nonsense! Uniformed. Although his strength has greatly increased, I am afraid that it is a bit choking to defeat the previous water column. Persuade. This old man has a tough personality, not the kind of person who changes his mind with just a few words. There is no way, you can only try to do both. Just when Tanjiro was desperate and helpless, and a little helpless, Horitake stepped forward. He walked over and solemnly faced Taki Zuoji. Taki Sr., with all due respect, what you just said was biased. Taki was also a little interested in Horitake, and turned to look at Horigaku, his tone calm. Oh? Who are you? A member of the Ghost Slayer? Under the name of Horitake, he is not yet a member of the ghost killing team, and his family teacher Kawahimitsuro. It turned out to be his disciple. Yes, this time I went down the mountain to practice, and I met the brothers and sisters of the Stove Gate by chance, and I was touched by the will of their brothers and sisters, so I escorted them all the way here. Speaking of this, Horigaku's emotions became excited, and his tone was also aggressive. The two brothers and sisters suddenly encountered a great disaster, very pitiful, thanks to the introduction of Tomioka Yoshioki's senior, and fortunately met me halfway, and came here thousands of miles. I finally came here and finally met you, Master Taki said, but you said that Tanjiro has no talent, and I can't agree with this. Horigaku-senpai. Tanjiro on the side watched Horigaku try his best to fight for himself, very moved, and also a little anxious. Isn't Horigaku-senpai's words too rushed? Will it be because I offended Master Taki? Head-on vetoed by Horigaku, a junior, Taki couldn't continue to maintain a good temper. Boy, what exactly are you going to say? I'm recounting the fact that Tanjiro has extraordinary talents, and you look away. What? With all due respect, Master Taki has just killed a ghost with complete inexperience, which in itself is an outstanding qualification. And her sister Yubin, just now you also saw that in the face of fresh corpses, she was able to overcome her bloodthirsty nature. What a strong will! The two brothers and sisters have both excellent qualifications and a strong will. Can this be called no talent? Or is Master Taki? What are you denying? What are you running away from? Horitake unintentionally stung Taki in his heart, and Taki couldn't help but get a little angry. You kid! Horitake was not stunned, and changed his tone. If Master Ataki resolutely does not accept Tanjiro, then forget it. Hey! Tanjiro was dumbfounded. I can introduce Tanjiro to my master, it just so happens that my master only has one apprentice, and if there is one more outstanding apprentice, my master will be very happy. And I think that compared to Master Takaki's breath of water, Tanjiro may be more suitable for Rei's breath. With Tanjiro's outstanding talent, he will definitely be able to become a powerful ghost swordsman in the future, and even become a pillar. At that time, Tanjiro will defeat the paralyzed man of Tomioka Yoshiyuki in full view. Drop the face of Master Taki well. Hey! Tanjiro was further dumbfounded. Horitake continued to stimulate Taki. In that way, Tanjiro, Master Taki that you can't look at, was taught by my master, which not only shows that Tanjiro's ability is excellent, but also shows that Master Taki you have no eyes today. Horigaku's voice landed, sonorous and powerful. Tanjiro next to him was trembling with fright. Horigaku-senpai, isn't it good for you to be like this? Taki was expressionless. Where did the mask come from? And he didn't say a word. Horitake and Taki looked at each other, their eyes colliding, and their momentum resisted. The surroundings are quiet, and the atmosphere is very oppressive. Chapter 8. In a very depressed atmosphere, Taki finally spoke. Boy, you dare to use a radical law on me, do you really think that I will be deceived? Tanjiro next to him reacted. It turns out that the seniors have been agitating. Horitake did not have the slightest embarrassment of being pierced. It is indeed an agitated general, if you do not stimulate Master Taki, you will not let go. Humph. Boy, if it had been Kawahima Saiwulang who had stirred up the law against me just now, maybe I would have given him some face and not paid attention to it, but you junior dared to be so disrespectful to me, the senior of the seniors. Saying that, Taki pulled out the Nikki knife on his waist. I'm going to try your Jin Liang, and by the way, teach you a good lesson for that guy in Kawahima. Tanjiro panicked even more. What's going on? Is this the rhythm to fight? Horitake was expressionless and stretched out his hand to Tanjiro. Give me back the knife. Hey! Tanjiro panicked. Really want to fight? He had the intention to persuade Horigaku, but looking at Horigaku's expression at this time, Tanjiro really didn't have the courage to persuade him, so he could only honestly return the Nikawa knife to Horigaku. Horitake pulled out his sword and faced Taki. Master Motaki, there is no need to beat around the bush. If you want to beat me up, just say it. No, although my strength is limited, I will not sit still. You are not so easy to teach me. How about this? Let's determine the victory or defeat with one move. How? Oh. Taki was a little interested. I bet you, just one move. After one move, if I lie down directly, I will not mention the matter of accepting disciples, and I will immediately take their brothers and sisters back to Momoyama. If I'm okay, please consider taking Tanjiro as an apprentice again. If I am lucky enough to win your move in a half, please take Tanjiro as an apprentice and ask you to help take care of your beans. Horigaku's true sense of the radical method was only used at this time. And Taki really hit this radical method. Rather, he had to hit. He was in front of the ghost-killing team, and in the face of the trainees who were not yet the ghost-killing team swordsmen, could he retreat? Can you instigate? That must not be. So even though he realized that this was another radical method, Taki jumped in without hesitation, and he promised with a high momentum, good. According to what you say, one move determines the victory. In the courtyard of this Buddhist temple, Horitake and Taki drew their swords against each other, and their momentum resisted. Tanjiro on the side has already been scared into a rabbit. It's over, it's really fighting. How did things develop like this? The two stared at each other tightly, not letting go of any of the other's movements. In order to show respect, in order to preemptively, Horitake made the first move and quickly struck. Thunder Breath 1 Type Thunderbolt 108 flashes. A purple brilliant electric arc wrapped around Horitake's body, and in an instant, the momentum on Horigaku's body was majestic to the highest point. Against Taki blatantly shot. Taki who was covered by the Tengu mask suddenly changed his complexion. This momentum. Not good. This kid is no weaker than the column. I underestimated the enemy. Water breath, land type, twisting vortex. Taki swung the Nikwe saber and violently twisted it around to create a powerful vortex, which turned into a sharp and huge blade, cutting everything around it, which was a move that was both offensive and defensive. However, Horitake's thunderbolt flashes are even more rapid, attacking and defenseless, and fighting hard. In an instant, the slash that flashed with purple thunder was slashed out by Horitake in an instant. Although the power of each knife is not very great, when 108 knives come to the face, the power is quite terrifying. This was Taki was surprised at this time. The huge twisting vortex collided with the thunder light that was struggling forward. Tanjiro on the side looked at this rare scene and was shocked. This. Is it really the power that humans can cause? It's scary. So awesome. The two sides collide. The whirlpool was worn away, and the thunder was gone. However, in the end, there was still a purple thunderbolt that broke through the twisting vortex. Horitake and Taki came face to face and stopped at the same time. The atmosphere was very quiet, as if something was waiting for it. Click. The Tengu mask on Taki split into two smooth halves from top to bottom. This is the effect caused by that purple lightning. The Tengu mask falls, and the true face of Taki is revealed in front of Horidake. Well, a handsome old man, there is nothing to say about this. To show respect, Horidake took the lead in collecting the knife. Master Taki is offended. Taki also put away the Nikki knife, and his expression seemed to be a little sighed. Tanjiro was stunned. It seemed that Horigaku-senpai had won. I didn't expect that your strength at a young age was so strong, and the breath of thunder was so refined by you. Don't hide, Master Taki, I have been practicing the breath of thunder for a while, although I have only learned the one type so far, but relying on the one type, I have created many tricks, and the Thunderbolt 108 flash just now is one of them. Taki froze. Is this kid in Versailles? Forget it, enough people have been lost today. Okay, this time I was careless and underestimated the enemy. This is a relief. Agreed. Horidake was delighted, pulled over Tanjiro who didn't know why, pressed his head to Taki and bowed. Silly boy, what are you still stunned for? Master Taki has accepted you. Don't hurry up to worship the teacher? Tanjiro is overjoyed, and he is about to knock down on Taki. Taki stopped him in time, and slow. Tanjiro, I ask you, what would you do if one day your sister ate people? Tanjiro felt a palpitation in his heart. No. Your beans will not eat people. Stupid. How do you guarantee? How do you guarantee? What if this really happened? Tanjiro looked at Yubian hiding from the sun in the Buddhist hall in embarrassment. His face was painful, and his heart was caught in the battle between heaven and man. As in the original, Taki slapped Tanjiro and loudly rebuked him. Stupid. At this time, you should answer, if you eat people one day, I will kill my sister first, and then kill myself. Tanjiro woke up, painful, but firm and shouting, yes. If your beans eat people one day, I will kill your beans first and then kill myself. Taki nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this scene, Horidake next to him sighed and encouraged Tanjiro. Tanjiro, you have suffered too much, and you have carried too much because of this. If you don't have such an enlightenment, how can you go on in the future? This enlightenment is painful, but necessary. Tanjiro was silent, his fists clenched to death. Taki said to Tanjiro, if you want to become my disciple, you must first accept my test. Come with me. Catch up with me. With that, Taki stepped onto the road and quickly dashed away. Tanjiro's first reaction was not to catch up, but to pick up the beans in the Buddhist hall first. Who would have thought that Horidake moved faster, put your beans into the back basket, covered with a thick cloth, and prepared to carry them on his shoulders, signaling Tanjiro to catch up. Your beans are handed over to me, you go to complete Master Taki test, don't you go soon. Yes. Tanjiro shouted and ran onto the road, looking at Takaji's back, shouting and chasing after him. At this time, Tanjiro didn't think of anything else, just thinking, Senior Horigaku worshipped my teacher for me, and he did not hesitate to make a move with Master Taki, which is another great favor. The kindness of Horigaku seniors, I feel that I am not finished in this life. No matter what, you must complete Master Takaji's test, and you can't let Yubin and Horigaku-senpai down. Chapter 9. Similar to the plot of the original book, Tanjiro chases Takaki's back all the way. By the time Taki returned to his residence in the Gapi Mountains, Tanjiro, who was chasing after him the whole time, was exhausted. Taki invited Horidake into his house, and after Horidake had placed your beans, Taki took Tanjiro up the MT Kirito to begin the second test. The second test is that Tanjiro is required to descend the mountain before dawn, passing through layers of traps in between. After throwing Tanjiro alone on the mountain, Taki returns alone. In the house of Takaji, Yudiko played alone on the side, leaving only Horidake and Taki in the center of the house, lighting a fire and sitting opposite each other. The two looked at each other, their eyes widened and small, and no one spoke for a while, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Taki didn't speak because he had just been defeated and lost his hand in front of the junior, which was really a bit of a loss of face. Horitake didn't speak because he really didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the two have a common topic, that is, Tanjiro. Taki asked Horitake, I have laid countless traps on the MT Sorgi, do you think Tanjiro can complete my test? Horitake is full of confidence, this kid has extraordinary talent, I believe he will be able to do it. Staring at Horitake carefully, Taki looked at it, and wondered, I don't know why your kid has so much confidence in him. Of course I have confidence in Tanjiro, Horitake said, looking at Yubian who was starting to get sleepy next to him. Tanjiro has a reason to complete the test, his sister is still waiting for him here, he will definitely not fail or fall. Infected by Horitake's tone, Taki seemed to recall the past, yes, human will can create miracles. And you, boy, young but amazingly powerful, that guy in Kawashima is really a blessing to have a disciple like you. Haha, having such a master is also my blessing, if it weren't for the smelly old man, I'm afraid I would have died a long time ago, where would I be today? It seems that you are also a person full of stories. Yes, this year, it is not easy for anyone. Around Horitake himself, as well as the recent situation of Kawahima Sagoro, one old and one young chatted for a long time. Unconsciously, time passed, and your beans fell into sleep. Looking at the gradually extinguished charcoal fire, Taki estimated the time, it's almost dawn, the time is almost there. Horitake also became serious. In the original book, Tanjiro rushed back at the last moment and completed the test of Takaki, but now Tanjiro has injuries on his body, and the process of going down the mountain is bound to not be as smooth as in the original. However, Horitake still has a lot of confidence in Tanjiro, he is the protagonist. While the two were pondering, the door of the house was violently pulled open, and Tanjiro's embarrassed figure appeared at the door. Horitake and Taki looked and saw Tanjiro panting against the door frame, his clothes were dirty and torn, his hair was either grass clippings or leaves, and blood was flowing from his shoulders, neck, and face, you can imagine how difficult it was for him. The sun rose, the sun shone on Tanjiro, and the exhausted Tanjiro could no longer hold on and knelt in the doorway. Taki smiled for a long time, good job, Tanjiro. Recognized by Master Taki, Tanjiro was relieved with joy. As soon as this breath was loosened, Tanjiro couldn't support it, leaned shakily against the door frame, and just passed out. From the time he met the Buddha Hall ghost the night before yesterday to the completion of the test this morning, Tanjiro has not closed his eyes, his spirit is always tense, and his body is exhausted to the extreme. He could finally rest for a while. Together with Taki, Hori dragged Tanjiro into the house and found a room to house him so that he could rest. At the same time, the electronic voice of the system sounded in Horidaku's mind, ding. It is confirmed that Takizo is willing to take Tanjiro as an apprentice, and the host successfully solves the negative butterfly effect, completes the task, and receives the mission reward. Byte. Congratulations to the host for gaining a special ability, Shinix. Byte. Warm reminder, after the host obtains spiritual vision, it can see many things that ordinary people cannot see. Shinix? Horitake didn't feel any difference, but he felt clearer. Spiritual vision or something, I will experiment slowly in the future, since the task is completed, Tanjiro has also been placed, and Horitake should also go. Horitake stood up and bowed to Taki, Master Taki will ask you in the future for Tanjiro and Yubin. Don't worry, leave it to me. Nodding, Horitake pushed open the door and walked out, ready to leave the misty mountain. Who knows, as soon as he stepped on the road down the mountain, he found something, the spiritual vision was activated, and he turned his head to look. In the mist, Horitake clearly saw two figures. It was a teenager and a teenage girl. The boy has orange hair and wears a fox mask with scars engraved, the girl is petite and wears a fox mask with small blue flowers printed diagonally. Horitake recognized the two people almost instantly. It was Rabbit and Maka. These are the two characters in Ghost Slayer Blade, which are the most difficult to settle. Horitake stopped, faced Rabbit and Shinka, and saluted, "Tanjiro and Yotoko, I'll trouble the two of you to take care of it." Rabbit and Meiho were a little surprised, and Meiho hesitantly asked, "You see us?" "I can see you." Horitake pointed to his eyes a little proudly, "just like Tanjiro's sense of smell, my eyes also have a special ability to see things that others can't." Rabbit nodded, "I see, Tanjiro is my junior brother, I will take good care of him." After saying goodbye to Rabbit and Maka, Horitake descended the mountain, officially left the Gorge Fog Mountain, and began to rush to Momoyama. It took another day or so for Hori to finally return to the town at the foot of Momoyama. Once here, it's almost at the doorstep, and the rest of the journey is just the journey up the mountain. While wandering around the town, Horitake muttered in his heart, this time he came out, ran outside for almost a week, and after going back, the smelly old man will definitely have to ask endlessly again. The things of the system must not be said. How can I prevaricate the smelly old man when I turn back? What a headache! No way, buy 2 bottles of good wine in the town, you should make amends to the smelly old man, hoping that this wine can gag his mouth and let the smelly old man not dig into the roots. Just as Horitake was finishing buying alcohol in the shop, he heard a noise outside. The first to bear the brunt was the fierce and evil voice of several men, "Bastard little ghost! How many days have passed? Don't pay it back yet? How much money is owed, you know? If you don't pay back this time, I'll break your leg." In addition to these few angry cries, there were crackling beatings, muffled by beatings, and miserable cries for mercy and cries, "Woohoo, don't fight anymore! If you fight again, you will die. Will definitely die. A few big brothers, if I die, the money I owe you will never be repaid, right?" This voice. It's kind of déjà vu. Horitake thought of something, and a black line appeared on his head. Could it be? Walking out of the shop with Sake, Horitake checked the situation outside. On the streets of the town, several big men were punching and kicking a teenager who cowardly hugged his head and shrunk on the ground, beaten and begging for mercy. This kind of bustle is rare, and many people watch and point from afar. Chapter 10. Faced with a rather joyful scene of debt collection, although Horitake had some guesses, he didn't dare to confirm it, approached the past, and listened to the people around him talk about this teenager. "It's Shanyi, it's this unlucky child again. Is he dumped by his girlfriend again? Looks like yes, this is the first time to come back. 4th, 5th, 6th. Already countless. Just forget about being dumped, spending so much money on these women every time, it can't go on like this. Who says it isn't? Accumulate a lot, it is estimated that the child of Shanyi has already incurred a huge debt." Listening to these discussions of the people around him, Horitake was full of black lines. Needless to say, it's really this kid. My wife is good. Horigaku's future junior brother, the future sleeping pillar of the ghost killer team. Because this kid is still a black hair, not a yellow hair after being slashed by lightning in the future, which caused Horyu to dare not recognize it before. As soon as Taki took Tanjiro over there, my wife Zenji appeared on Momoyama's side. What should Horitake say? Is everything providence? Since he is his future junior disciple, he can't stand idly by, and Horitake plans to step forward to relieve the siege. Wait a minute. I saved this kid now. This bastard won't rob you of beans with himself in the future. Can't it? In the past week, I have traveled thousands of miles and traveled all over the world, for what? Not only to complete the task, but more importantly, to save the future brother-in-law and future wife. By the way, brush the favorability in front of them. Now that I have saved my wife Shanyi, isn't it equivalent to saved a future love rival? Thinking of this, Horigaku's eyes became fierce. Otherwise, leave him alone, let this kid Shanyi fend for himself. Ahem, just kidding, Hori Take is not yet dead. Besides, it doesn't matter if you save Shanyi, just with this kid's cowardly and negative character, Hori Take is sure to treat him and give him 8 guts, and he will definitely not dare to rob his wife with himself in the future. Hori Take walked out of the crowd of onlookers and stopped a few big men who collected debts with their fists and feet. I said a few buddies, almost got it, if you fight again, the person will die, how can he pay the debt when he dies? A few debt collectors stopped when they heard the sound, and when they saw that someone was meddling, their faces were not good. Those who do their job have a bad temper, and when they see someone interrupting them, they want to turn around and be rough. Of course, the people who did their business also had a lot of eyes and insight, and when they saw that Hori Take was imposing and still had a knife hanging from his waist, they did not act rashly. What do you want to do? Speak for this bastard? I advise you not to do it, it is a natural thing to owe money to pay debts. On the ground, Shanyi, who had a blue nose and a swollen face, heard someone break the siege, as if he had caught a life-saving straw, and directly threw himself over and hugged Horigaku's thigh, crying and crying, "Help, this big brother! Please save me! I'll die like this! It's really going to die!" Horigaku's head popped up with green tendons, and his tone was faint, "Boy, if you dare to rub tears and snot on my legs, I will beat you to death first." The timid Zenyi snorted, quickly wiped his tears and snot with his sleeve, and still held Horigaku's thigh. Nodding with satisfaction, Hori Take patted Shanyi's brain, like a leather ball. He said to several debt collectors, "It is indeed a natural thing to owe debts and pay money, so let's do it. I see that although this kid has a cowardly personality, he is a coolie, and I plan to take him back to be a servant." The debt collector asked, "You mean? Do you pay the debt he owes?" "That's it. Turn back and send the debt slip to the old man Sai Wulang on Momoyama. You know the old man Kawahima, right? There is a famous swordsman nearby, you always believe in his character, right? We have heard of the great name of the old man Kawahima, but you are. I am the great apprentice of Kawahima Sai Wulang, rest assured, my master and I will not run." Several debt collectors discussed and finally came to a unified conclusion, "This little brother, we are willing to believe in you, and we are willing to believe in the character of the old man Kawahima. We will let this kid go first, and we will go to Momoyama to visit the old man when we turn back." Good to say, good to say. A few debt collectors left. In other words, Hori Take took the debt for Sai Wulang so self-consciously. Didn't he worry that Sai Wulang didn't have so much money? He wasn't worried. The Ci Wulang in the original book can pay off the debt for Shanyi, and the current smelly old man will definitely be able to. What a pitmaster's goods! The pendant on Horidake's leg, my wife Zanai, who is now simply moved to tears, his gratitude to Hori Take is beyond words, and his tears and snot are a lot, woo-woo. Anaki, big brother, you are really my savior. You helped me a lot. Woohoo! Open it for me. Take back your tears and snot. Watch out for me beating you. I was just so impressed. Don't be in a hurry to move, didn't you understand what I said just now? I paid your debt, your life is mine, and from now on, you will be the only servant on Momoyama, and the dirty work on the whole mountain will be yours. Hey! Shanyi was dumbfounded. Hori Take had the intention to continue teasing Zenyi. Ah, what? I pay your debts for you, you work for me. Very normal. That. So what do I do in the mountains? A servant who still wants to pick a job? All the work on the mountain is yours. What laundry, cooking, chopping firewood, making a fire, brushing the toilet. Do you have an opinion? Zenyi pouted, because of the fierce momentum of Hori like a great demon king, he did not dare to mention a single word of opinion. Woohoo! Myself, this is just out of the wolf's den, and into the tiger's den? Zanai, who had no choice but to follow Horitake honestly and tremblingly, followed his footsteps up Momoyama, and nervously accepted his unknown fate. Carrying 2 bottles of good wine, followed by one of my wife Zenji, Horitake walked up the mountain happily and knocked on the door of Kawahima's home. When I opened the door, it turned out to be Horitake, this smelly boy. Kawahima Saiwalang is not angry anywhere. Unsurprisingly, he began to get angry and scold, "Stinky boy! It's been a week. You still know to come back." Horitake didn't move, allowing Saiwalang to get angry, and he kept his mind calm. "Stinky old man, I'm back, isn't it just a few days of delay? Why such a big fire? I'm out doing something big this time. My future brother-in-law and future wife, something has happened to their family, I can't settle them well and come back?" Just as Saiwalang was about to continue to get angry, he noticed the cowering Zanai behind Horigaku, and the ghost pointed at him and asked, "Is this the future brother-in-law you said?" "Hey!" Looking back at Zenyi, Horitake reacted and slapped his head on the door. "Ouch! No! Old man, you misunderstood. And who is he?" Looking at Shanyi, Horitake said with a smile, "An unlucky ghost I met in the town below. I brought him back to work as a servant for us, and the work on the mountain will be handed over to him in the future. Of course, if you look at him favorably, it is not impossible to accept him as a disciple in the future." "Servants? What the hell is going on?" Horitake briefly explained the debt problem of Zenyi, and Saiwalang was furious after listening to it. "What? Stinky boy! You didn't even figure out how much money he owed, so you pushed his debt onto me without permission? Onla, I know that you have saved a lot of money in the smelly old man, and you will definitely be able to help him pay it off. What if I still can't figure it out? That's simple, throw this kid down the mountain and let him fend for himself." Shanyi was dumbfounded. Chapter 11. Kawahima Saiwalang really can't take Hori Mountain, this kid sometimes thinks of one out is one out. No way, the debts are all down, what else can be done? Let's do it first. Saiwalang went back to the house and opened the door. "Okay, Horigaku, you come back first, and that kid, you come first." The two entered Saiwalang's house. Horitake, of course, arrived at his own home, took off his shoes and lay on the tatami, and began to doze off near the stove. Running outside for a week exhausted him. Saiwalang didn't bother to take care of Horitake. At this time he was sitting on the tatami, looking at my wife Shanyi who was cowardly in front of him. The little old man looked serious and imposing. "What's your name?" Shanyi was so frightened that he hurried down and sat down. "Call my wife Shanyi in the next name. Please advise." "Well, my wife is good, isn't it?" "Horigaku, this kid didn't make it clear what happened to you, so let's talk about it. What is your situation? And your debt problem, what are you going to do in the future? What can Shanyi do?" He was in dire debt before, and now he finally grabbed a life-saving straw. How could he let go? Therefore, the sincere and fearful Shanyi explained his situation, and was almost respectful to Saiwalang, and did not dare to hide it at all, and some did not say anything. After listening to it, Saiwalang thought about it seriously. Shanyi owes a lot of money, but this money is not a heartbreaking amount for Saiwalang. And Saiwalang looked at this kid, and there was an inexplicable sense of pleasing to the eye, even if Shanyi's character was cowardly. After thinking about it, Saiwalang decided, "Okay. My wife Shanyi, your dead husband helped you pay it back." Shanyi was overjoyed. "Really?" "Yes, during this time, you will first be my servant and work well on Momoyama. As for the future, I need to observe and see if you are qualified to be my disciple." "Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa." Shanyi was extremely moved, and threw himself into the 5 bodies of gratitude to Saiwalang, and bowed, and bowed. When Saiwalang heard Shanyi call his grandfather, he nodded with satisfaction. By the fire, Horigaku, who was about to pass out, raised his eyelids. glanced at Zenji, and thought, boy, it seems that you have no idea what it means to be a disciple of a smelly old man, that's hellish training. Then you won't be as happy as you are now. With this thought, Horitake fell asleep. In the following period, Horitake returned to his previous peaceful life on Momoyama, training every day, and further strengthening his strength. As for my wife Shanyi, this kid is very honest, he takes on all kinds of chores every day and completes the chores. After another period of time, Kawahima Saiwulang looked at Shanyi more and more pleasantly, and finally decided to officially accept Shanyi as an apprentice. But at this time, Saiwulang is willing to accept disciples, and Shanyi is not willing to worship the teacher. Because Zanai had watched Horitake's perverted daily training all the way, he was frightened by this terrifying level of training. So when Saiwulang wanted to take him as an apprentice, Shanyi said that he was unwilling to do anything. I don't want to worship a teacher. With this level of training, I will die. Absolutely going to die. This was Shanyi's reaction at the time. Saiwulang is called a chi. I don't know how many people want to become the disciple of the old man. But you hate becoming the disciple of the old man so much? Today's division, you have to worship if you want. If you don't want to worship, you have to worship. On the same day, Horigaku, who was not too busy to see the excitement, captured Zenyi, who was about to escape, and pressed his head, forcing him to worship Saiwulang as a teacher. Shanyi was forced to worship a teacher and was forced to train, starting his painful life. As for the following days, it is about the same as the original. Shanyi escaped in all kinds of ways, was caught by Saiwulang, and then fancy training, living in dire straits. Unlike the original, Horitake does not have all kinds of ridicule to hit Shanyi, and for this junior brother, Horigaku's attitude is still good. Of course, the bully still has to be bullied, just this character of Shanyi, not bullying always feels a loss. This bullying is not excessive bullying, at most it is the degree of mischief, although it makes Shanyi unpreventable, but it does not cause harm to Shanyi's psychology. After getting along for a long time, Shanyi also got along with Saiwuro and Horigaku. For Saiwulang, a stern little old man, Shanyi has always called him grandpa, and in his heart he really regards Saiwulang as a close generation to the elders, although this grandfather sometimes trains him too badly. For Horigaku, Zenji has always called him big brother, and he really respects Horitake as a big brother in his heart, although Horitake often teases him and makes him disgraced. It is also worth mentioning that during this time, Horitake did not practice hard, and under the guidance of Saiwulang, he independently learned the way to breathe in full concentration. Strength is growing again. Day by day, a month or two passed, the snow melted, the seasons changed, and the scenery on Momoyama changed. Finally, one of the things that Horitake has valued the most recently is about to happen. This thing is Ghost Killer Team Final Selection. It is the final selection in the second year of Taisho, not the final selection 2 years later, and it is not the first term with Tanjiro, and it is 1 term earlier than Tanjiro. After training for more than a year, and with 2 systematic mission rewards, coupled with the breadth of the whole concentration, Horigaku's current strength is not what it used to be. His physique became more and more powerful, and Lei Ji's breathing became more and more exquisite, and his strength was close to the pillar of the ghost-killing team. This kind of strength, through the final selection, is a breeze. Unfortunately, there has been no movement in the system in the past 2 months. If you give Horitake another task to complete, Horitake guarantees that his strength can reach the column level. As if hearing Horigaku's wish, at the same time that Horitake decided to participate in the final selection, the system spoke out, "Ding." My wife Shanyi recognizes the host, identifies the host as a trusted and respected big brother, disrupts fate and triggers a negative butterfly effect, the crisis of Ganlu Temple Honey Glass. I fall. Hearing the sound of the system, Horitake, who had just finished training and was wiping his sweat, threw the towel to the ground in anger. System, I think you need to explain well, what the hell is going on? These things can't be beaten at all. How can it trigger a butterfly effect? Isn't it a good thing that Shanyi kid recognized me and treated me as a big brother? How did it disturb fate? In the original work, because Tangyu often mocked and hit Shanyi, Shanyi did not recognize Tangyu from his heart, but only regarded Tangyu as a senior brother. Now the situation is different from the original, so it disturbs fate. Whoops! Compared to this, Shanyi was led to Momoyama by me, and in the original work, the smelly old man led to Momoyama. This matter is even more different from the original. How did it not disturb fate? It can only be said that the host was lucky last time and bad luck this time. Horitake was choked and speechless. Well, even if it's so good, but Shanyi and I have been in Momoyama, and Ganluyi Miri doesn't know where it is. We can't fight now. How can the butterfly effect affect her? The butterfly effect involves causal time and space. Unpredictable, unpredictable. It's this rhetoric again, System U. Forget it. Anyway, there are tasks to do, and there are rewards to take. Say, what is the mission this time? What are the rewards? What is the situation of Ganlo Temple Honey Glass? Chapter 12. Horitake was silent and listened to the electronic voice of the system. Ding. System release task. Ask the host to solve the negative butterfly effect, the crisis of Ganlo Temple Honey Glass. In the final selection of this ghost-killing team, Ganlo Temple Honey will also participate. According to the original plot, Ganlo Temple Honey Lee passed the selection smoothly, but due to the influence of the negative butterfly effect, Ganlo Temple Honey Lee will encounter a major crisis in the final selection, and may even die. The host is invited to participate in this final selection to protect the honey glass of Ganlo Temple and assist it in passing the final selection. Tips: with Beauty with you, you can heroically save Beauty, and also have a fart warm tips. Mission success rewards: Thunder Breath Thunder type Chidori, an advanced move, Thunder No Breath type 2 Ratchet. Mission failure punishment: Ganlo Temple Honey Glass is seriously injured or even dies, fate changes drastically, and the butterfly effect further collapses. The future is elusive. Looking at this mission, Horitake was silent for a long time. This mission reward is really rich. Chidori and Ratchet, this is the famous Thunder Ninjutsu in Hokage. Needless to say, Chidori is very famous, the trick commonly used by Sasuke and Kakashi. When used, the thunder flashes like 1,000 birds chirping, and the destructive power is extraordinary. Ratchet is a super ninjutsu that has been changed by Chidori through Chakra's form, and its power has been further enhanced. You have to ask, which is stronger, breathing or ninjutsu? Horitake felt that ninjutsu might be stronger. Well, now, the system has adapted Chidori and Ratchet into breathing methods, and the power of these two moves is absolutely impressive. Even if it wasn't for these two big moves, for the sake of Ganlo Temple Honey Glass, Horitake decided to take a trip and participate in the final selection this time. Making up his mind, Horitake went to find Sagoro to explain the matter. What about the smelly old man? Shanyi, this kid doesn't know where to go. Could it be that Shanyi has evaded training again? Needless to say, the smelly old man must have gone to arrest him. Thinking of where Zanai might be hiding, Horitake walked to the other side of Momoyama. Sure enough, Shanyi was hiding there because he was evading training, and Sai Wulang also chased after him. When Horitake climbed the top of the mountain, he saw this scene. Zanai climbed to the tree, holding the trunk and crying and making trouble, refusing to come down to train. The little old man Sai Wulang stood under the tree, looked up at the indisputable Shanyi, and was angry. Brace up a little. Your behavior is meaningless. Goodness, don't cry, don't run, hurry down and continue training. Shanyi cried in the tree and refused. No. If I continue to train like this, I think I will die. I'm going to die. How can you die with this degree? Hurry up and get down, you idiot. Grandpa. Call me master. I like you very much, Master, when I was in a desperate situation, you and my eldest brother saved me, well, although you may only be to cultivate a swordsman. Even if it's me, I want to respond to the expectations of Grandpa and your eldest brother. However, it can't be done. I can't. I also secretly hid from you to train hard, but there was no result at all. It can't be stronger at all. What the hell is going on here? What should I do? Standing in the distance, watching this scene, Horitake was a little crying and laughing. Shenyi, this kid. Personality is another said, people are still quite good. Well? Wait, why did it suddenly change the sky? Could it be Horitake remembered something, and quietly took a few steps back and lowered his height? You may have to witness a famous scene. Ci Wulang under the tree was also worried about Shenyi. Calm down, Shenyi, believe Master and me, you have talent in you. The good Yi on the tree was still collapsing and shouting, completely oblivious to the dark clouds that appeared above. Click! A thunder fell out of thin air, facing this tree on the mountain, to be precise, against Shenyi. Poor Shenyi was directly struck by lightning. Shenyi! Ci Wulang was shocked. Poor Shenyi smoked and fell from the tree, and Ci Wulang quickly ran over to check. In the distance, Horitake stared at the dark clouds scattered above, puzzled. It feels like this thunder is coming specifically to split goodness. A layer of dark clouds appear out of thin air, and after chopping, the dark clouds disperse out of thin air, which is really unscientific. Then look at the good that fell under the tree, and the black hair turned into a blonde hair. This is even less scientific. Not wanting so much, Horitake stepped forward and checked on Zenji's situation with Sagoro. I saw that the blonde Shenyi's body was a little scorched black, his head was still smoking, his eyes were white, and he looked like he was not dead or alive. Stinky old man, is this kid okay? Well, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Strange, how can a good end be struck by lightning? Hehe, maybe Shenyi is too stupid, God can't stand it, and specially cut him with a light. Shenyi woke up from his miserable state, looked at his master and eldest brother, and couldn't help but start crying again. Fortunately, Ci Wulang is good at pouring chicken soup, a chicken soup for the soul, which makes Shenyi cheer up a little. As the sun set, Ci Wulang comforted and encouraged all kinds of goodness. Horitake also scolded him a little impatiently. Okay, Shenyi, manly husband, what is it to cry all day? The old man is old, not only care about your training state, but also care about your psychological state. Are you a little sorry for the old man? Compared to Saiwuro, Zenyi is more afraid of Horigaku, the big brother. Because Sagoro reprimanded, Horitake would really beat him. Due to Horitake's power, threat, Zenyi had to cheer up again. Looking at Ci Wulang, who was still concerned about Zenyi, Horitake interrupted him and talked about his business. Stinky old man, I have decided to participate in the final selection this time. Ci Wulang was not surprised, but Shenyi's reaction was a little big. What? Eldest brother? It was the one who spent 7 days in the mountains full of ghosts. The final selection of? It's too dangerous, big brother, or don't want it, right? Horitake couldn't help but give Zenyi a pop. Shut up. Do not speculate on me with your cowardice. Don't you know my strength? Standing in front of Horigaku, he looked up at his proudest apprentice, who was already much taller than himself. At this moment, Ci Wulang's tone turned out to be a little gloomy. Horyu, you can think about it, at present, you have only learned the Thunder Breath 1 type. Horitake couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's because your Thunder Breath is not suitable for me. Stinky old man, and I insist on creating my own Thunder Breath. Although there is only 1 type at present, there are 9 types in this 1 type, which is enough. Among them, the strongest Thunderbolt 365 flashes. You can't take it head-on. What are you worried about? Ci Wulang stroked his 8-figure beard and fell into memories. Previously, after Horitake returned from the Gorge Fog Mountain, he took the initiative to challenge Sai Wulang, flashed the Thunderbolt to the Thunderbolt 365 flash, and made it against Sai Wulang. Where did Sai Wulang guess that Hori went out, and his strength had improved so much? At that time, in the face of overwhelming lightning strikes, Sai Wulang was in a hurry, caught off guard, and lost a lot of people. Afterwards, Sai Wulang commented on this move, no one below the pillar level can be defeated. 12 ghost moons and below cannot be hard connected. This can be said to be a high evaluation. Thinking of this, Sai Wulang asked again, how is the practice in the whole concentration? It's already familiar. So. Well, I agree with you going to the final selection. Chapter 13. The final selection was about to begin, and Horitake packed up and planned to leave. Horitake and Sai Wulang are not the kind of personalities of life and death, so Horitake left this time. Sai Wulang behaved normally, smiled and bid farewell to Horitake, and encouraged cheering by the way, "Stinky boy, behave well, kill a few more ghosts. Let the juniors of the Ghost Killer team open their eyes. Don't worry, smelly old man, I won't fall for your prestige." And the goodness around Sai Wulang performed a little badly. I saw this guy with tears in his eyes, and he was very reluctant. "Big brother, the Vine Attack Mountain is so dangerous, you must come back alive." Horigaku's body froze. "Zenji, this is? Set me a flag?" In TV dramas, once it is said that it comes back alive, the person who is blessed usually does not come back. Fly into a rage. Horitake reached out and hammered a large bag on Chanyi's head, and snorted angrily, "Bastard! Are you cursing me?" Chanyi covered the big bag, tears in his eyes. "Big brother, I'm just blessing you, why hit me? I can't stand such a blessing from you." Horitake turned to look at Sai Wulang. "Old man, during this time when I am away, please be sure to practice Zenai." "Don't worry, I will." "No, Grandpa. Don't, big brother. I'm going to die. We'll definitely die." In this way, in a noisy atmosphere, Horitake left Momoyama. Unbeknownst to Horigaku, after he left, the originally calm Sagoro became worried, and in the following days, this worry gradually turned into anxiety and irritability. After all, it is his own child, how can Sai Wulang not worry? Horitake hurried for a few days and came to the foot of Mount Fuji. There are tree after tree of wisteria flowers blooming here, and the purple flowers are colorful and beautiful, and the sea of purple flowers surrounds the entire Vine Attack Mountain. Walking deep into the wisteria forest, Horitake saw the red torii gate, walked up the steps, and stopped on the blue stone platform in front of the torii. In this clearing made of blue stone, many swordsmen with swords stayed here, waiting. They are all swordsmen who participated in the final selection, and their goal is to join the Ghost Killer team. Horitake found a corner and leaned on the railing, saving his physical strength while watching coldly and silently observing these people. In order to observe clearly, Horitake even turned on spirit vision, observing the chi and blood on these people through spirit vision to estimate the strength of this group of swordsmen. General, the overall strength is average. This is Horitake's assessment of this group of swordsmen. The strength of these people is uneven, there are not many who can join the ghost-killing team, and it is estimated that there will not be many who can survive in the final selection. While watching from the sidelines, a chi and blood that was obviously more vigorous than these people appeared. Horitake couldn't help but look at it. This person turned out to be a girl. She is a very cute and beautiful girl. This girl has large light leaf green eyes, red cheeks, a mole under each eye, 3 long cherry pink braids, and grass green hair. She is the target of Horigaku's mission this time, Ganluyi Miri. This girl looks weak, but in fact she is very strong. Her muscle density is 8 times that of ordinary people, and her defense and strength are much stronger than ordinary men. At the age of 1 year and 2 months old, Miri can easily lift 15 kilograms of pickle stones. And she has been a big stomach king since she was a child. Her original hair color was black, and she once ate 170 cherry cakes for 8 consecutive months, and her hair turned into a green gradient of cherry pink grass. It is precisely because of eating a lot and special hair color that Honey has hit a wall many times, and she can't find her beloved and loving person no matter what. It is said that one of the main reasons why Mary joined the Ghost Killer team is to find a good husband in the team who is stronger than herself and can protect herself. Ahem, speaking of this kind of thing, Horitake has spirit. Stronger than Honey Glass, can protect the good husband who loves Honey Glass, who else will I leave? Hey Xiaobane, I'm sorry, since this time I met Honey first, then I'm not welcome. Thinking like this, Ganlu Temple Miri, who had just arrived, also began to observe the surrounding situation, especially this group of swordsmen. Horitake reckoned that Miri should now be looking for a suitable partner for her. After observing a circle, Mi Li couldn't help but be a little disappointed. These people don't seem to be as good as themselves. Looking at it, Miri finally observed Hori and met her eyes with Horigaku. So handsome. This was Miri's first thought. So strong. This is Miri's second thought. Horitake has also begun to pay attention to dressing up in the past 2 years, plus he has a good foundation, a little tidying up, his appearance is outstanding. So in Miri's opinion, this little brother is handsome and strong, and he is a candidate who fits the couple in his heart. Looking at Miri, Horitake did not act too active, but just smiled and nodded. Who knew that it was such an ordinary smile that seemed to hit Mi Li's heart? Mi Li's cheeks were slightly red, and several hearts began to emerge around her. After a small exchange with Ganlu Miri, Horitake did not make any other moves, and continued to quietly wait for the final selection to begin. Of course, part of the attention was also on Miri's side. In other words, since Horigaku's mission is to protect Ganlu Miri, why didn't he take the initiative to go over and get to know Miri? Isn't close protection better? Horitake had his own ideas. The ghosts in the Vine Attack Mountain are basically ordinary ghosts, and there is little threat, except for the ghost of that hand. But even if it was that hand ghost, Horitake estimated that he was not Miri's opponent. So, where did Miri's crisis come from? What happens to the negative butterfly effect? In the current situation, the enemy is secret, and he has not figured out where the crisis is coming from, and Horitake does not intend to act rashly. He plans to enter the Vine Attack Mountain and secretly follow Miri for protection, so that he can adapt. The crowd continued to wait in front of the torii. Until nightfall, 2 small figures carrying lanterns walked out of the torii gate and faced everyone. This is a pair of lowly twins wearing kimonos. Their hair color is white and black, and their eyes are slightly empty, giving people a strange feeling. The 2 lowly stood in front of the torii, carrying lanterns, their tones calm, and said the following words in turn: "Thank you very much for being here tonight to participate in the final selection of the Ghost Killer team. In this Vine Attack Mountain, there are many ghosts captured alive by ghost killers. And they will definitely not be able to leave from here. Because the foot of this mountain is halfway up the mountain, and all year round, wisteria flowers that are hated by ghosts bloom. But from this front, there are no more wisteria flowers blooming, so there are many ghosts wandering. Surviving on this mountain for 7 days is the condition for passing the final selection. Well, I wish you all the best of luck." After speaking, the 2 lowly bowed slightly to everyone. How to say it? Expressions, attitudes, etiquette, all mistakes and omissions, make people feel that these 2 girls must have been taught by a large family. Actually, it's true that these 2 children belong to the delivery house. It is the ghost-killing team who is in charge, and the Izayashiki Yaya is the family. And it is worth mentioning that these 2 look like lowly twins, but they are actually a man and a woman. White-haired girls and black-haired boys. Horitake knew that the white-haired lowly was one of the daughters of Izayashiki Yaya, and the black-haired was Izayashiki Yaya's only son, Izayashiki Hiroya. As for why Shota makes lowly women's clothing, it is because the boys of the Izayashiki family are born weak and will be raised as girls until they reach the age of 13. Chapter 14. Finally, the selection began. This group of swordsmen passed through the Red Torii Gate one after another and entered the Vine Attack Mountain. Horitake was unmoved and continued to wait. He looked like he didn't care about anything on the surface, but in fact, he had been paying attention to the situation of Ganluyi Miri. Ganlu Temple Miri did not hesitate much and entered the Vine Attack Mountain. Horitake followed Miri's back and also entered it. Different from the beautiful wisteria flower forest outside, the Vine Attack Mountain has dense woods, dim light, and many ghosts inside, which can be called a place of great evil. Ordinary swordsmen entered the Vine Attack Mountain, their spirits involuntarily tensed, and they moved cautiously one by one, carefully observing the environment around them. If you are not careful, you are in such a dangerous place, and if you are not careful, you may die. Miri and Horitake are both the kind of people who are bold, and after entering the Fuji attacking mountain, they did not dodge or cover, and walked in the mountain so openly. This is simply a provocation for a ghost hidden in the mountains. Sign. With a roar, a murderous-looking ghost appeared on the tree, hanging upside down and attacking Horitake under the tree. Horigaku's face was expressionless. He pulled out his knife and swung it upward, and the ghost was divided into corpses. His body fell in front of Horigaku's body, and his head fell behind Horigaku. It was really a death before he could get out. Ignoring this unwilling ghost, Horitake continued to walk forward, and he would continue to follow Miri's footsteps. From time to time, turning on the spiritual vision, Horitake watched Miri's situation at this time from a distance, just in case. Well, Miri also simply killed a ghost, worthy of her. After following from afar for a while, the atmosphere of the Vine Attack Mountain became even more vicious when the night solstice. It is the time of day when the light is darkest and the yin is heaviest. For species such as ghosts, the child time is also when they are most rampant. After killing 2 ghosts in a row, Horitake also discovered something else. The ghosts of the Vine Attack Mountain are basically the most ordinary ghosts, and occasionally there are a little stronger ghosts, and they are not strong. Unlike the ghosts outside, the ghosts here are extremely ferocious, and they can often exert 120% of their strength. Why is that? The final selection of the Ghost Killer team is generally opened every 2 or 3 years. This means that the ghosts of the Vine Attack Mountain have to be hungry for 2 or 3 years before they can eat for 7 days. Good fellow, hungry and crazy ghosts, finally see blood food. Even if these blood food may kill back, they can't care so much, but kill hard and eat. Therefore, Horitake can often hear ghost howls and screams from afar. Every scream means the flight or death of a swordsman. Hearing the wails of these people before they died from afar, Horitake could only shake his head helplessly. No way, the distance is too far to be late, and it is not convenient for Horigaku to walk away. Ganluyi Miri is still in front of him. If Horitake runs away to save people, and when he comes back to find that Miri has been killed, it will be a big loss. However, if it is close, Horitake can save it. Hearing the sound of running for his life in front of his left, Lingzi opened to confirm that Miri in front of him was okay now. Horitake pulled out the Nikwe knife and flashed towards the left front. Thunder breath, 1 type, thunderbolt flash. Boom, a flash of thunder flashed, and before the ghost who was chasing and killing could react, the corpse was separated, and by the time he reacted, his body had dissipated. When the rescued people saw the dashing and powerful Horitake, their hearts were full of surprise and gratitude for the rest of their lives. Before he could say thank you, Horitake put away the Nikawa knife, and the thunder disappeared in a flash, just in response to the poem, "Wave the Nikawa knife without taking a leaf with you." And just like that, the first night of the final selection passed. This night, Horitake mainly did 3 things: stalking, killing ghosts, and saving people by the way. Ganluyi Miri has always been within the range of Horigaku's spiritual vision, and she herself has not found herself being followed. Horitake killed 7 ghosts tonight. Conveniently saved 2 people. That's it. The sun rises and the ghosts disperse. Horitake casually got something to eat, and confirmed that the Ganluyi temple in the distance was also resting. He found a place with sunlight, began to sleep, and recovered his energy. Before the sun sets, Horitake wakes up, eats something to replenish his strength, and waits for tonight. This night was the same as the previous night. Horitake was still stalking, killing ghosts, and saving people. On the second night, the tracking was normal, killing 8 ghosts and saving 3. Third night, as above. The fourth night. Fifth night. Sixth night. It's all about the same. And just like that, by daylight on the 7th day. Seeing that there is only 1 day left in the final selection, as long as they survive tonight, by tomorrow morning, they will pass the selection. But unfortunately, there are not many people left in the Vine Attack Mountain now. Boss Ma's words are really good. Today is cruel, tomorrow is even more cruel, the day after tomorrow is beautiful, but the vast majority of them die tomorrow night. This sentence is simply a true portrayal of the final selection of the Ghost Killer team. It is cruel and has nothing to do with Horigaku, and the ghosts he has encountered in the past few days are not a threat to him at all. It has little to do with Miri. Although Miri's current strength is not as good as Horigaku, it is not difficult to pass the selection. The only thing that made Horitake a little bad was that his patience was running out. Tracking and protecting Ganlu Temple Honey Glass, protected for 6 days, today is the last day. Honey Glass has never had any accidents, everything is calm, there is no system to say any crisis. If it wasn't for the task still hanging on the system, if it hadn't been confirmed by the system, Horitake wondered if the system had made a mistake. At that time, the system replied, "The task is not completed, the negative butterfly effect has not yet occurred." The system's cutting to the chase gave Horitake a little more patience. It seems that it will be tonight, the last night, and everything will be known. Looking at the afternoon sun, confirming that there were still 2 hours left before sunset, Horitake planned to squint for a while, lying on the grass, sleepiness hitting and confused. Ugh! Suddenly, in the distance, there was the exclamation of Ganlu Temple Honey Glass, which made Horigaku's sleepiness just come dissipate. Horitake opened his eyes suddenly, and his heart clicked. A carp stood up, Lei Ji's breath blessed, the arc on his body flashed, and he rushed to Miri's side as fast as he could. At this moment, Horigaku's heart was full of regret. Careless! Careless! Who said that crises only happen at night? Accidents can happen during the day. Just when Horitake was blaming himself, he rushed over there and saw the current situation of Ganlu Temple Miri. Mili is in the shade of a tree. I don't know what's going on, the ground where she is standing has become a pool of dry swamp. Mili's whole person is constantly sinking, her legs have been swamped, and they are still sinking. Mili has not taken measures, she is struggling in a panic, but the more she struggles, the faster she sinks. Her pale face became more and more desperate. At this moment, Horitake was extremely grateful to be for his guidance in surviving in the wilderness. He quickly shouted to Miri, "Miri! Don't struggle! The more you struggle, the faster you sink. Lie on the swamp and increase the contact area between your body and the swamp." Miri's face was ugly, she saw someone coming, as if she saw hope for survival, she stretched out her hand to Horigaku, "No, I can't do it. Below. Someone down there is grabbing my foot and pulling it down." Horigaku's heart suddenly became half cold. It's a ghost, and it's also a ghost with a special blood ghost technique. I said how dare he make trouble during the day, because there is no sunlight underground. Chapter 15. There is a ghost, similar to this ghost's vampire technique. It was the first ghost that Tanjiro faced after joining the ghost-killing team, known as the Swamp Ghost. The Swamp Ghost can sink into the ground and turn the underground into a space similar to water, and through this vampire technique, drag the girl into the ground and eat it. However, this ghost's vampire is not the same as that of the swamp ghost. Horitake estimated that this ghost's blood demon technique was complete, and when it moved freely underground, it could also make the land soft, forming a situation similar to a swamp. This kind of blood ghost technique is obviously more powerful than the swamp ghost's blood ghost technique. If that's the case, it's troublesome. Tanjiro can sink into the underground space of the swamp ghost and kill the swamp ghost there. But Horigaku, there is no way to get into the soil alive and kill this ghost. You think, this ghost can walk through the ground at will, sneaking up on you from time to time, and you are separated by such a thick land, you can't hit him at all. How bad is this? The strength of this ghost may not be very strong, but the blood ghost technique is really difficult. Almost instantly, Hori judged the above information and thought about how to deal with it. At this time, Miri's waist was about to sink. She panicked and couldn't do anything. Obviously, her muscle density is 8 times that of ordinary people, and her strength is very large, but this kind of blood demon technique can overcome her strength, and she can't use it at all in the swamp. Miri didn't dare to struggle anymore, even if the ghost hand on her ankle was still pulling her down, she didn't dare to struggle anymore. She could only hope for Horitake now, hoping that the person on the other side would think of a way to save her. Horitake was in a hurry, and he really made him think of a way that was not a way. Since there is no rope or anything like that around, you can only come hard. As long as the speed is fast enough, people can step on the water and run, let alone soft swamps. So, what Horitake needs is fast. Fortunately, Breath of Thunder is the best at this. Horitake pulled out the Nikki knife and used the Breath of Thunder, the arc on his body flashed, his body was like a tight bow, and in an instant, he rushed towards Honey Lee at great speed. That speed, like the flash. Mi Lee could only see that a figure with lightning flashed in front of her in an instant. Running to Miri, Horitake confirmed through the feeling of stepping on that it was no longer solid ground under his feet, but a soft swamp. Hold the knife and stick it down. The arc followed the Nikkeku knife straight into the ground, shocking the ghost below. This ghost, we call it the retreat ghost for short. The retreat ghost is in the dark underground, he is grabbing Miri's 2 ankles and dragging down, caught off guard, and is shocked by electricity from above. Since he had this kind of blood ghost technique, the ghost was invincible, even if he could do things secretly during the day, but he definitely didn't expect that there was electricity that could be introduced into the ground to shock him. He trembled with electricity and involuntarily let go of his hand. This is in Horitake's calculations. Horitake was still running at extreme speed at this time. He pulled out the knife with his right hand, bent over, grabbed Miri's upper body with his left arm, breathed his danshin. His waist and horse were united, and his legs were strong. Through extremely fast speed and strong strength, Horitake pulled the whole person out of the swamp while rushing over. After pulling it out, Horitake took Miri in his arms and continued to rush forward. If the speed slows down, the two will fall into the swamp again together. The moment he picked up Miri, Horitake felt soft and big. Of course, he is not in the mood to feel this now, because he has already run through the swamp range, and the ground under his feet is now solid. It's now. Horitake slammed his feet and jumped into the tree with his feet in his arms, and the two stood side by side on the hard branches. What about Ganlo Temple Honey Glass? She felt as if she had been on a roller coaster, first too heavy, then weightless, and when she came back to her senses, she had already come out of the swamp of panic, and when she reacted, she was held by an unfamiliar broad chest and stood on a tree branch with her feet. Saved. Saved by strangers. How does that feel? In the broad daylight, the good end encountered a ghost. It was scary enough, or a ghost who could make a swamp. He was dragged into the swamp by the ghost, and the ghost hands below were constantly dragging themselves, and the power he was proud of was completely useless. It's simply the worst experience, the most desperate moment, and horror movies are no more than that. At the critical moment, the hero fell from the sky and saved himself from the abyss in an instant. Most importantly, Mary looked at Horagaku's side face. Most importantly, the hero who saved himself is the one who came before. So handsome. Ganlu Temple Honey Lee feels like she is in love. It's definitely what it's like to be in love. Horitake did not notice Mary's state at this time. He stood on the branch, looked at the land below, opened his spiritual vision, and through the ground, he faintly saw the retreat ghost underground. The retreat recovered from the paralysis of the electric shock, and found that the prey had escaped, and was very upset underground. He did not dare to get out of the ground to enjoy the sun, and finally left helplessly. Looking at the retreat ghost who left here by sneaking underground, Horitake confirmed that this ghost's blood ghost technique was what he thought, a very evil and troublesome retreat technique. Okay, it's okay, this ghost is gone. Turning off his spiritual vision, Horitake let go of the honey glass and looked at her. As expected, Mary didn't look scared at all now, but her cheeks were slightly red, and she looked at Hori Mountain obsessively. Her face was touched and shy, and a pink heart appeared around her. Horitake is helpless, girl, your heart is also big enough. Mary also reacted that she was not behaving properly, and quickly said shyly, "Thank you for saving me, I am grateful for saving my life, and the little woman has nothing to reward." The little woman has nothing to reward? The next sentence is that it can only be reported in the afterlife? Or can you only make a promise? Who knew that Mi Li's words would end here, and then he introduced himself, that, "My name is Ganlu Temple Mi Li, I am the stepson of the current Yanzu of the ghost killing team, what is your name benefactor?" Shy, expectant, "Oh, my name is Horitake, and I am a disciple of the former ghost killer squad, Naruto Kawahimata Shigoro. Also, don't call me a benefactor, just call me by my name." "Yes. Lord Horitake." "What the hell is Horagaku-sama?" "Forget it," Horitake didn't bother to correct him, sitting side by side on the branch with Mary, looking under the tree, talking to each other. Mary's personality is very lively, and she is a little shy in the face of people she likes, but she still twitters, and vaguely expresses her feelings for Horagaku. "Lord Horagaku, just now I felt that I was going to die. I didn't expect you to fall from the sky and save me in an instant, and I feel as if you are a messenger sent by the gods to save me on purpose." The slightly cool girl behind Horitake, "You guessed it accurately. The system is a god, I am his messenger, the system predicts that you will suffer, let me always secretly track and protect you, when you have an accident, I appear as soon as possible. But even so, I was careless and almost let the ghost get his hands on it." Of course, Horitake couldn't say the existence of the system, and could only divert Mary's attention. "I just happened to be resting nearby, and I heard a voice over here to come and take a look, which saved you. I don't know if you're unlucky or lucky. In broad daylight, it is unlucky to encounter a ghost who can sneak underground and hide from the sun. I was lucky to have met me and I was able to save you. If you change to someone else, it really can't save you." Chapter 16. Ganlu Mary was successfully diverted by Horitake, who quietly listened to Horagaku's explanation. "I use the breath of thunder, and only the thunder and lightning released by the breath of thunder can be channeled into the ground to attack the ghosts underground. Do you think, besides the breath of thunder, what kind of breath can attack the ground?" Mary was stunned. "After thinking about it carefully, I found that this was indeed the case, except for the breath of thunder, other breathing methods could not attack the underground at all." Knowing this, Mi Li was afraid for a while, and a cold sweat broke out on her head. Horitake continued to explain and added, "There is no absolute. A pillar-level swordsman can cut the ground with all his strength, can also attack the ghosts underground, and can also save you. However, in this Vine Attack Mountain, where to find the pillar of the ghost-killing team?" Honey has palpitations. Thinking along this line of thought, Mary was able to meet Horitake to save her, which was indeed a great fortune in misfortune, because in the entire Fuji attack mountain, no one had the ability to save her anymore. Seeing that Miri was bluffed, Horitake breathed a sigh of relief. If this girl realizes that she has been following her, her favorability will definitely plummet. This saved Ganlo Temple Honey Lee, the task should have been completed, right? Horitake evokes the system and views the mission. To the surprise of Horitake, this task was still hanging on the system and showed that it was not completed. Obviously you have already saved Honey Glass? Could it be that Miri must pass the final selection before this mission can be completed? Or do you say? Do you have to kill the ghost just now? Wait a minute. Thinking of the retreat ghost just now, Horitake felt faintly uneasy in his heart. He always felt that something had been overlooked, and this matter could cause a lot of trouble if he was careless. Horitake sat on the branch, meditating and meditating. The ghost of the retreat. Reclusive ghosts? Retreat ghost. That's not right. This ghost is not right. Horitake muttered to himself, his face rather serious. The serious tone also alarmed Mi Li next to him. What's wrong? Lord Horitake? Mi Li, that retreat ghost just now is not quite right. Something is very wrong. What's wrong? The strength is not right. The strength of this reclusive ghost is not bad, plus his evil sex blood ghost art, he should not appear in the Vine Attack Mountain. It shouldn't be in the final selection. It is simply impossible for the swordsman who participated in the selection to deal with such a ghost. He's much more troublesome than that hand ghost. I suspect that he is not a ghost caught alive in Fuji Raid Mountain, he may be a ghost who came in from outside Fuji Attack Mountain. How is that possible? Mi Li subconsciously refuted, there are wisteria flowers blooming under the Vine Attack Mountain, how can this ghost break through the wisteria flowers and enter? Speaking of this, Mi Li's eyes widened. Miri also discovered this blind spot and also found this loophole. This ghost will escape. He can sneak underground, which means he can avoid the wisteria flowers on the ground and enter and exit the Vine Attack Mountain at will. Horitake began to speculate along this line of thought, and the more he speculated, the more frightened he became. The retreat ghost can enter and exit the Vine Attack Mountain at will through the retreat, that is, he is likely to be a ghost outside the mountain. So what did he come to the Vine Attack Mountain for? Cannibalism. For ghosts, eating a strong swordsman will definitely increase their strength more than eating ordinary people. If you continue to let him eat it, wait until he grows to the point of the 12 ghost moon, plus his evil blood demon technique, and he can move around during the day. The more Miri thought about it, the more frightened she became, and the more frightened she became, by then, there will be no one to save this ghost. Mi Litang stood up very eagerly, this ghost is too harmful, and it must be completely destroyed before he grows up. I have to report this to the Ghost Slayer. Damn it! Now that the final selection is underway, I can't contact Lord Yansu. What to do? Do you want to give up this selection and leave Fuji Raid Mountain to report? Honey Lee had a hard time deciding for a while. Just when she decided to give up this final selection, Hori stood up and reminded and explained Miri, no need to give up this final selection, and I don't have to leave Fuji Raid Mountain, I have a way to tell the Ghost Killer team about this. What way? Miri, have you forgotten? There are twins at Yamashita Torii. This final selection was presided over by the two of them. Miri suddenly realized, yes. Being able to preside over the final selection, the two of them should also be members of the ghost killing team. More than that, Horitake mysteriously revealed to Miri, those twins are not only members of the ghost killing team, they are also the daughters and sons of Yayashiki, the main owner of the ghost killing team. What? Children of Lord? No, it's obviously two girls. How could it be the daughter and son of the Lord? No, white-haired girls, black-haired boys. Hey! That's true, it's a tradition in the Izayashiki family, because their boys are born weak and are raised as girls until they reach the age of 13. Mary was already surprised and didn't know what to say. But Horitake was still breaking the news, and he also deflected Mary's thinking, how is it? That little guy is cute, right? Women's clothing is not at all inconsistent, and it is not obvious that it is a boy. Based on the current image of this little guy, Mary can guess what the ghost killer team looked like when he was a child. When Yayashiki was a child, he must have been very similar to his son. The same beauty, the same kimono, the same women's clothing, the same lipstick, the same dress. Horitake, don't say any more. Meili blushed, covered her head and kept shaking her head, and the pink twisted braids flew on both sides. You don't destroy the image of the Lord in my mind. Yes. But how can such a thing as thinking be controlled? As a result, in Meili's heart, the image of the elegant and peaceful Lord completely collapsed. Horitake wore a wicked smile and looked at the somewhat disturbed honey glass. Don't get me wrong, Horitake doesn't have a special hobby of shota or women's clothing, but she can't help but want to tease Yayashiki, and by the way, want to tease Mary. Sure enough, Mary's reaction was too cute. Horitake stood up, stood on the branch and looked at the setting sun, and his attitude became serious. Okay, let's get back to business. The news of the ghosts must be passed on to the ghost killing team in time, so I will go down the mountain and go to the Torii gate to tell their sisters and brothers about it. Meili also solemnly said, I'll go with you. Horitake looked at Mary, his face expressionless, and suddenly burst out, Are you sure you want to go with me? Are you sure you didn't go to see the young master who was the Lord? Are you sure you didn't guess what the Lord looked like when he was a child through this young master? Dirt is greed. Horitake. Mary's face turned red again, and steam came out of her head, constantly reprimanding Hori. Okay, I was wrong, I'll go down the mountain, Honey Lee, if you want to come together, just in case, let's walk on the tree, don't go to the ground. After speaking, Horitake quickly jumped away between the branches and branches. Meili was embarrassed for a while, muttered and hurriedly followed, Really? I didn't pass because of that kind of thing. The two quickly descended the mountain, and at the moment the sun set, they came to the Torii platform in the wisteria forest. Under the Torii, Izayashiki siblings, dressed in the same kimono, are lighting a lantern in their hands. When they saw Horitake and Mary coming down from the mountain, they had a misunderstanding. Two of you, tonight is the last night of the final selection. If you go down the mountain at this time, it is equivalent to withdrawing from the final selection. Are you sure you want to quit? Horitake shook his head and faced the Izayashiki siblings, telling the story of the retreat ghost. Chapter 17. Horitake told the Izayashiki sisters about the situation of the retreat ghost and its danger. These two children could no longer maintain an indifferent look, and when they heard such a bad situation, they inevitably became a little flustered. At this time, the difference between the two siblings is shown. Sister Izayashiki Hinata was a little flustered. What should I do? Hulia, there is such a ghost in the Vine Attack Mountain, do you want to stop the final selection? The younger brother, Shikihiro's Hiaya, showed calmness and determination that did not fit his age. Although this little guy was also very panicked, he quickly calmed down and quickly judged, No, you can't stop the final selection, there is only one night left in the final selection, stopping at this time is irresponsible to everyone, and it may also alarm this reclusive ghost. Then how to deal with this reclusive ghost? He went underground, we couldn't find him, we couldn't deal with him. The situation here must be reported to Lord, and Lord must be asked to send pillar-level swordsmen to attack the mountain. I am afraid that only the pillar can deal with this kind of ghost. Okay, I'll deliver the message right away. Izayashiki quickly went to instruct the crow to go to the headquarters of the ghost-killing team to deliver the news. On the side, Horitake looked at this scene and nodded secretly in his heart. It is worthy of being a child of the Izayashiki family, and it is different from ordinary children. Especially the little guy who is very young next year, but he is very wise, and he makes a decision immediately, and he is worthy of being the one who can lead the ghost-killing team and command the decisive battle of the entire Infinity City in the future. Having such a young owner is indeed quite reassuring. Horitake admired Hayashiki Hiro's Hiaya, and Miri next to him appreciated it even more. So handsome. It's so cute too. Although the young master is young, he is so capable. Not. I would also like to have such a sensible brother, or, in the future, such a child. Also, the young master is now dressed as a girl, which is even cuter. The young lord looks so cute in a kimono, and the lord is probably the same when he was a child. Yes. Not good. My thoughts are crooked. Soon become normal, Ganlu Temple Honey Glass. Miri, whose thinking was crooked again, couldn't help but blush again, and she turned around, smothered her head on the pillar of the Torii gate, and began to reflect on herself. Izayashiki didn't know what this big sister was thinking, and asked Horitake strangely, "Is this sister okay?" She? It's okay, just let her calm herself down for a while. On the other side, Izayashiki Hinata returned, "I have released the crow, Lord will receive news soon. It is estimated that as soon as tomorrow morning, there will be a pillar-level swordsman arrived. Until then, please be careful." Horitake smiled heartily, "Be careful? No, on the contrary, I'm going to take the initiative." Saying that, Horitake pulled out the Nikwe knife and jumped up. "My eyes and my breathing method are heavenly ghosts, and in order to eat people, it is estimated that they will not leave the Fuji attack mountain tonight. Tonight, I plan to search the mountain on a large scale, find the reclusive ghost, and kill him." The Izayashiki siblings looked at each other. Horitake called Miri over there, "Miri, I'm going to catch the ghosts tonight. Do you want to come together?" "Yes." "Then let's go." Target, retreat ghost. The two of them rushed into the vine attack mountain again one after the other, stepping on the branches and moving quickly, looking murderous. A few hours later, Horitake and Miri had already searched most of the vine attack mountain, but unfortunately there was no trace of the ghost. The two landed on a thick branch, and Horitake looked around, slightly distressed. "I thought that at night, the retreat ghost would come out to move, but I didn't expect him to be a shrunken turtle underground, such a meticulous ghost. It's really the first time I've seen it." Next to Miri, Miri asked, "Lord Horigaku, don't you know what kind of spiritual vision? Why not keep searching with psychic?" After this time together, Miri also knew the special ability of Horigaku's eyes. When Horitake heard this, a black line appeared on his head. "Please, although Lingzi is easy to use, it can't be turned on all the time, it's too mentally consuming. If I open Lingzi for several hours in a row, I will be dizzy and can't get up again." "Oh, yes." Sitting on the branch, Horitake folded his arms and quickly thought, "This ghost is too meticulous. If he doesn't come out, how to deal with him? What to do?" The only way Horitake could think of was to use the bait to set a trap and catch the retreat ghosts. Who to use as bait? Horitake looked at the Ganluyi temple next to him. No, Horitake did not allow this girl to be in danger, not only because this girl was the target of his mission, but also because this girl was quite suitable for Horigaku's appetite. Without bait, how to fish out the retreat ghost? I could only use stupid methods to continue the large-scale search. Helpless, after a slight rest, Horitake and Miri conducted a large-scale search again. A few hours later, the two searched the mountain again. The retreat ghost did not find it, but the hand ghost did. Kingbula's skin, a big lump of fat and knot, countless arms on his body waved, and two hard arms surrounded and protected his neck. It is this hand ghost, the murderer of Rabbit and Mayho. When Horitake and Miri met the hand ghost was chasing another passerby swordsman, and this passerby was frightened and fled in a panic. How so? It is too much for this level of ghosts to appear in the final selection. Behind, the two hands of the hand ghost stretched out and grabbed the passerby swordsman. Mary rushed out, pulled out the Nikki knife, and cut off the two arms of the hand ghost with one sword, protecting the passerby swordsman behind him, and confronted the hand ghost heroically. The hand ghost healed quickly, and instantly regrew two arms, looking at the honey glass that suddenly appeared, smiling, and the tone was disgusting. Hee hee, hey, here comes another one, still a cute little girl, it must be delicious, right? Without saying a word, Mary fought with the hand ghost. For a time, countless arms and swords and shadows were intertwined, constantly colliding and staggering, and the battle situation was a little glued. Horidake, who was in the tree next to him, was not worried at all. Although the hand ghost is disgusting, it is not Mary's opponent. What he was thinking about was, should he let go of the ghost? After 2 years, let Tanjiro solve him with his own hands, and then it will be considered a complete merit and make the most of it. Hey, no. This idea is not right. Horitake reacted. Hammered his head, and reflected to himself, why should you let go of the ghost? How many people have been harmed by hand ghosts over the years? If he continues to indulge, how many people will he have to harm? Just because you let Tanjiro complete his mission, you can't indulge this scourge. Horitake drew his sword and stood up. Thunder Breath 1 type Thunderbolt 24 flashes. The arc flickered, the thunder rushed, and the sudden appearance of Hori Mountain, its attack was so fierce that the hand ghost could not resist at all. In an instant, the layers of arms on the hand ghost's body were all cut off, and blood rushed in the air. Looking at the figure flashing with electric light in the air, the hand ghost was terrified. How is it possible? How could such a terrible person appear in the final selection this time? No way! I have to run. Too late. Horitake stepped forward, stabbed violently again, and the hand ghost was beheaded on the spot. The fat ghost collapsed on the ground and began to gradually dissipate. The head of the hand ghost is still roaring unwillingly, but unfortunately it can't change his ending. Who knows, at this time, Horigaku's spiritual vision was activated, and he actually saw the marquee lamp of the hand ghost before he died through his spiritual vision. Horitake didn't expect that a new task appeared in the system. Chapter 18. In the darkness, a boy shrank in fear, constantly shedding tears. I'm so scared, I'm alone. Brother, where are you? Hold my hand, as usual. Why? Why did I bite my brother to death? In the dark fog, a long-lost ray of light shone in. The boy turned his head and looked, radiating light, as if it was the back of his brother. He chased after him expectantly and fearfully, and as he ran, as he approached the light, his ghost body reformed into human form. Finally, the boy caught up with his brother with the lantern. Brother! 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 Hold my hand! The brother turned around, still gentle in the face of his younger brother. I really can't help you, no matter what time, you are so timid. The elder brother held his younger brother's hand again, and the two brothers accompanied each other, carrying bright lanterns, and continued to walk forward. What's ahead? Is it their long-lost warm home? Or? But it doesn't matter, the older brother has never blamed the younger brother. As long as their brothers are together, no matter what lies ahead, they can go hand in hand. This is the marquee lamp of the hand ghost before he dies. When he was very young, he became a ghost by accident, and he bit his brother to death and lost himself, which is still today. After watching the marquee, Horigaku's spiritual vision automatically turned off. He was in a melancholy mood, and muttered, "It's a tragedy." This is one of the reasons why Horitake loves the Demon Slayer blade. On the misty mountain of the gorge thousands of miles away, the two lonely souls in the mountain forest, Rabbit and Zhenjing, sensed something. Meiho asked Rabbit, "Hand ghost? Dead?" Rabbit's smile was relieved and cheerful. "Yes, dead. It should have been killed by Tanjiro's friend. Really, I owe a big favor." "So, that. Are we leaving? No, let's stay with Master Taki for a while. Didn't that Horigaku-kun ask us to take care of Tanjiro? Just to return the favor, just. After Tanjiro officially enters the Ghost Slayer, let's go then. Meiho smiled heartily, I also want to see how far Tanjiro can go. When the vine attacked the mountain, Horitake put away this melancholy and put the knife back into its sheath. Miri on the side felt that Horitake was in a bad mood at this time, and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Lord Horitake?" "Nothing, just me. Be amorous." Then, the system's sudden tone ruined the atmosphere. Ding. The host slashes the killer ghost, disrupts fate, and triggers a negative butterfly effect, the raid of the reclusive ghost. "I'll go." "System, you have to do something again?" Ding. System release mission, ask the host to solve the negative butterfly effect, the raid of the retreat ghost. In this final selection, the retreat ghost ate many swordsmen in a row, and his strength further increased. The growth of strength has swelled the ambition of the retreat ghost, and he intends to find a suitable opportunity to eat all these people left in the Vine Attack Mountain. Please stop the raid of the retreat ghost, protect more people, and kill the retreat as much as possible. Tips: the retreat ghost intends to kill you all, and when you gather together, the retreat ghost will start a raid at what time? Mission success reward: win Sword Houseo's full set of swordsmanship. Mission failure punishment: everyone in the Vine Attack Mountain is devoured by the retreat ghost. And the host may not escape this disaster. Horitake didn't know what to say for a while. The previous task has not been completely completed, and the new task has come. Can the tasks of the original system be superimposed? But this new task? It's a little dangerous. It seems that the strength of the retreat ghost has increased, and he does not plan to continue to scrupulously. It's a bad thing for the enemy to become stronger, but it's good that he's meticulous, which means that Horitake can seize the opportunity to kill him. This enemy should not be so easy to deal with, but as long as you are careful, it is not difficult to complete the task. In addition, the warm reminder of the system is also very important. The retreat ghosts want to kill us all when we gather. So, when will these people on the Vine Attack Mountain gather together? Of course, after dawn, when the final selection is over. At that time, those who are still alive on the Vine Attack Mountain will descend the mountain and go to the Torii platform to select Jade Steel. It is estimated that the retreat ghost will choose to do it at that time. Even if the sun had come out at that time, even if there were wisteria flowers nearby, as long as the retreat ghost sneaked underground, he would not be afraid of anything. He only needs to create a large swamp to easily swallow everyone. And once people fall into the ground, they are basically left to the slaughter. This is Horitake's speculation. Of course, it's just speculation, just in case, until the last moment, Horitake will not be careless. He said to Mi Li solemnly, "Mi Li, continue to act, continue to search." Yes. The two jumped on the dense tree and began to patrol the entire Vine Attack Mountain again. It may be that the retreat ghost really intends to fight in the last net, and Horitake and Miri can't find any clues. Finally, the morning came, the sun came out, and this final selection of the Ghost Killer team was over. The surviving people in the Vine Attack Mountain breathed a sigh of relief, and they walked down the mountain to the Torii platform in the sunshine. Only Horitake remained 100% vigilant. Soon, everyone came to the Torii platform. Horitake looked around and found that there were 7 or 8 people who passed the final selection this time, except for himself and Mirai. The remaining few swordsmen were all people who had been saved by themselves. Other words, if he didn't save others, only himself and Miri would pass the final selection. What a brutal selection! When Horitake appeared, several other people apparently recognized the lifesaver, and they were so surprised that they came over to thank them and call Horitake their benefactor. "Oh benefactor! Great benefactor! If you hadn't saved me in time, I would have died in the mountains." "Yes, How can I pass the final selection without your benefactor? The grace of saving life will be remembered forever in the next. Brother, you were also saved by this adult. Yes? You too? Faced with the 7 mouths of thanks, Horitake politely accepted their gratitude. Miri next to her watched this scene obsessively, and her admiration for Horiyu was incomparable, and her favorability towards Horiyu exploded again. It turned out that Lord Horitake saved not only one of me, but so many people. Benevolent and powerful, so handsome. Love it. At this time, the Izayashiki Hinagi and Izayashiki Hyria siblings also appeared. Their siblings appeared under the torii, still the same expressionless, still the same calm tone. Congratulations on successfully passing the final selection of the ghost-killing team. It's great to see you all safe and sound. Just as the words of the 2 siblings fell, in Horigaku's mind, the system spoke, ding. It is confirmed that the host and Ganlo Temple Honey Glass pass the final selection, and the host successfully solves the negative butterfly effect, completes the task, and obtains the mission reward. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Thunder Breath Tai no Type Chidori, and the advanced move, Thunder no Breath Ray no Type Ratchet. Bite. Warm reminder, the host's strength is further enhanced, and it will definitely be able to fight against the next retreat ghost. Good luck to the host. Chapter 19. The reward of the system arrived, and Horitake instantly learned the Thunder Breath version of Chidori and Ratchet. Because the physical fitness required to use these 2 moves is higher, the system strengthens Horitake's physical fitness by the way. In this way, Horigaku's strength has increased by a large margin. Through self-speculation, Horitake felt that his strength had reached the level of the column. It is gratifying and congratulatory, and in the face of the retreat ghost that is about to appear next, Horitake is more confident. He quietly opened his spiritual vision and glanced down. Sure enough, under the layers of bluestone slabs, lurking the reclusive ghost, this reclusive ghost was waiting for the opportunity, ready to attack them. Horitake was expressionless and calmly grabbed Miri's hand. Miri was taken aback. This. Is it developing a little faster? Horigaku's calm words interrupted Miri's cranky thoughts. Miri, do you believe me? Hey? I believe you, Lord Horitake. Well, honey, you know, my eyes can see things that ordinary people can't. Although Ganluyi Miri has some love brains, her IQ is not low, and through Horitake's words, she instantly understood what he meant. Lord Horitake, you mean? It's what you think. Wait a while, give priority to taking care of yourself, and if you have the ability, help others. I see. Except for these 2, no one else knew that there was danger hidden under their feet, and neither did the Izayashiki siblings, and the 2 of them continued the process of the ghost-killing team. First, we will prepare the uniforms for you, and after measuring the size, we will embroider the class on your uniforms. The class is divided into 10 orders in total, which are A, B, Pental, Hepton, Nonin. Now you all belong to the lowest rank. In addition, today I will let you choose the steel for casting the Nichiwa knife, but it will take 10 to 15 days until the knife is cast. Until then. Izayashiki clapped his hands, and several crows flew around, and these crows shouted and landed on the shoulders of Horitake and the others. Izayashiki Hinagi introduced, this is an exclusive letter crow arranged for you, and it is called a crow. The raven is mainly used to communicate and convey the orders of the ghost-killing team. After saying this, the Izayashiki sisters walked to the sides, showed the table behind them, lifted the cover cloth on the table, and placed ore and steel blocks of different sizes on it. Then, these are jade steel, please choose the steel for casting knives from this. The steel used to kill ghosts and protect yourselves should be chosen by you. Everyone was eager to go over and choose jade steel. However, everyone did not move, but involuntarily looked at Horitake, who was standing in the front. The meaning is obvious, Please pick Horitake first. Horitake took Mary's hand and walked over, and as soon as his spiritual vision opened, he could see the quality of these steels with a casual sweep. It is worthy of the steel used to forge the Japanese wheel knife, and the quality is good. Horitake chose for Mary first, and he helped Mary take a small piece of steel. Mary, this is one of the best quality. Mary took the steel block. Lord Horigaku, what about you? Horitake picked up a piece of jade steel on his right-hand side and looked at the ore with interest. If I'm not mistaken, this piece of jade steel should have suffered lightning slashes, maybe it will be especially suitable for me. Horitake and Mary finished selecting, and several other people also gathered around and began to select jade steel with great interest. Horitake pulled Mary to the side, seemingly indifferent, but in fact, his attention was all below. Special meow, this retreat ghost really knows the way of meticulousness. All at this time, can he still bear not to hit the grass and startle the snake? Does he really want to suddenly strike at the last moment, when people are most relaxed? Well, what I have is time, let's spend it slowly. In this way, everyone finished choosing, and the Izayashiki sisters also took note of the jade steel selected by everyone. Finally, the Izayashiki sisters bowed slightly to everyone under the Torii gate. Then, after your sword forging is successful, it will be delivered to your residence by the relevant knife maker. Once again, congratulations to all of you for passing the final selection of the Ghost Killer team. Retreat Ghost, people are leaving, don't you do it yet? Really? He couldn't help it. Horigaku's expression immediately became serious, and he shouted, don't move yet, there is danger under our feet. Everyone was taken aback by Horigaku's sudden warning. Although it was not clear what had happened, because of the prestige established by Horigaku, these people really stood in place and did not move, a little confused and waiting for Hori's next instructions. The Izayashiki sisters immediately guessed what had happened, and their faces changed, and Izayashiki asked eagerly, Mr. Horigaku, is he down there? Horitake nodded, it's underground, fortunately, he can't break through so many layers of bluestone slabs, and he doesn't dare to come out, so we... Before Horitake could finish saying this, the ground rumbled and shook. The magnitude of this vibration is not small, and people are unstable on this platform. Mary gritted her teeth and struggled to stand firm. Earthquake. Nope. Not an earthquake. Horitake quickly dismissed this speculation, using spiritual vision to broaden his horizons and observe the situation around him. This is massive subsidence. The retreat ghosts seem to have eaten enough people, and their strength has reached the level of the 12 ghost moons. He launched the blood demon technique underground, softening the land within a radius of tens of meters, and causing a large-scale whirlpool-shaped subsidence. The originally calm and solid ground seems to have turned into a raging whirlpool on the sea. With a click, the surging earth and rock vortex began to destroy the bluestone platform, and the platform could not withstand it, and began to decompose into pieces of bluestone slabs, collapsing below the ground. The swordsmen here are all new, where have they seen such a dangerous scene? One by one, they are in a panic, and they want to escape but do not know where to escape. Only a mixture of panicked shouts was heard. This. What's going on? What happened? Sinking? Why did you sink here? If this continues, we will be buried alive. Think of a way. Expect them to find a way, or not. At the critical moment, Horitake thought of a way. Don't panic. While the stone slab has not yet sunk, everyone quickly stepped on the stone slab and climbed to the tree, absolutely not falling. If you fall, you won't survive. The crowd was guided. And they stepped on the few remaining bluestone slabs, ran to the edge of the subsidence range, and climbed the wisteria tree with a roll. It was a relief to confirm that the trees were stable. Among them, the most vulnerable are the Izayashiki siblings. Although these two children have good minds, they can be physically weak. After the crisis, neither child could stand firm, fell on the stone slab, and faced with the swirls of earth surging around them, the siblings were helpless and seemed to sit still. Fortunately, Horitake did not forget the two of them, and after confirming that the others were safe, he pulled the back collar of the two children, and a thunder breath flashed to the wisteria tree next to them. Stand on a tree and look down at the ground. Below, the original bluestone platform has completely disappeared, and these bluestone slabs have collapsed into the soil, and the few remaining stone slabs rotate and sink into the center of the whirlpool along the surging soil vortex. Looking at this scene, the Izayashiki sisters and brothers had palpitations, and they were afraid for a while. Chapter 20. Horitake carried the Izayashiki sisters and brothers and put them on the branch next to them. Hold the branch next to you, sit tight, don't fall. The two children couldn't maintain their indifference, honestly like quail, Horitake said, and listened to anything. After calming down a little, Izayashiki thanked Horigaku. Mr. Horigaku, thank you for saving us. Horitake waved his hand, not caring much, it's just a show of hands. Looking at the tumbling earth below, Izayashiki's face was a little ugly. Mr. Horigaku, is this the cause of that retreat ghost? That's right, this guy has such a big formation, just to kill us all. Izayashiki Hinagi was distressed and anxious. Although the news has returned to the ghost-killing team, the support in the team has not arrived so quickly. We must hold out for a while, until the arrival of the column. At that time. Before her words were finished, a new round of changes occurred in the subsidence below. I saw that within a radius of tens of meters, the whirlpool-like subsidence actually began to move, and began to move towards the side where everyone was avoided. Soon, the subsidence area spread to several wisteria trees where they were. The swirling rushing earth began to clatter and break the roots of the wisteria trees, and the trees shook and became unstable. The Izayashiki siblings panicked, as did the others in the other trees. This is to kill everything. Horitake was not in a hurry, and commanded everyone, don't panic, scatter separately, don't gather together, transfer to other trees, the speed of the ground subsidence is not so fast, everyone be careful not to fall. With Horigaku's command, everyone was like having the backbone of the main heart, and according to Horigaku's order, 7 or 8 people scattered around, climbed to different wisteria trees, and stayed away from the subsidence range. Miri. Horitake called Miri over. Lord Horitake, what's going on? Horitake handed the Izayashiki siblings to Miri. The 2 children will be handed over to you, take them out of here and jump into other trees. Miri took the Izayashiki siblings and asked Horitake with concern, what about you? Lord Horitake? Me. Horitake excitedly pulled out the Nikwe saber. I will meet this reclusive ghost, if possible, kill him here, can't let him continue to live. The swirling subsidence has spread here, and the roots below are constantly cracking, and this wisteria tree is already very weak and unstable. Miri held the 2 children, maintaining her balance while looking at Horitake worriedly. Horitake gave him a reassuring look. Nodding, Miri made a decision, be careful, Lord Horitake. After that, Miri hugged the 2 children, jumped out of the tree, and moved to another tree. They stood on the wisteria tree and looked at Hori worriedly. Not only Miri and Izayashiki siblings, but everyone else around them also looked at Horitake nervously, waiting for Horigaku's next move. Finally, this wisteria tree could not hold up and collapsed. Together with the branches and trunk, the whole tree fell to the tumbling ground. However, because the tree was so huge, the turbulent ground could not engulf the tree for a while, and the tree got stuck in the dirt. Horitake on the tree is still standing safely, but standing on the collapsed trunk. Looking at the large area of turbulent soil in front of him, Horitake snorted coldly, humph. Pretend to be a ghost. Breath of thunder. Inferior type, Chidori. Horitake raised the Nikawa saber and launched the breath of thunder. Bright purple lightning wrapped around Hori's body, centered on the Nikaku knife, and the lightning followed Horigaku's arms and gathered and condensed on the Nikkeku. When the lightning on the Nikki knife accumulates to a certain extent, the Nikkawa knife flashes brightly, like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. When the people around saw this shocking scene, they were stunned. Horitake saw the location of the retreat ghost through his spiritual vision, and he was in the deepest and most central part of the earth vortex. Standing on the trunk of the tree, Horitake swung the 1,000 birds on the Nikkawa knife and stabbed down fiercely at the direction where the retreat ghost was. Chidori hisses. With bright purple lightning, break through layers of dirt and hit straight down. Everyone faintly heard a scream from underground, and also saw a flash of light underground. The surging earth stopped, the swirling subsidence came to a standstill, and the ground became calm again. In the distance, Miri looked at this scene and guessed in a low voice, "Is it over?" "There is no end." They couldn't see, but Horitake could see clearly through his spiritual vision. The power of the 1,000 birds is indeed very large, and one blow broke through and exploded half of the body of the retreat ghost, but unfortunately, because of the obstruction of the dirt, it did not hit the head of the retreat ghost. After such a cruel blow, the retreat ghost sank into the ground and quickly healed itself and regenerated. Horitake was holding a knife and standing on the tree trunk. He turned and looked in the other direction with a serious expression. Thundered. The ground shook again. Everyone around looked at the situation nervously. This time, instead of subsidence, this time, what appeared? Bang! A huge arm made of compressed dirt came out of the soil and climbed to the ground. Immediately after that, out of the dirt came the other arm, followed by the head, upper body, waist, lower body, and 2 legs. In the end, a rock and soil giant that was completely compressed and gathered by mud and rock, more than 10 meters high, appeared in front of everyone. Looking at this rock giant, Miri's face turned white. The surrounding people behaved even more. Facing this terrifying rock giant, they were almost frightened, and some even almost fell under the tree. They can't be blamed for being timid. Where have they encountered such a big scene? Unlike the terrified people, Hori looked at the rock and soil giant more than 10 meters tall, and instead showed a smile. Hee hee. If you keep hiding below and can't come out, I don't have any good way. Since you come out, can I still let you go? Through his spiritual vision, Horitake clearly saw the location of the retreat ghost. He is hiding inside the rock giant, where he can not only hide from the sun, but also control the entire rock giant. Looking at Horitake standing on the trunk of the tree, the rock giant let out a beastly roar, raised his legs, and stomped on Horitake. Horitake quietly activated the thunder breath, and flashed here with an electric arc on his body. Bang! The rock giant stepped on the air and broke the tree. The rock giant turned his head to look, and Horitake didn't know when he was standing on the collapsed torii. He seemed to be angry, roared and rushed over, throwing his huge fist at Horigaku. Horitake repeated his old technique, dodged, and in the next moment, he actually flashed onto the shoulder of the rock giant. The rock giant got up and waved his hand to pat himself on the shoulder, and Hori dodged away in advance. The more times, the people watching the battle around will understand. The strength of this rock and soil giant is indeed terrifying, but his speed is not good, his flexibility is very poor, and he can't hit Hori at all. In this way, Miri they are relieved. Of course, hiding like this is not Horigaku's style. With an arc of electricity, Horitake stood on a wisteria tree in the distance, looked at the rock giant from a distance, and distanced himself from him. The rock and soil giant was also happy. He reached into the soil with both hands, and began to control the kneading and compression of the soil, instantly compressing a rock and soil ball with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters. As if throwing a shot ball, the rock giant throws a rock ball at Horitake. Huge hard rock and earth balls whistling and smashing. Horitake was unmoved. Thunder no breath G no type Chidori. The purple thunder flashing Chidori appeared again on Horigaku's Nikwe knife, and Horitake picked up the Chidori and shattered the incoming rock and earth ball with one blow. Chapter 21. The rock and earth giant continued to rub out a few rock and earth balls, like throwing cannonballs, and slammed the rock and soil balls towards Hori one after another. Hori Take stood still majestically, and the chidori on the Nikawa knife shattered and blocked all the incoming attacks. The attack did not work, and the rock and earth giant was angry. To be precise, the retreat ghost within the rock and soil giant was angry. This bastard, who snatched his prey yesterday, and now comes to hinder me, again and again to spoil his own good deeds, it's really unforgivable. The rock and earth giant roared up to the sky and began to strike fiercely. This roar like a wild beast spread far and wide. A few kilometers away, the blind monk Dahan, who was 2 meters tall, heard a distant roar and felt uneasy in his heart. Amitabha Buddha. Listening to this voice, it seems to come from the direction of Fuji Attack Mountain. Obviously it is daytime, is it? No, I have to speed up. The blind monk took a big stride and accelerated towards the Vine Attack Mountain. On the battlefield of the Vine Attack Mountain, the mad rock and earth giant bent down, inserted his arms into the ground, and the retreat ghost opened his blood ghost technique through the ground. Rock and earth giant python. The ground tumbled restlessly again, and this time the degree of tumbling was more intense than any previous one. Between the rumbling and trembling, 8 rock and earth pythons compressed from the soil rose up from the soil. These rock and earth giant pythons, which are more than 20 meters long, opened their mouths one after another, and attacked Hori Take from all directions. The people watching the battle from afar were stunned. Mi Li was very anxious. The Izayashiki siblings were also too nervous. Hori Mountain stood on the wisteria tree, and his heart was as calm as an ancient well. The spiritual vision opened, and the dynamic trajectory of the 8 rock and earth giant pythons was fully seen by him. It seems that there is nowhere to escape, but in fact it is easy. The chidori on the Nikkeku knife is still flashing, and the arcs on the legs are closely connected, and Hori Take breathes thunder to turn on ultra-high-speed movement. First use the chidori to defeat the first 2 rock and earth pythons, then jump to avoid the attack from behind, and while rotating at the lower back, use the chidori to cut off the upper and lower rock and earth pythons, and then Hori just stepped on the head of another rock and soil python. The head of the rock python is very strong and solid. With his feet focused, Hori pushed forward with great strength, and at the same time smashed the rock python under his feet. Horigaku's body flashed with electric arcs, moving forward at great speed. At the same time as the electric light flashed, the 1,000 birds on the Nikki knife waved, and defeated the rock and earth pythons on the 2 advancing paths. At this point, Mount Hori is less than 15 meters away from the rock and soil giant's body, and within these 15 meters, only the remaining 2 rock and soil giant pythons are obstructing. At this moment, the retreat ghost in the rock and soil giant felt the ultimate sense of crisis, which was enough to fatally feel a sense of crisis that made his scalp numb. Not good. May die. With this thought, the retreat ghost quickly contracted his defenses. The 2 rock and earth pythons quickly contracted and coiled in front of them for defense, and the rock and earth giants crossed their arms in front of them for blocking. The retreat ghost who made these precautions was all thought out of the actions that came down. This guy on the other side is too evil. As long as I survive this blow, I will immediately get into the ground and escape, saying that nothing will come out. From now on, I will hide underground, crazy eating people, crazy to become stronger, until I become the upper winding of the 12 ghost moons. At that time, I must find this guy for revenge. What about Hori Take? He still maintained the posture of swooping forward, the chirping of thousands of birds on the Nikki knife, and his eyes opened to see clearly the defensive measures of the retreat ghost. Well, if only chidori does, it really can't kill with one hit. That being the case. Thunder breath ray type Raish. The hissing 1,000 birds lost their voice, and the constantly flickering purple electric light also converged into the Nikawa saber, and with the blessing of the thunder breath, the Nikawa knife had completely turned into a thunder blade that emitted a purple electric arc. If chidori is a sharp sword, then ratchet is a convergent and subtle sword, and its sharpness and lethality are not the same as Chidori. Carrying the purple thunder blade, Hori easily penetrated the two rock and earth pythons and came to the rock and earth giant. Spirit vision can see clearly, inside the chest of the rock giant, is where the head of the retreat ghost is. Rachel. The purple thunder blade swiped by, and the figure of Hori Dake, flashing with electric light, flashed staggered. The rock giant, very smoothly cut into two sections, the upper body falls, the lower body collapses, and its section is even burned into lava by Rayachat at extremely high temperatures. The initiator was also thrown out of the rock giant, and when it was thrown out, the corpse was already separated. The head of the retreat ghost flying in the air, at this moment, saw the rising Sunday. Yes. The sun, what a beautiful light. It's such a warm glow and it feels like Mother the same. With his last words, the body of the retreat ghost fell to the ground and disappeared. Hori Take landed on the ground, and the purple electricity on his body dissipated. In the next second, his spiritual vision was activated and he saw the marquee lamp before the retreat ghost died. Father, why? Why do you want to do this? Why bury me alive? Is it simply because? Did I get smallpox? I was born into a large family, my father was the head of the family, my mother. It's the maid of this house. That's right, it's a maid, not even a concubine. I can't change my origins, at least I want to grow up healthy, but this. Nor can it be obtained. Just when I was 13, I got smallpox, my father. No, that man, for fear of being infected, even asked the servants to bury me alive. My mother was crazy and desperately tried to save me, but they knocked me out and took me away. Yes, I was buried alive, halfway up the mountain. The body is full of dirt, and the mouth and nose are also dirt, and I can't breathe, it's so uncomfortable. I thought I was going to die, and who knows, the man saved me and gave me his blood. I became a ghost and gained great power. I'm going to take revenge on that man. Take revenge on that man's whole family. I succeeded. And the man's whole family had more than 20 bites, all eaten by me. Ha 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 ha. All eaten by me. Apart from. Except for my mother. When I finished eating them and checked to see if there were any fish that had slipped through the net, I found that my mother, in the innermost cell, had hanged herself. Oh, my God! Why treat me like this? Buried alive, I was most afraid of the dirt, and the awakened blood demon technique turned out to be a retreat, which is really ironic. In the darkness, the ghost body on the retreat gradually retreats and recovers the young man's body. There was an even darker place in front of him, but the teenager stepped in without hesitation. People like me will definitely go to hell when they die, right? Is there hell ahead? Well, that's exactly where I ended. Mother, I know that you are waiting for me on the other side, but my sins are too heavy for me to live with. Please don't come with me, you should not share my sins with me, and let me bear everything alone. If you have the opportunity, you will be a mother and son in the next life. The marquee lantern ended, and the spirit vision turned off voluntarily. Hori Take closed his eyes, put the knife back into its sheath, and was silent for a while. After a while, he let out a sigh. It's really fatherhood in vain. Birds and beasts are not as good. Another poor ghost, of course, whose feelings are pitiful, whose sins are unforgivable. In hell, atone for your sins. Lord Hori Dake. Miri, who rushed over, threw herself directly on Horigaku's back because she was overjoyed. Held him from behind. You can kill such powerful ghosts. You are amazing. Feeling the girl's figure, smelling the girl's fragrance, and listening to the girl's praise, Horigaku's mood couldn't help but improve. Chapter 22. Seeing Hori Take easily defeating the enemy, Ganluyi Miri couldn't help it. When she reacted, she realized that she was a little too enthusiastic, so she got down from Horigaku's back and stood next to Horigaku, looking at him obsessively. Horitake felt that it was nothing, but it was better to say that it felt good just now. At this time, the voice of the system sounded in Horigaku's mind again, ding. Confirm that everyone present survives the crisis safely, no one is damaged, confirm that the retreat ghost has been killed, and the host successfully solves the negative butterfly effect, completes the task, and obtains the mission reward. Byte. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full set of swordsmanship of the Wind Sword Houso. Byte. Tips: the means of the host have increased, remember to thank the system me. A few black lines appeared on Horidake's head. This ghost system occasionally has unorthodox times, but gratitude is indeed gratitude. Feeling this set of swift wind sword techniques that I am already fully familiar with, as well as my physique that I have strengthened again. Well, just a little bit of gratitude for the system. At this time, the Izayashiki sisters and the others, stepping on the messy ground, walked over with 1 foot deep and 1 shallow foot, and they gathered around Horidake, and their gratitude was beyond words. These people looked excited and solemnly thanked Horigaku. Lord Horidake, you saved us again. Yes, thanks to my lord. I didn't expect Lord Horitake to have such strong strength, and such a terrifying ghost was killed. Presumably Lord Horitake has been able to become a pillar, right? Among them, the gratitude of the Izayashiki sisters and brothers is the most sincere, and the etiquette posture is the most standard. Our sisters and brothers, I am very grateful to Mr. Horitake for saving his life. While everyone was disturbed by the gratitude of Horigaku, a voice as thick as a mountain rock sounded from behind Horidake. This young man, I really didn't expect that in the final selection, a genius like you, such a dangerous ghost can be killed, completely eliminating the sinful karma of this ghost, Amitabha Buddha. Horitake turned his head to look at a blind monk man of 2 meters 2, not knowing what appeared behind him. Although the blind monk's temperament is gentle and calm, the faint sense of oppression on his body makes it impossible to ignore his existence. This person is the rock pillar of the ghost-killing team, and he is sad. It turned out to be this one, and a little cold sweat appeared on Horigaku's head. Worthy of being the strongest pillar of the ghost-killing team, when did he appear behind me? I didn't even notice it. Sure enough, there are people outside the world. Because of this, Horitake immediately collected his complacency and became cautious again. The Izayashiki sisters and brothers introduced to everyone, this is the master of the ghost-killing team's rock pillar sorrowful using you, the strength is very strong, and it is the support sent by the ghost-killing team, but... Speaking of this, the Izayashiki sisters and brothers were also a little embarrassed. As soon as people came to Xingzi, the culprit has already been solved, and I feel that Xingzi's trip is completely for nothing. Xingxian clasped his hands together and chanted the Buddha in a low voice, Amitabha Buddha, to be able to meet the young elite of my ghost-killing team. The poor monk is worth the trip. This great monk can really talk. Horitake developed a lot of affection for this blind monk, and took the initiative to talk to Xingai, Xingai Sr., in Shimohori, the former disciple of Naruto Kawahime Sagoro, has long admired the daimyo of the senior. Is it the senior apprentice of old Mr. Kawahime? No wonder Lei Ji's breath is so exquisite, it's just. Senior Xingxian may as well say it directly. Xingyu pondered for a moment, but still asked his doubts, although I can't see, I can hear all directions, I can detect the situation of the battle, and I already understand the strength you showed just now, Horigaku. I also know about Thunder Breath, but as far as I know, the moves you just made are not the traditional Thunder Breath moves, and your moves are more powerful. As Xingzi questioned, the others were also aroused by curiosity and looked at Horitake. Horitake smiled heartily, what I use is indeed not the traditional Thunder Breath. I have always believed that only what suits you is the best. What I'm currently using is the breath of thunder that I created after my improvement. Whether the power is stronger than the traditional thunder breath, I can't say, but it is more suitable for me. After hearing this, everyone looked at Horitake with admiration. Sure enough, people are more popular than dead, and it is so difficult to kill a little ghost yourself. What about people? Not only did he kill the big ghost, but even the breathing method was improved and self-created. Is this the world of genius? I'm afraid. Have you already created your own breathing method? Xinglu muttered praise, it's really a young genius. Horitake expressed modesty, and by the way, he pulled the honey glass next to him and asked her to disperse the fire together. Where? The senior of the underworld is too prestigious. I am just improving the breath of thunder. I am not a genius. This Miss Honeyglass of the Ganlu temple next to me is a real genius. But according to the breath of Yan, she created her own set of love breath. Everyone's astonished eyes gathered on Miri, and Miri's generous modesty said, whatever, it's not self-created, it's just a derivative breath of Yan Zi's breath, and my strength is far less than Lord Horigaku. I was saved by Lord Horitake yesterday. Xing Xian looked at Xiang Mili. Is it Xing Shulang's stepson? So that's it, it's also a genius. Amitabha, I seem to have been able to see the two future pillars, and the strength of the ghost-killing team will be further enhanced. In this way, Horitake talked with Yuki for a while, and also recounted with Xingyu what happened before. However, since the retreat ghost has been killed, there is no need to repeat it too much. And this battle did not lose a single person, which can be described as a joy for all. Everyone left one after another, and Horitake was about to say goodbye to them, when a crow flew in the distance, standing on a branch, shouting the command it transmitted, Horitake! Horitake! Ganlu Temple Honey Glass! Ganlu Temple Honey Glass! Please go to the headquarters of the Ghost Killer Squad, Lord, please! Lord, please! What? Izayashiki Yaya wants to see me? Horitake was a little surprised in his heart. He thought that he would only be able to meet the leader when he became a pillar, but he didn't expect to meet him just after joining the ghost-killing team. However, it seems good to meet this long-time boss. Hearing that the Lord wanted to see herself, Miri was also a little excited. Xingyu held the rosary and said to Horitake and Miri, since the Lord wants to see you, you might as well go back to the headquarters of the ghost-killing team with me. That's fine. Horitake nodded. I thought they were going to walk to the headquarters of the ghost-killing team, but who knows, just after getting off the vine attack on the mountain, there were two carriages waiting for them at the foot of the mountain. The Izayashiki sisters and brothers came out of the first carriage and said respectfully to the three of Horitake, you don't need to hurry, please get in the carriage and go to the headquarters of the ghost killer team with us. These two kids are really going to be in trouble. Nowadays, although Neon has passed the Meiji restoration, trains and cars can also be seen, but that means of transportation has not yet become popular, and the most widespread means of transportation is still horse-drawn carriages. Looking at the second carriage, which was obviously much larger than the first carriage, Horitake looked at Xingyu's tall body and was slightly speechless. Well, it goes without saying that the second carriage is for them. There was no need to refuse the kindness of the Izayashiki siblings, and the three got into the carriage. Looking at the exquisite decoration in the carriage, Horitake sighed in his heart, the Izayashiki family is worthy of being a clan that can support the entire ghost-killing team, and it is indeed rich. In this way, the group headed to the headquarters of the ghost-killing squad. Chapter 23. The headquarters of the ghost-killing team, located between the mountains, is extremely hidden, and it is said that Ghost Mai Suji spent thousands of years without tragedy, and did not find the location of the headquarters of the ghost-killing team. Think about it, for the entire ghost-killing team, the headquarters is as important as the brain, how can it not be hidden and cautious? It stands to reason that Horitake and their trip to such an important place should require certain secrecy measures, but they don't. The carriage carrying several people drove into the mountains, turning 7 turns between the mountains and ravines, and on the way, There were constantly hidden checkpoints of the ghost-killing team to stop the carriage and stop for inspection. Horitake thought at the time, check it, as long as it is not too excessive, it doesn't matter if the inspection is not too much, anyway, he is not afraid of the shadow oblique. Who knows, as long as the Izayashiki sisters and brothers on the carriage in front show up, this checkpoint inspection will be exempted. The two carriages drove almost unimpeded towards the interior of the mountains. Another point is that there is no cover around this carriage and Horitake, and they can see the road through the window. What does this mean? This means that as long as someone has a strong memory, they can remember the way to the headquarters of the ghost killer team. Horitake is the first time to go to the headquarters of the ghost killing team. Horitake is still a newcomer to the ghost killing team, so he does not avoid him? Trust him so much? I don't know this, whether it was the sister and brother of Izayashiki in front of him, or the order of Izayashiki Yaya, but no matter who it was, Horitake felt great respect and trust. To be honest, this feeling is very good, there is a feeling of dying for a confidant. No wonder the Izayashiki clan can lead the ghost-killing team for thousands of years, no wonder Izayashiki Yaya is such a sick and weak person, putting a group of elite soldiers and strong generals in order, this means is not simple. If Yayashiki is a Chinese person, if Horitake is an ordinary person and does not have the arrogance of a traverser, it is not good to say that Horitake is ready to worship. Even so, Horitake developed a great affection for Yayashiki, who he had not yet met. By the way, the honey glass around Horigaku became more and more excited because of these respect and trust. The two carriages continued to drive a mountain road and came to the legendary headquarters of the ghost-killing team. The headquarters of the Ghost Slayer is by no means as simple as a single house, but is composed of many buildings and many departments, a place similar to a town in the mountains. The two carriages went straight to the interior of the headquarters, where Izayashiki Yaya's residence. There, is the brain and heart of the entire ghost killer team. After getting off the carriage, Miri was amazed at the elegance and sophistication of the residence and the building in front of her, and Horitake was not so surprised. Led by the Izayashiki siblings, Horitake, Yuki, and Miri enter, and they are placed in a place covered with white pebbles, which is also the place where the pillar meeting is held. After that, the Izayashiki siblings entered the house and went to ask Yayashiki. The three of Horitake waited quietly here. Soon, a physically weak man, supported by the Shiki sisters and brothers of the delivery house, came out of the house and stood under the porch. This person has a handsome face and a gentle temperament, but it is a pity that he has a large area of disfigurement on his forehead, which is somewhat terrifying and regrettable. Izayashiki Yaya stood under the porch, looked at the three of Horigaku, and showed a kind smile. Finally see you, my new child. His voice and movement rhythm make people feel refreshed. This is the ability that only people who can drive the public have. Horitake sighed in his heart, worthy of being a natural leader. Xinglu was the first to kneel down on one knee to Yaya, salute, and call the Lord Lord. Mi Li was a little excited and panicked, but also reacted, kneeling down on one knee to salute, also known as Lord Lord. What about Horitake? Is he going to come to this set too? Of course not. Next, he made a move that no one expected. Horitake straightened up, folded his hands forward, and made an extremely grand bow to Shiki Yaya at the delivery house. Horitake, I've seen Lord Deng. Not bad. Huaxia ancient gift, hand over the gift. Not a fist, but a hand over. Unlike kneeling, kneeling represents submission, and bowing represents solemnity and respect. This gift also represents Horitake's attitude towards Yayashiki. I respect you because you are the leader of the ghost-killing team, because you have an outstanding personality, have a good heart, care for your subordinates, lead the entire ghost-killing team, have great wisdom and courage, and are a good leader. I want to be led by you, but I will not honor you as Lord. Everyone present was shocked by Horitake's salute. Although Xingyu couldn't see, his ears were surprised to hear Horitake's movements. At this time, Shiki Yaya, although his face was widely disfigured and the curse deepened, but he was not yet terminally ill in the later stage, and he still had one eye that was still sound. Seeing Horitake salute him, Yaya was very surprised. Yaya encountered this kind of etiquette for the first time, and he could obviously feel the profound meaning contained in this gift. Izayashiki Yaya was well informed and recognized that this etiquette came from the suzerainty on the other side of the sea. Horigaku's salute, Yaya, who has always been peaceful, also made a little busy, and with the help of his two children, he also quickly bowed back. Horigaku, you're welcome. After the two of them saluted each other, Miri and Xingzi also stood up. Yaya couldn't help but be curious about Horigaku. Horigaku, you. Next, it's time for Horitake to talk nonsense. This also needs to be justified and convincing. Fortunately, Horitake had already made a draft in his heart. Don't hide from being the master. I am indeed an orphan, but I still remember when I was very young, and I still remember who my parents were. My mother is a Neon man, and my father is a Chinese who came to Neon to take refuge. So, I still remember the etiquette and knowledge that my father taught me when I was young. For Horigaku's statement, Yaya chose to believe it. The Neon local area is relatively closed. Ordinary people absolutely do not know what the etiquette of Huaxia looks like. Horigaku's bowing ceremony is solemn and atmospheric, and it is not hearsay imitation at a glance. Yaya treats people like a spring breeze. It turns out that Horitake is a figure from the suzerainty, which is really disrespectful. When the Lord speaks heavily. In this way, Horitake and Yaya formally met. Because of this small twist and turn, the two sides also confirmed that the relationship between each other was subordinate, not a subjective relationship. To put it bluntly, it is the relationship between the boss and the employee, not the relationship between the lord and the courtier. In fact, strictly speaking, the relationship between the pillars of the ghost-killing team and Yaya is not a relationship between the lord and the subject. Compared to the other members of the ghost-killing team, Horitake and Yaya have a more equal relationship in their relationship. After the two sides got to know each other, they sat opposite each other under the porch and officially started talking. Yaya took the lead in expressing his gratitude to Horigaku. I didn't expect that this final selection would have changed so much. If it weren't for Horigaku's timely rescue, my two children would have suffered. Really, thank you very much. Horitake smiled heartily. The retreat ghost wants to kill us. Of course I will not sit still. The two little guys are in danger. Of course I will not stand idly by. I heard my two children say that this reclusive ghost that appeared this time is very difficult. Speaking of business, Horitake also became serious. Yes, the strength of this ghost is not weak in the first place, and after eating enough people in the Vine Attack Mountain, the strength is even stronger. Moreover, the most difficult and troublesome thing is his blood ghost technique. It can sneak between the ground and the soil layer, which is difficult to guard. Because there is no sunlight underground, reclusive ghosts can also move during the day. When the vampire spell is activated, it can control the ground and dirt on a large scale, causing a small subsidence disaster. It is even possible to compress the soil to form rock giants and rock pythons. Chapter 24. After listening to Horigaku's story, Izayashiki Yaya also frowned. This way. This incident also taught us a lesson from the ghost killer team. Ghosts are afraid of the sun, but that doesn't mean they don't act during the day. Horitake nodded with empathy. Yes, if there is a special blood ghost technique, as long as you are prepared to cover the sun, you can also move during the day, just like this retreat ghost. However, we don't have to be too daring. This special blood demon technique is estimated to be very rare. If there were more of this kind of blood ghost technique, there would definitely be ghosts who would show their horses' feet during the day, and at that time, our ghost-killing team would have noticed it a long time ago. Be vigilant, but don't worry too much. Horigaku's words made everyone nod one after another, and Yaya praised Horigaku. Thanks to Horigaku, you killed this retreat ghost in time. If you let the retreat ghost escape, or let him continue to run rampant, sooner or later the retreat ghost will grow to the point where the 12 ghost moons are on the winding. Even, Ghost Mai Suji Wuxi may obtain this ability to escape. In that way, the harm will be great. Hori Take expressed modesty about this, where, at that time, the Xingxian Senior had already rushed to the Vine Attack Mountain. Even without me, with the strength of the Xingai Senior, he would definitely be able to easily kill the retreat ghost. The Xing Xi on the side clapped his hands together. If the retreat ghost comes out, everything is good to say. If he keeps shrinking underground, I can't help. Only the thunder and lightning emitted by your thunder breath can penetrate the ground and attack the retreat ghosts. Other than that, there is almost nothing else to do. Thanks to Horigaku, your self-created thunder breath is very powerful. After Yaya listened, his eyes lit up. Horigaku, you also improved the breath of thunder. No, just on the basis of the traditional thunder breath, I created my own thunder breath. This time, without waiting for Hori Take to share the firepower, Yaya took the initiative to find Miri and praised, and you, Gan Luyi Miri, I heard Yanzu say that you created the breath of love from the breath of Yan, right? Mi Li was a little moved. I didn't expect that Lord had also heard of me. I did create the breath of love, but this breathing method is not particularly mature now, and my strength is not so strong. It's okay, people need to grow, don't they? Yaya encouraged Miri amiably. Hori Take, Miri, I believe that you two will definitely be able to become the pillars of the ghost-killing team in the future and kill more and stronger ghosts. It's so good, seeing you two young geniuses. I seem to have seen the end of Ghost Mai Suji. Maybe the scourge of cannibals can end in our generation. Yaya was so confident, and the three of Hori Take were also inspired and their spirits lifted. Mi Li immediately said, yes. Lord, I will become a pillar as soon as possible and kill more and stronger ghosts for the ghost-killing team. He folded his palms together and chanted the Buddha in his mouth. May the sins of evil spirits end once and for all in our generation, Amitabha Buddha. Hori Take smiled a little mysteriously. Perhaps, when the Lord's premonition is true, the ghost dance Suji is really about to die. Horigaku's idea was simple. Oni Mai Suji would not be able to bounce for a few years. If the plot wants Ghost Mai Suji to die tragically, he must die. There may be a butterfly effect that affects the plot, but there is still oneself, and his job is to control the butterfly effect. The protagonist of Tanjiro, coupled with himself as a traverser, Oni Mai Suji is not miserable and does not want to die. Yaya's senses were very keen, and he heard an unquestionable force from Horigaku's words. Oh? Hori Take seemed to be confident. Why was he so sure? Hori Take looked at Yaya. As far as I know, the Lord seems to have some ability to predict the future, and it just so happens. Hori Take pointed to his eyes, and said mysteriously, these eyes of mine can also see some things that ordinary people can't see. What ordinary people can't see? Yes, such as, I can see the soul, I can see if a person is healthy, I can see through faintly, even see the past, the present, the future. The crowd was flabbergasted. Hori Take is certainly bragging. How can his spiritual vision see the past and the future? Because he knows the plot of the original book, he needs to put a veil on his prophetic awareness, which is just to cover up with his spiritual ability. Yaya was a little excited, and quickly asked, Hori Take, can you really see the future? Hori Take shook his head. Lord, how can it be so exaggerated? I can only see very few fragments of the future, and if I really knew the past and future, the ghosts would have been eliminated by me long ago. That's right. Yaya calmed down a lot. I have seen the past, and through looking at the past, I have learned a lot of information. For example, I once saw that the Black Death Mao of the 12 ghost moons had 6 eyes. Yaya nodded, confirming Horigaku's statement. That's right. Our family's confidential information has recorded that Black Death Mu does have more than 2 eyes. I also saw that Tong Mo, who was on the wind, did not look like a ghost at all. and he seemed to be the leader of a certain force. Yes. This is also available for the Ghost Killer team. I have also seen that the martial arts that have been polished for hundreds of years by the Shangxian 3 Nest Seed have amazing combat effectiveness. Yaya kept nodding, sure that what Horitake said was correct, and he asked a little eagerly, Horigaku, what about the future? What kind of future do you see? Did we bring down Oni Maisuji without misery? Horitake pondered for a long time, and did not answer positively, Lord, I do see some future, but I can't say. Why? The future is the future because of its uncertainty, and if I say it now, the future I see will no longer be the real future, and the fate will change. Yaya immediately understood Horigaku's meaning and calmed his emotions again, this way. Sorry, Horigaku, it's me who is in a hurry. Horitake couldn't bear to let Yaya continue to worry, and could only reveal a little, don't worry too much and be too anxious, Lord, everything has a fixed number, what should happen, will eventually happen, what should end, will eventually end. I just hope that when the Lord takes care of his body and sees the day when Oni Maisuji dies without tragedy, he will not fall before dawn. Yaya was stunned, and everyone was stunned. Yaya was still relatively indifferent, after all, he also had some premonitions, but the others present could not remain calm. What does Horitake mean by this? Could it be that Lord? I wanted to ask about meditation, but thinking of Horitake's words just now, I still couldn't help but ask, just kept chanting the Buddha in my heart and praying for Yaya. Li also wanted to ask, but because of the atmosphere here, she didn't dare to make a sound. After thinking about it, Yaya smiled with relief, this way. As long as the dawn can usher in, what is my personal life? What's more, due to the curse of Oni Maisuji no misery, I myself will not live to be 30 years old, and if I can contribute to the eradication of Oni Maisuji no tragedy, I am willing to sacrifice. Xingzi couldn't help it, and 2 lines of tears flowed from his blind eyes, Lord, please don't say such things. The atmosphere was a little heavy for a while. Horigaku's heart also became heavy, couldn't this curse of the Izayashiki clan be solved? Can you only watch this boss become terminally ill and the medicine stone is helpless? He turned on his spiritual vision and looked at Yaya. Chapter 25. Horitake uses his psychic vision to observe the physical condition of Yaya Shiki. Spiritual vision can see whether a person's qi and blood are vigorous, so as to judge the life and health status of this person. After checking, Horitake found that Yaya's body, qi, and blood deficiency are no longer enough to describe, the physique is weak, and the state of life and health is not good. If a person's life and health are compared to a candle of fire, although the situation of Yaya is not as good as the residual candle in the wind, it is not much stronger than the residual candle in the wind. Let's just say that Yaya's flame of life is very small, and if a gust of wind blows over, his flame of life may be extinguished. In other words, Yaya's body is not a big problem, but as long as he is overworked, or has a minor illness, Yaya may die. The physical condition is really bad. What causes such a weak physical fitness? Horitake continued to observe closely with his spiritual vision. Perhaps Horitake stared at Yaya too seriously, and Miri next to him felt that Horigaku's movements were a little disrespectful, pulled Horigaku's sleeve, and reminded him in a low voice, Lord Horitake. That's faux pas. Horigaku's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to observe, explaining by the way, no, I am observing the physical state of the Lord with spiritual vision, hoping to find a cure for the Lord. Hey? Is there a way? Miri questioned. Horigaku, if you can really cure the Lord, the entire ghost-killing team will appreciate you. Seeing Xi said this excitedly. The two were very excited, but Yaya acted very indifferently, I'm not sick, it's a curse of our delivery house, a curse that has not been solved for thousands of years. Horitake looked into Yaya's eyes and hesitated, it seems. It was indeed a curse, a terrible curse. Through spiritual vision, Horitake saw a thick black aura between Yaya's eyebrows. It was this black chi that was constantly consuming Yaya's vitality and constantly torturing his body. Suddenly, Horitake thought of something. Thunder, which is the most righteous thing in the world, is extremely restrained from this evil haze. Can the thunder and lightning released by his thunder breath destroy this black chi? Horitake did not dare to act rashly, calling out the system in his mind and asking about it. Dog system, come out. You say, can my idea succeed? The system was woken up by Horitake, and analyzed, ding, the idea of detecting the host has a certain feasibility. So it can be successful. Don't get excited by the host, just say that there is a certain feasibility. If the host is really reckless to do it, the only result is to electrocute Yaya Shiki. Dog system. Don't beat around the bush, just say, why can't this work? What should I do? With the current strength of the host, if you use lightning to eliminate the black gas in the body of Shiki Yaya without authorization, you may not be able to eliminate this black chi. If you can't do it, you can't eliminate it, but you will electrocute Yaya to death. There are two reasons for this. First, Yaya Shiki's current physique is too weak to stand your lightning stimulation. Second, the host's current control is not enough, and while consuming the black chi, it will inevitably harm the body of Yaya Shiki. So what should I do? Further improve the strength and make the host's own lightning power stronger. Strengthen control. Let lightning be like an arm. Isuyajiki Yaya can't be overly weak. If the host can do the above 3 points, it is still possible to solve the curse for Shiki Yaya in the delivery. Please note that just to solve the curse of Yaya Shiki alone, the curse of their family cannot be truncated, and if you want to completely eradicate this curse, you can only kill the source of evil. Oni my Suji is not miserable. I see. After communicating with the system, Horitake looked at the expectant eyes of Yuki and Miri, looked at the pleading eyes of Izayashiki Hinagi and Izayashiki Hyria, looked at Yaya's relieved attitude, and smiled bitterly. Sorry, Lord, I can't solve this curse right now. Everyone was not shocked and rejoiced, and Izayashiki Hyria raised his voice with some disrespect. Not now, that means it can be done later. Yaya glanced at Hualia faintly, and Hualia immediately honestly looked like a quail and obediently retracted. Horitake smiled and said, that's right, not now, doesn't mean I can't do it in the future. When my strength is a little stronger, I can dissipate the curse on the Lord. Hearing this, even with Yaya's peaceful demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a little short of breath. Can it really be done? Horitake replied solemnly, I can really do it, as long as I give me some more time, I can remove the curse of being the Lord. But the premise is that when the Lord's body can no longer be too weak, if when my strength is enough, the Lord's body cannot withstand it, will it not be wronged? So, be sure to take care of your body. Rest and recuperate as much as possible. The other four were overjoyed to hear that there was hope. But Yaya was both happy and embarrassed. He also wants to take care of his health, and he also wants to rest and recuperate all the time, but how much work does it take to control the ghost-killing team? Half of his illness was a curse, and the other half was purely tired. Horitake saw Yaya's embarrassment, and he looked at Shikiki Hualia with burning eyes, and his tone was serious. Young Master Hualia. Yes. Izayashiki Hyria was startled and in high spirits. Horitake spoke in a serious tone, as if he was not facing a 6-year-old child, but a mature teenager. Young Master Hualia, I know that you are young now, but I also know that you have maturity and wisdom that is not suitable for your age. When the Lord has only one son, I hope that young Master Hualia can take up the responsibility in advance and help the Lord share the work as much as possible in the future, so that the Lord can rest and rest. Hualia looked extremely firm. Good. I will try my best to share the work for my father. Although the voice is immature, the tone is unquestionable. Yaya was both moved and complicated, and wanted to refuse. Hualia. Horitake interrupted Yaya's idea of refusing. Lord, although young Master Hualia is young, he has outstanding abilities, and he can definitely help you. When the Lord does not live up to young Master Hualia's filial piety, he must occasionally give the child a chance, right? I understand the determination of the Lord to bear everything, but it is not your job alone to destroy Oni Maisuji without misery, and I don't want the commander of the final decisive battle to be young Master Hualia alone. This guy said that he would not disclose the future, but without moving, he still leaked a lot of heavenly machines. When Xingyu heard Horitake's last words, tears came down again, and he respectfully pleaded with Yaya, "Please Lord, take care of your body." Mi Li also became anxious. "Yes, Lord, let's rest and rest more." Not only the two of them, Izayashiki Hinagi and Izayashiki Hiraya, the two siblings one by one, pulling Yaya's arm, tearful plea. "Good guys, it's the first time Izayashiki Yaya has encountered this situation. Looking at his son and daughter like this, no matter how calm his father is, he can't keep his heart at this time." Just as Yaya hesitated, Horitake said faintly, "Otherwise, please ask Lady Tianyan to persuade the master." The final blow. Izayashiki Yaya can't get up again. He cried and laughed, relaxed, and reluctantly agreed, "Okay, I agreed. Recuperate for a while." Everyone was surprised, and the two children cheered even more. Chapter 26. Yaya promised to recuperate, and everyone was happy. Faced with this cheerful atmosphere, Yaya looked at Horigaku, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "No one has yet been able to unite with my subordinates and my children and force me to obediently, even my wife can't do this level? Horigaku, you are really a magical man." Horitake couldn't help but laugh. "Should I be proud of this?" His laughter caused laughter from everyone, and the somewhat serious and heavy atmosphere that had just been swept away. At the delivery house, I don't know how long it has been since I heard such a hearty laugh. After a pause in laughter, Izayashiki Hinagi took Yaya's hand and asked Horitake, "Mr. Horigaku, as long as my father takes care of his body, will he be able to dissipate the curse?" Horitake replied solemnly, "As long as Lord's body is well nourished, as long as my strength is enough, I will definitely be able to dissipate the curse of being Lord. Don't worry, I will improve my strength as soon as possible." Hinagi nodded. "Another thing to note is that I can dissipate the curse in the main body, but I can't cut off the curse of the Izayashiki family." Saying this, Horitake looked at Hualia with spiritual vision, and sure enough, Hualia also had a wisp of black qi in his body, although this wisp of black qi was small, but it did exist. "Lord, I saw that young Master Hualia also has a curse in his body, although this curse has not yet taken shape." Yaya also became serious, "If you say so. Yes, I can wear away the curse of being the master, I can wear away the curse of young Master Hualia, and even in the future, I can eliminate the curse of young Master Hualia's child, but I can't keep wearing. It is still necessary to eliminate the source. Oni Maisuji is not miserable. Only when he dies, the curse of the Izayashiki clan will disappear completely, and so many tragedies will end." Yaya nodded, looked at the three people in front of him, and his tone became solemn, "So, this point is up to you. Please kill the ghost Maisuji without misery. Don't worry, Lord, I will use all means to send ghost Maisuji to see Buddha, Amitabha Buddha." Mi Li clenched her fists and said confidently, "Me too, I will definitely become a pillar as soon as possible." Horitake said wantonly and dashingly, "When Lord doesn't know something, my dream is to cut the Oni Maisuji into cheeks, dry it, hang it on a tree, and slowly dry it into bacon." After a straightforward expression, the atmosphere of several people became warm and exciting. Horitake sensed that Yaya's spirit was a little weak. He understood that this was something Yaya had already said a lot, and his energy was low. "It's not early, today I have been disturbing the Lord for a long time, it is better to leave this and go back to rest when the Lord returns." Yaya also felt that it was almost the same, and smiled and nodded. Horitake looked at Hualia and then at Hinagi. Young Master Hualia, please share more work for the master in the future. Miss Young Inware, trouble you to take good care of the master. And after that, Horitake faced the partition door over there and said, please also ask Madam to be optimistic about being the Lord. I guess that the Lord may work secretly when everyone is not paying attention, and ask Madam to watch him. Let him rest well. A gentle voice came from behind the partition door. Don't worry, Mr. Horigaku. I will watch over Lord Fukin. Will help too. ×3, this is the echo of Yaya's other 3 daughters. Yaya smiled bitterly, he was completely pinched now. This is the first time he has smiled bitterly today? I can't count the lords, who have always been gentle and light, have been helpless many times today. The 3 of Horitake got up and walked outside, ready to leave. Yaya thanked Horitake again. Horigaku, this time you not only saved Inyako and Inu, but also helped me so much. If you can successfully help me solve the curse, you will be the great benefactor of our Izayashiki family. When the Lord speaks heavily. In fact, if you think about it, Yaya's great benefactor is not a false statement. Think about it. Horitake now has the grace to save the son, the grace to save the daughter, and if his curse is solved, there is another life-saving grace. Thinking about it this way, Horiyu is not a pillar now, but his status in the ghost-killing team is already a bit above 10,000 people under one person. Wait until Horitake solves Yaya's curse, wait until he becomes a pillar, wait until his strength becomes stronger. At that time, Horigaku's status in the ghost-killing team will be on par with Yaya. There's a head to this. Of course, Horitake hadn't thought that far now, he was just thinking that such a good boss as Yaya couldn't die at such a young age. In this way, the 3 of Horitake said goodbye to the Yaya family and left the Izayashiki house. Immediately afterwards, Xingyu had other things to do, and also said goodbye to Hori and Miri. Just as Horitake and Miri were about to leave, a hidden member ran out of the Izayashiki house and stopped them shouting, Lord Horitake! Lord Honey of Ganlo Temple! Please stay! Horitake watched him run over and asked, is there something wrong? The hidden team member said respectfully, hello to adults, my name is Goto, and I am a member of the hidden team. Lord has just ordered, the 2 can take away the uniforms first, and the clothing office of the logistics department of the ghost-killing team is nearby. That's right. Lord Gong also ordered, because Lord Horitake killed powerful ghosts, and Lord Hori was a Class C swordsman. Horitake nodded, I know, thank you for me. That. Although Lord Miri is also very strong, because he has no merit, he can only be a decoction-level swordsman. Miri doesn't care about this kind of thing, it's okay, I'm sure I'll rise up soon. Then, I'll lead the way for the 2 adults, and the clothing office please go this way. There is work. Led by this hidden team member Goto, Horitake and Miri came to the clothing office. As soon as you enter the clothing office, it is like entering a large, finished garment factory, which is full of various fabrics, sewing machines and other equipment, and several hidden members are working on the sewing machine. Goto took Horitake and Miri and found a hidden team member who was stepping on the sewing machine with his head stuffed. Hey! Maida! There is work coming. The hidden tailor named Maida, wearing round-rimmed glasses, looked up from the sewing machine and asked, Hey? What works? Goto introduced Horitake and Miri, these 2 are Horitake-sama and Ganluyi-sama, and Lord Gong ordered that these 2 adults choose several uniforms. Lord Horitake is a grade C swordsman, and Lord Ganluyi is a grade C, don't be mistaken. Oh, grade C and grade DEA. Maida stood up and looked at Horitake, his face expressionless, and looked at Miri, and his eyes immediately lit up. I don't know why, Horitake felt as if something was not quite right. I saw that Maida suddenly changed from decadent to very energetic, and he said earnestly, please wait a moment, I will go and prepare the uniform." After speaking, he ran away with a puff of smoke. After a few minutes, Maida carried several sets of ghost killer uniforms and handed them to Horitake and Miri. "Why don't you two try them on first and see if they fit? The changing room is over there." The more Horitake looked at this Maida, the more he felt that something was not quite right. He couldn't help but think a little more. Before Miri was about to go over to try on clothes, he stopped her. "I'm sorry Miri, I'll change first." Immediately, in Mili's somewhat doubtful eyes, she carried her uniform into the fitting room. Chapter 27. Horitake carried several uniforms and advanced into the fitting room, and he searched around the fitting room. No cameras, no holes to peek into, nothing weird, nothing wrong. "This is strange, am I feeling wrong?" Horitake began to doubt himself. After changing into the uniform of the ghost killer team, Horitake came out of the fitting room and took a look at the fitting mirror outside, moving to feel it. Kodo asked Horitake flatteringly, "How's it going?" "Lord Horitake, does it still fit?" "Well, it fits, just a few." Kodo immediately helped Horitake wrap up these uniforms. The next to enter the fitting room was Honey. Horitake paid silent attention to the tailor Maida the whole time, and found that he did not move, but just looked at the door of the fitting room expectantly, waiting for Miri to come out. What the hell is this guy up to? The door to the fitting room opened, and Miri first poked her head out of it with a red face, and then walked out with some distress. When Horitake saw Miri's current uniform, he was stunned. "I'll go. Open chest outfit. Open cut top. Mini skirt. This is not. Is the costume in the original book of Miri? It started here?" Facing Horigaku's hot eyes, Miri twisted and pinched, concealed and very shy. Is this really the ghost killer uniform? How does it feel a little?" Maida Taylor said calmly, "It's okay, it's all like this, it's just perfect to wear." Some deceitful Honey expressed doubts. "Hey? B. Is that so?" Kodo couldn't stand this anymore, pointing at Maida's nose and cursing, "Maida! Your old problem has been committed again? Hey? Does it matter? Wouldn't that be better? Isn't Lord Horitake feasting his eyes?" Horitake rubbed his nose to prevent his nosebleeds from coming out, and he sneered at Maida, "Hee, I did feast my eyes, but you bastard tailor, you still have to learn a lesson." Ascending Dragon Fist. Horitake punched Maida, and Maida lay on the ground, unable to get up again. Horitake looked at Kodo expressionlessly, signaling him to turn away. Kodo turned around honestly, not daring to make the slightest change. Looking at Miri, who was a little stupid, Horitake helplessly, "Miri, you were deceived by this tailor, change your clothes back, I'll let this bastard find you some normal clothes." "Hey? Is that so?" "No way." Horitake pushed this tricky girl into the fitting room and asked her to go and change clothes. Maida also struggled to get up from the ground, clutching his swollen chin and looking at Horitake with resentment and fear. "It's normal for you to be afraid, what are you grumbling about?" After Miri changed back into clothes and came out, Horitake grabbed the excessive sets of clothes, piled them on the ground, poured lamp oil, and burned these clothes in front of Maida. When Maida saw the flaming uniform, the whole person was desperate, as if he had lost hope of life, lying on the ground, grey and weak. Kodo next to him was terrified. "Lord Horitake, setting fire to the clothing office, are you trying to start a fire?" Seeing that the pile of clothes was almost burned, Kodo hurriedly extinguished the fire while the fire could still be controlled. A gentle voice came. "Horitake looks like a big beauty. Beautiful face, gentle and calm temperament, with black and purple hair, with butterfly-like headdress, the haori on the body is also butterfly pattern, this big beauty is the ghost-killing team insect pillar, butterfly patience." Looking at the butterfly shinobu who had been maintaining a gentle smile, Kodo hurriedly saluted, "Shinobu-sama." Horitake also said hello, Sister Shinobi. The butterfly was stunned, as if blown by a breeze. In my impression, no boy dares to call himself Sister Ninja. She became interested in this strange teenager. What about the person I have never met, this teenager? Are you a newcomer to the Ghost Killer team? Horitake smiled and introduced himself to Butterfly Shinobu. Yes, I am a newcomer to the Ghost Killing team, and my name is Horigaku. Hello Shinobu sister. Horitake. It seems that where have you heard about it? Butterfly Shinobu clasped his palms together, a little surprised. Could it be that you are in the Vine Attack Mountain, defeated the very vicious retreat ghost, known as the strongest newcomer San? Hey? I'm right, but has my name spread so widely? Of course Horidaku-san, we pillars have already heard your name. This is really... Struck with awe. Butterfly Shinobu saw the burnt, smoking fabric on the ground, noticed Maida lying on the ground next to her, and then saw some stupid honey glass next to her, and combined with her own experience, she also guessed what happened. Although he still kept his smile, he could obviously feel that Butterfly's smile was dangerous. Oh, it seems that this satyr tailor is still dead. Horitake was surprised and understood something. Could it be that Sister Ninja has also encountered this kind of dress? Yes, I just joined the Ghost Slayer, and the uniform this guy gave me was this kind of shameful clothes, and I burned those clothes in a fit of anger. Maida's expression at that time was exactly the same as now. Horigaku-san, I didn't expect you to use the same method to teach Maida a lesson. Maybe we have a soul in our hearts? So. Horitake couldn't help but start imagining how Butterfly Shinobu looked in an open-chested miniskirt. Ah, Horigaku-san, you seem to be thinking of something rude. Butterfly Shinobu didn't know when she appeared in front of Horigaku and looked at him with a smile. This dangerous smile was really unbearable, and Horigaku's back felt cold, and he quickly remedied this. Sorry, but who made Shinobu sister so beautiful? Can't help it, haha. Butterfly couldn't help but look at Horitake. The child of the mouth flower will not attract people. Miri looked at the interaction between Horitake and Butterfly Shinobu. I don't know why, there was a sense of irritation in her heart. She walked over, seemingly asking, but actually interrupted. Shinobi-sama came here, is there something wrong? Butterfly Shinobu glanced at Miri meaningfully. It's not an important thing, it's just that the recent battle has made my clothes break a lot, and I happened to pass by here to get a few new sets of clothes. The tailor Maida didn't know when he jumped up, and he approached Butterfly Shinobu with a fawning look. Oh, how can you bother to come personally for such a trifle? All you have to do is say hello and I'll deliver the clothes to the butterfly house in no time. By the way, Shinobu-sama, recently I have designed several new styles of Ghost Slayer uniforms, would you? Mr. Maida. Butterfly Ninja smiled, yes. Would you like to try my worm breath? This. I still don't want it. Maida broke out in a cold sweat. Then don't you go and help me find a few normal sets of clothes. Yes. I'll go. Feeling the obvious murderous aura, Maida quickly slipped away, believing that he did not dare to make any small moves this time. Goto covered his head, helpless. Horitake looked at the butterfly shinobu with admiration, worthy of being a sister shinobi. After getting the clothes, the butterfly smiled goodbye to everyone and left here. Soon, Miri also got the normal ghost killing team uniform, and the two left the clothing office together. Although they were a little reluctant, Horitake and Miri still planned to go their separate ways at the headquarters of the ghost killing team. Chapter 28. For the temporary parting, Miri was very reluctant, and Horitake acted very calmly. Miri, don't be so low, it's not that you won't see it in the future, what can we contact through the crow? Miri was a little surprised, really? Is it really possible to contact Horigaku-sama through the raven? Don't call me Horitake-sama, I always find this weird title, although I saved you once, we're more of a friend now, aren't we? Really? Me and Hori Take die. Are Hori Take and I really friends? Of course, this is still fake? Don't you consider me a friend? Of course I consider Hori Take a friend. That's great. Mi Li whispered in her heart, her cheeks slightly red. Hori Take waved goodbye to Miri. Miri, goodbye, you must be careful when you go out to kill ghosts, and first ensure your own safety. Looking at Hori Take leaving, Miri also said goodbye to Hori Take loudly, I know. Hori Take, you have to be careful too. Goodbye. The two left for the time being. After leaving the headquarters of the Ghost Killer Squad, Hori Take walked on the road with a good feeling in his heart. This time, the final selection was passed, entered the Ghost Killer Squad, got to know Xingzi, closer to the Izayashiki family, upgrade to Grade C Swordsman, initial acquaintance with Butterfly Ninja, he and Miri officially became friends. Although it took a lot of time, it was a lot of things to do this time. With a joyful mood, Hori Take quickened his pace. Who knows, near the evening, a little episode happened. Ugh! I opened this mountain. I planted this tree. I want to live from now on. Stay and buy money. Don't leave any money to buy. Kill or bury. Hori Take looked at the group of masked people dumbfounded, listening to their opening remarks, and fell into self-doubt. This is Mountain Thief? It's not surprising that there is a thief here, but what's going on with this thief's opening statement? Could it be that the stage is crossed? It doesn't look like a tandem either. The costumes of these mountain thieves are still neon costumes, holding all kinds of weapons, a murderous look, all of them are crooked dates. Yes, Hori Take can only describe them with crooked dates, and describing them as rabble, is insulting the word rabble. Hori Take stood on the road, surrounded by mountain thieves, and fell into thought. However, his thoughts turned into fear in the eyes of the thief. Ha ha ha, boss, look at him, he has been scared stupid by us. The clothes worn by this little white face are quite strange, it seems to be some kind of uniform. Hey? The fabric of his clothes has never been seen, it must be some high-end fabric, could it be that he is still a rich man? But boss, he has a sword around his waist, won't it be easy to mess with? Afraid of what? I look at this sword is also pretending, brothers on. Snatched him for me. Don't even let go of your clothes. Yes. Top dog. Horyu's head burst with green tendons. When, these two jujubes also dared to break ground on the head of Tai Sui. It just so happens that the swift wind sword method that has just been obtained has not yet tested its power, so take your group of crooked dates and open the blade for the swift wind sword technique. Chop steel flash. Wind barrier. Step forward. The wind is blowing. A set of swift wind sword techniques was used by Hori using yin like flowing water. Between the mountain roads, the wind blade roared. Accompanied by the continuous sound of panic and screams, one by one the mountain thieves flew all over the sky, and blood flowed in the air. By the time these bandits fell to the ground, they were already more out of breath and less in intake. The bandits, who were completely destroyed, shed tears of remorse at this time. We obviously want to pinch soft persimmons, how did it suddenly turn into a kicking steel plate? Kamasa, we are not convinced. The gods said, do I care if you obey? Hori Take put the sword back into its sheath and felt the fierceness of this set of swift wind sword techniques. Yes, the power of this set of sword techniques is very impressive, and he has a lot more means against the enemy. But Hori Take looked behind him, and all kinds of strange shapes fell to the ground of the thief. The swift wind sword method appeared for the first time in this world, and it was not a demon that was dealt with, but this kind of goods? Yasuo will cry if he finds out? Ignoring this waste, Hori continued to set foot on the mountain road, and continued to hurry. He didn't know that the swift wind sword method was born for the first time, and these goods he dealt with would soon become ghosts. Half an hour after Hori Take left, it was completely dark. An imposing ghost appeared on this mountain road, and he looked at these mountain thieves on the ground with interest. This ghost is a normal human form, with strong muscles, short pink hair, dark blue striped tattoos, and a few words in his eyes, winding, 3. This ghost is, the 12 ghost moons, the 3 of the windings, the nest seat. If Horitake knew this, he would definitely be taken aback. Not only because I almost ran into a nest seat, but more importantly. Although this is the outside of the mountain range, the depths surrounded by mountains are where the headquarters of the Ghost Killer team is located. What does it mean for the presence of the Zoa nest here? Did he come here by accident, or had he already sensed the approximate location of the Ghost Killer squad headquarters? Kaiwuza looked at these thieves, interested. Dead? No, these are still a little angry. Since you have encountered it, let's use it as waste, and maybe there will be an unexpected harvest. Kaiwuza stabbed his hand into the bodies of several mountain thieves, and infused his ghost blood into the body of mountain thieves. Not surprisingly, after experiencing misery and screams, these mountain thieves mutated from humans to ghosts. Several mountain thieves who turned into ghosts, feeling the powerful power on their bodies, they cheered one by one, their faces excited and ugly. I turned into a ghost? Aha! What a powerful force! What a powerful force! I feel like I can fly 10 of me before. That's the ghost. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, I can't die in the future. Kaiwuza looked at these crooked dates and began to doubt that his decision was correct. He frowned, very impatient. On your knees. Poof. The knees of several mountain thief ghosts, as if they were absorbed by the ground, all knelt in front of the Kiwo seat, with their heads on the ground, feeling the terrifying momentum of the Kiwo seat, and they were sweating coldly. Just now, they were still proud, and suddenly fell into the ultimate panic, as if they would fall into the abyss in the next second. No way, the suppression of superior ghosts on lower ghosts is too great. Especially this kind of ghosts that are directly given blood to become ghosts, and the Yawosa, as their creator, suppresses them even more. Looking at these crooked dates, Yawosa said impatiently, become a ghost, don't feel invincible, the sunlight and the ghost killing team's sunwheel knife are your nemesis, they can kill you. I believe that no matter how stupid you are, you will not take the initiative to bask in the sun. But if you foolishly provoke the ghost-killing squad and are killed by them, won't you waste my blood in vain? If you don't want to be killed, go eat people, eat more people, become stronger, strong enough that the ghost-killing team can't deal with you, strong enough that you can slaughter the ghost-killing team. And, waste, I have turned you into ghosts, and I have a task for you. First, look for a plant called the cyan flower. Second, in this mountain, look for the headquarters of the Ghost Killer Squad. Third, kill as many swordsmen as possible to weaken the power of the Ghost Killing team. Just 3 simple tasks, do you understand? Waste. Okay guys, these are really simple 3 tasks. Chapter 29. The task given to these mountain thieves and ghosts by the Kiwo seat is also difficult and easy. For several mountain thief ghosts, the third task is possible to complete, the second task is very difficult to complete, as for the first task. Oni my Suji didn't do it. It can be seen that the Kiwo seat is completely using a few mountain bandits as cannon fodder. A few mountain thief ghosts did not know what the nest seat thought, so they could only kneel and accept the task trembling. After saying these tasks, Yawosa left directly, and he was annoyed to even look at them more. This horrible guy finally left. Several mountain thieves stood up with palpitations, their bodies were covered in cold sweat, their heads were dull due to fear, and their thinking slowed down. Who says that being a ghost means not dying? They almost died just now, okay? Finally relieved from the fear, a thief ghost asked the thief ghost boss, "Boss, the 3 tasks that the one just assigned, we." The thief ghost boss snorted and yelled, "Of course, you have to do your best. Isn't it just to find 2 things, kill a few people, we are now ghosts, except that we can't come out during the day, what other things can't be done? Look for that cyan flower, hey? With so many kinds of plants in the mountains, it must be easy to find. And find that what the hell killing team headquarters, such a big place, it must be easier to find. The swordsman of the ghost killing team. It sounds a little difficult, but it's okay, we're getting stronger and we'll be able to kill them all one day. What a fearlessness for the ignorant. Ghost Maisuji is not necessarily able to do these three things, and in the mouths of these few mountain thieves, it is as simple as sprinkling water. If they were still here, hearing them so ignorant, they would definitely regret turning them into ghosts, which was a pure waste of blood resources. A thief ghost moved and proposed to the bandit ghost boss, by the way, boss, now that we have become so strong, we might as well go to the bastard just now to take revenge. That bastard almost killed us just now. He's talking about Horigaku. The mountain thief ghost boss thought about it, a little moved, but felt that something was wrong. Touching his big bald head, the thief ghost boss finally recalled, that's right. The uniform that the man was wearing just now. Shouldn't that person be from the ghost killing team just now? Hey? Isn't it, boss? We are so unlucky. So what to do? Are we still going to take revenge? The boss of the mountain thief ghost slapped this mountain thief ghost and angrily reprimanded, revenge, revenge, avenge a fart. Didn't that adult just say that the Nikaiku knife of the ghost killing team restrained us and was able to kill us? Are you going to send us to death? First find a way to hide, eat a few more people, and wait until the strength becomes stronger, and then go to take revenge. Horitake doesn't know that after he left, so many things happened here. He hurried all the way back and finally returned to Momoyama. Climbing Momoyama, Horitake looked at the hut opposite Sagoro and felt like he had been home for a long time. Horitake was angry and shouted at the hut, "Stinky old man! Good joy! I am back! I successfully passed the final selection." A gust of wind blew through, no one answered, no one came out of the house, no one greeted Horitake, only a few leaves fell from the tree. It's a little embarrassing. Horitake patted his head, he was also stupid, at this time Sai Wulang and Zhen Yi should not be at home, they should train in the mountains. However, his voice was so loud just now, it is estimated that it has spread throughout Momoyama. As long as they hear it, they will definitely come. This is not, here it comes. Horitake sensed something and turned to look. Help, help! Big brother help! I'm going to die! Shanyi! Don't run! Give me back and continue training! From a distance, Ci Wulang and Shanyi chased and fled, Shanyi fled quickly, Ci Wulang chased urgently, and the two set off a puff of smoke and dust, running from far and near. Seeing that the two of them were still so energetic, Horitake was much more relieved. Shanyi still had terrified tears on his face, and the moment he saw Horitake, he seemed to see a savior, his eyes lit up and rushed quickly, and he hid behind Horitake with a smoke, and his hands were still desperately tugging at Horigaku's clothes. This unproductive appearance made Horitake full of black lines. Sai Wulang held up his crutches and quickly chased after him, come back. Zanai, don't hide behind Horigaku. Give me back and continue training. Zanai poked his head out from behind Horitake and shouted hysterically, don't. Absolutely not. That level of training, will die. I'm going to be trained to death. Big brother help. Stinky boy, don't protect Shanyi, let him come out for me. There were more black lines on Horitake's head, it's not. Old man, I finally came back, finally passed the final selection, you don't have anything to say when you see me? Tsugokuro threw his crutches the ground, and the object of his anger became Horitake, there is indeed something I want to say. What do you want to say? Do you want to praise me? Oh, there's no need for that. Not this. What is that? Sai Wulang suddenly became angry and roared loudly at Horigaku, "Stinky boy! Not coming back for so long!" After passing the final selection, he ran to the headquarters of the ghost-killing team without a sound. "There is not even a news, at least you also let the raven deliver a message back? Do you know? When it was time to come back, you didn't come back, and I thought you were dead. If I hadn't asked Ying Crow to go to the ghost-killing team headquarters to inquire, I wouldn't have known that you ran to the ghost-killing team headquarters. Let the crow report safety in advance, will you die?" In the face of the roar of the fierce wind of Sai Wulang, Hori Take Bean Eye, a drop of cold sweat broke out on his head. It doesn't seem to be very authentic. After passing the final selection, he did not let the crow return to Momoyama to report safety, but went directly to the headquarters of the ghost-killing team. There was a lot of delay in going back and forth, resulting in not returning when it was time to return to Momoyama, which made Sai Wulang worry for a while. This is indeed that Hori Take is not quite right, and Hori Take cannot refute it. After lowering his head and humbly being scolded for several minutes, Hori Take chose to pull out the good behind him and share the firepower. "Old man, this time it's me who is wrong, it's almost done, I've learned a lesson. You see, Shanyi has been lazy behind me for a long time, don't you continue to train him?" Dragged out of the top tank by Horigaku, Shanyi was desperate. "Big brother! How can you do this? Am I your junior brother or not? Stupid Udaudu! My brother is selling it, don't you know?" After that, Hori Take added another fire to Sai Wulang. "Old man, look, you have already cultivated a ghost-killing team swordsman, so you don't plan to cultivate another one?" Sai Wulang thought for a moment. He looked at the shameless Horigaku, and suddenly had the illusion that the big size had been practiced. Since the big trumpet practice is wasted, the small trumpet training needs to be more attentive. Sai Wulang took Shanyi's collar and dragged him away, and before leaving, he said to Horyu, "Stinky boy, you have worried the old man for so many days, you need to make good atonement to the old man wants to eat a big meal, you must cook it yourself. Remember, it's a big meal. Don't take ordinary soup and soup water to perfunctory the old man." Shanyi was dragged by Sai Wulang, unable to struggle, and wanted to cry without tears, "Help, big brother! If I train like this, I will die. Will definitely die." Chapter 30. In Momoyama's daily life, Hori rarely cooks. And once he cooks, it means that there is a happy event, or there is a festival to celebrate, or Hori Take is in a good mood today and wants to show off his cooking skills. Horigaku's cooking skills are very good, and he is still good at traditional Chinese cuisine. When Hori Take first cooked, Tsuguro was impressed by the delicious food after eating his dishes for the first time, and missed the taste from time to time. Later, Sai Wulang continued to encourage Hori Take to cook, but unfortunately Hori Take refused for various reasons, and only on occasional days, he would show his cooking skills. Fortunately, Sai Wulang is not a person who is addicted to appetite, he also understands the principle that scarce things are expensive, and he is satisfied when he can occasionally eat the Chinese dishes made by Horigaku. As for Shanyi, he had been in Momoyama for less than 3 months and had not yet tasted Horitake's craft. The reason why Hori Take has such good cooking skills is all forced out. When he was an orphan before, he didn't eat well. Later, when I grew up, I could make money, and in addition to eating neon dishes, the most was to cook myself and restore the dishes I ate before I crossed over. Not bad, neon products are quite rich, there should be some ingredients and seasonings. Hori Take reproduction Chinese cuisine reproduction is quite successful. I cooked and did it myself, and after a long time, I accidentally became a chef. Until he went up to Momoyama, he cooked less. Although he cooks less often, it does not mean that his craft is unfamiliar. In order to prepare a meal to make amends for Tsuguro, Hori Take went down the mountain, went to the town to buy ingredients, and returned with a large pocket and a bunch of things. After returning again, Hori Take found that Sai Wulang was still practicing Shanyi, so he temporarily saved Zanai from Sai Wulang's clutches. Old man, let Zanai go for the time being today. I cook a big meal and need someone to start it. I think Shanyi is very good. After all, these days basically he cooks. It is not too bad to help cook, right? Shanyi had long wanted to escape training, and when he heard this, he ran over with a rolling belt. Big brother, I'll help cook. Just tell me what you want. Sai Wulang was helpless, but for the sake of the feast, he turned a blind eye. Hori walked in front, and Zhen Yi carried a large pocket and followed behind Hori like a follower. Shan Yi looked at the chicken, duck, and fish meat in his pocket, and couldn't help but be a little curious. Big brother, you really know how to cook. He glanced at Shan Yi with disdain. What do you call a will? Let you see it today. Back at home, into the kitchen, Hori Take rolled up his sleeves and got ready to do a big job. Next, Hori Take was in the kitchen, began a dazzling operation. Through his palm plate, palm pot, palm spoon, one after another boutique Chinese dishes were born, and sent out of the kitchen like an assembly line to the table in front of Sai Wulang. Zenji looked at Horigaku's various operations and opened his eyes. Amazing! She performed her job as a cook, letting the dishes be washed, wipe the table, let the dishes be served, diligent like a running hall, diligent like a dogleg. Finally, the meal is complete. Sai Wulang, Horigaku, and Shanyi, the three of them sat around a round table, which was full of various Chinese dishes, full of color and aroma. Eye-catching, saliva straight down. There should be BGM here, the BGM of the Chinese Little Master, the Great Wall. Grunting, Shan Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. No way, smelling the fragrance, looking at the table full of red, green, and green, he couldn't help it a little. However, the elder Sai Wulang has not yet moved the chopsticks, and the author of this table, Hori Take, has not moved the chopsticks. How dare the guy at the bottom of the food chain move the chopsticks first? Hori Take was very calm. After all, he was well informed and experienced in battles. Sai Wulang actually couldn't bear it a little. In order to reflect the dignity of the elders, the little old man still maintained a certain reserve. Sai Wulang picked up the wine glass and began to speak before the meal. Well, Horigaku, as my big apprentice, successfully passed the final selection, joined the ghost-killing team, and also killed a powerful evil ghost, saved many people, and was even valued by the Lord. Congratulations! Today's banquet is to celebrate Horigaku. Of course, it is also to make amends for my sins. Come. Let's toast. Sai Wulang was very interested, and drank all the wine in his glass. Hori Take could not fall into the downwind, and with the movement of Sagoro, he also drank the wine. The only one who was a little distressed was Shanyi, and he was the only minor of the three people present, and he could only substitute juice for wine. Sai Wulang is not the kind of person with cumbersome rules, and after the celebration is spoken, the feast is officially held. The three of them can finally start enjoying the food, and 3 pairs of chopsticks rush to the various dishes on the table. Eating delicious food and drinking wine, the pleasant compassion even fell into self-absorption. How wonderful it would be if everyday life were like this. Hori Take ate each dish and nodded secretly. Well, yes, the craft has not regressed, and my cooking skills are also one of the important means to attract girls in the future. Shanyi was completely caught in the windswept clouds, constantly trying every dish, tasting every one, shouting that it was delicious, and eating almost a mouthful of oil. Big brother! What is this dish? Boiled beef. So spicy. So hemp. But so fragrant. What about this one? Braised lion's head. Lion's head? Where are the lions? It's delicious though. What about this? Dongpo meat. Fat but not greasy, it's simply superb. And what kind of fish is this fish? Steamed sea bass. This kind of fish is really steamed and the most delicious. A big meal, the 3 people who eat are satisfied. The appetite was greatly compensated, and the 3 of them slumped on the tatami mat very infiguratively, and the dining table was full of scraps of cold rice and a mess. While picking his teeth with a toothpick, Hori made Zenyi, "Zenyi, don't continue to paralyze, go clean up the dining table, go wash the dishes, and clean the kitchen." Zenyi was really too lazy to move, but he didn't dare to disobey Horitake's will, so he could only obediently support his lazy body and reluctantly clean up. After Zenyi left, Horitake and Sagoro sat opposite each other to drink tea and began a homely conversation. The content of the conversation was nothing else, it was the situation of Horigaku's final selection this time. In addition to the fact that the existence of the system needed to be covered up, Horitake briefly recounted what had happened in the past few days, and Sagokuro nodded while listening. In this way, I am very pleased that you can rescue others in the Vine Attack Mountain. Oh? Is that little girl named Ganlo Temple Miri the stepson of the current Yanzu? The retreat ghost. It can also move underground during the day, and it is indeed a difficult ghost. It seems that Lord thinks very highly of you. When it came to the situation about Shiki Yaya in the birth house, Sagoro's expression was a little hesitant, and after considering it, he still said the following to Horidake, "Horidake. You are to the Lord he. Forget it, since Lord recognizes you, I won't say much, old man, I only hope that you will work hard to kill ghosts in the future and contribute to the ghost killing team." Horitake nodded solemnly and agreed, "I will." That's right. Regarding the matter of solving the curse of Lord Gong, do you really have confidence in Horidake? Chapter 31. Sagoro asked about Yaya's curse, and Horitake replied very seriously, "Not yet, just give me a period of time, my strength will grow further, and I am sure that I will wear down the curse for the Lord. If you can really wear away the curse of the Lord Horigaku, you've done the ghost killer team a big favor." The Lord, he supported the ghost killing team when he was young, and he worked conscientiously and did not dare to be careless. He treated every swordsman of the ghost killing team as if he were his own child, and he always trusted his subordinates. It's a pity that because of the curse of the Izayashiki family, the Lord's body is weakening day by day. It can be seen that Izayashiki Yaya is indeed very popular and loved by the ghost killing team. Even if it is a retired old man like Sai Wulang, he also respects the master. Horitake solemnly promised, "Don't worry, old man, I will improve my strength as soon as possible." Sai Wulang nodded slowly. Suddenly, the little old man's tone changed and became less serious. "That's right. What is the situation of that girl named Ganlo Temple Honey Li? Is he what you said before, the future wife?" Horitake was dumbfounded. This. How does this make him answer? After a long time, Horitake could only answer ambiguously, "Miri she. I think of her as a future wife, but not the future wife I said before. You understand, right? Old man?" Sensei Lang righteously condemned Horitake, "Stinky boy. It turns out that you are thinking this, eating what is in the bowl and looking at the pot. Your idea of stepping on 2 boats is terrible." Horitake was also broken, "Stinky old man, don't talk about me so dirty, and don't look so noble. I don't believe that when you were young, you didn't think about such a thing as hugging left and right. Besides, now this year, what's wrong with the rich and powerful marrying a few more? This kind of thing is also very common, right? That's true, but you'll be spurned for doing so. They're jealous. Too thick-skinned, hey. An old man and a young, a quarrel, no one can convince anyone." As everyone knows, Shanyi in the kitchen heard their words, and while washing the dishes, he burst into tears and resentment, "Damn it! Big brother, he actually stepped on 2 boats. It's so enviable. Why can't I encounter such a good thing?" Those women I met before. Yes. I'm so unwilling. In the tea room over there, no matter how Zhe Wulang condemns, Hori Take still stands still and sticks to his heart. Zhe Wulang panted angrily, and did not intend to continue persuading. Forget it, smelly boy, it seems that you are not going to change. But I still want to remind you that no matter what, you must not play with the feelings of girls. Be responsible for their actions and for their actions. If one day you capsize, I don't care. Don't worry, you can't capsize the boat. Hori Take waved his hand very proudly, iron locks and boats, like walking on the ground. Stinky boy! Do you still want to lock the boat in iron chains? Just kidding. Just kidding. But then again, old man, in a few days after my Nikawa knife arrives, I will go on a mission, and at that time, I will not be able to come back and live after being away all year round. Zhe Wulang has long been mentally prepared for this. When you grow up, you naturally have to go out independently. I have no problem with this matter. As long as you remember to come back to see the old man occasionally, don't forget me. Look what you said, Momoyama is also my home, how could I forget you? Fortunately, you are not only my apprentice now, even if I go out, there is still Shanyi by your side. Although this kid has a cowardly personality, he is a good person, and I am quite relieved to have him by your side. Zhe Wulang nodded, and then thought of something, and a tic-tac character appeared on his head. Shanyi, this kid is also okay, that is. I am very upset that I often avoid training. Holding the teacup, Hori Take comforted the old man. If you can run the monk and can't run the temple, he dares to run, you will catch it, turn back and train him to death. How can you do it if you are young, without suffering a little? In the future, Shanyi will also join the ghost-killing team. How can he do it without strength and guts? Zhe Wulang was embarrassed for a while. In terms of strength, I can still train him hard and improve his strength, but this kid's courage is too small. What can I do about this? Don't worry, when the strength of Shanyi is enough, the character will naturally be confident. All cowardice and inferiority come from insufficient strength. You just need to train harder and be good, and the rest, leave it to time. Well said. That's what I thought. The sound of the conversation between master and apprentice came into the kitchen, and Shanyi shivered when he heard it, and began to plan the nth escape from Momoyama in his heart. In the following days, just as the master and apprentice talked, Zhe Wulang trained Shanyi more assiduously, and Shanyi was trained every day to die and live. Occasionally, when Zhe Wulang needs to rest, he will make up for it by Hori Take, and Hori Take will train the apprentice on his behalf. Compared to Sagoro's training, Hori Take's training scared Zanaya even more. If he can't complete the training, Sagoro is mainly a reprimand, but Hori Take will really beat him. After being beaten by Horyu more, Shanyi began to yearn for the training of Zhe Wulang, and Zhe Wulang's training was bitter, but he would not be beaten. Later, Sugokuro discovers that Hori Take's stick training method seems to be effective, and simply lets go and allows Hori Take to continue training Zanya. At that time, Shanyi was desperate, and even asked Zhe Wulang to train himself. Zhe Wulang smiled, and he replied like this, I see that your senior brother has been quite effective in training you, so let your senior brother continue to train you. Don't cry with a sad face, cheer up. To tell you the truth, you don't have a few days left to maintain such a high training efficiency. In a few days, after your senior brother's Nikawa knife is forged and delivered, he will need to go out on a mission, and he needs to go out to kill ghosts, which is the duty of the ghost-killing team. After hearing these words, Zanai was extremely eager to look forward to it, hoping that the Nikwe Deo would be delivered earlier, and that Hori Take would leave early. No way, Shanyi is afraid. He was afraid that before he could train to death, he would be beaten to death by Horyu first. In fact, Horigaku's hand was not so heavy at all, and the so-called beating was just the kind that made Shanyi's nose and face swollen, and he could fully recover after sleeping. Who makes Zenji timid in nature, Horigaku's training has become a shadow in his heart. Looking forward to. Finally. One morning, Zenji waited for Horigaku's Nikki knife. Wearing the mask of a fireman, a ring of wind chimes hangs from the cloak. This is Horidake's knife forger, Steel Tsukashika. That morning, as the wind chimed, Steel Tsukasa ascended Momoyama and came to Saiworo's house to deliver the knife. Because he had to clean up the table after breakfast, there was only one person in Sai Wulang's family, and when the steel tomb arrived, it was Shanyi who opened the door to receive him. Opening the door and looking at this stranger wearing a fireman's mask, Zenyi was very strange. May I ask if you are? My name is Steel Tsuka. Horidake's Nikwe knife is forged. As a knife forger, I will send him a knife. Hearing this, Shanyi's face changed. Tsukasa wanted to continue saying something, but seeing Zenyi's tearful expression at this time, he was at a loss. Zenyi held Izuka's hand as if he had seen his father. You are finally here. Do you know how I spend my days these days? Hey! Chapter 32. Shanyi was so excited that he directly dragged the steel cairn into the house, and all kinds of hospitality such as good tea, good water, and good snacks, pinching shoulders, legs and fans, were simply intimate. Where did Steel Tsukasa encounter this formation? Sitting stiffly on the tatami, a little overwhelmed. That. Excuse me. Yes. Do you have something going on? Excuse me. Are you Horidake? Me? No, I'm Horigaku's junior brother, and Horiyatsu's eldest brother just went out for training. A drop of cold sweat broke out on the head of the steel cairn. You are not Horitake himself, what are you doing so attentively? It made me uncomfortable. That. Can you ask your senior brother to come over and ask him to come and get a knife? Okay. I'll call him. Shanyi opened the door and shouted outside, Big brother! Your Nikawa knife has arrived. It was loud and echoed between Momoyama. Within a few minutes, Horitake and Sagoro arrived together. Opening the door and entering the house, looking at the waiting steel cairn, Horitake was a little expectant. Oh? Is my Nikawa knife forged? Are you my knife forger? It's really bothering you. Several people sat down, and the steel tomb was finally able to enter his own rhythm, and while he opened the package of the Nikawa knife, he said to himself, This is the Nikawa knife, a knife forged by my own hands. The raw materials for forging the Nikawa knife come from orangutan crimson iron and orangutan crimson ore on the mountain closest to the sun. Therefore, the forged knife can absorb sunlight. Because Sunshine Mountain is a mountain where sunlight shines all day, there will be neither clouds nor rain on the mountain. Listening to this setting, Horitake couldn't help but complain in his heart. Selected from the mountain closest to the sun, you can get the sun all day, there will be no rain and no clouds on the mountain. What you are talking about is Everest? I don't believe you can mine iron ore from Mount Everest. Besides, there are also day and night alternates on Mount Everest, and it is not possible to get the sun all day. So this setting is outrageous. Or is there no such thing at all, and it is completely these knife-forging people who are boasting about themselves? While complaining in his heart, Izuka had already taken out the Nikki knife from the box and handed it to Horigaku. Horitake took his knife solemnly. Looking closely at this Japanese sword, the scabbard and handle of this knife are dark red, and the style of the knife is not the traditional Japanese katana, but the style of the Chinese Tang sword. Of course, the reason why it is a Tang Dao style is also requested by Horitake in advance. Looking at the overall style of this knife, Horitake was very satisfied. Master Gangzuka, thank you for agreeing to my wayward request and specially helping me forge the knife into a Tang knife style. This kind of thing is not difficult. After all, the neon katana is derived from the Tang knife of China, and occasionally reproducing the craftsmanship of the ancestors is also a good experience for me. However, when forging this knife, it did encounter difficulties. Oh? What puzzle? Pointing to the knife in Horitake's hand, Izuka said bitterly, I don't know what happened to the piece of jade steel you chose, it seems to have lightning inside. Every time I forged this piece of jade steel, this piece of jade steel would always electrify me in turn. And after a few strokes of forging, my arm would be paralyzed. There was really no way, and a few of us took turns to forge and fight, and then gradually forged this knife into shape. On the side, the well-informed Sai Wulang was also shocked when he heard this, and this kind of thing? The knife that contains the power of thunder and lightning, chose Horitake who uses the breath of thunder, is this fate? Horitake could probably guess what was going on. When he chose the jade steel, he scanned it with spiritual vision, and the jade steel he chose was split by lightning, which may contain some characteristics of lightning, or maybe. Horitake hadn't officially drawn the knife yet, but Steel Tsukasa couldn't wait, and urged, the Nikawa knife can change color according to the characteristics of the user, quickly pull the knife out, see what color it can turn into, I really hope to turn into a crimson sword. Horitake was also looking forward to it, and slowly pulled out the Nikwe knife. The Tang Dao style Raiwa knife has a silver-white blade and a silver-white blade, which is extremely sharp. In the midst of everyone's attention, the Nikki knife began to slowly change color upwards along the handle. The mouth. Wow! Exclaimed Izuka. The Nikawa knife turned a dazzling purple, and between the purples, there were also thunder patterns intertwined, which looked very mysterious. Shanyi was stunned and muttered, what a beautiful purple! This color! And when the eldest brother uses the thunder breath, the thunder and lightning released are a color. Iron Tsukasa was even more excited and couldn't help himself. Nani is tired? What is this? This dazzling color? It has never been documented. Simply amazing. Maybe I witnessed a miracle. Sai Wulang looked at Horitake with satisfaction, and suggested, Horitake, choose a name for your Nikawa saber. Take a name. Horitake pondered for a while, and had an idea. He looked at his knife, gently slid it over the blade with his hand, and said with love, just name it. Wei Guang. Its name is Blade of Light. Wei Guang? Great name. Where did it come from? What illusions are taken? It's not an illusion, it's from. Gang Horitake wanted to say where it came from, but suddenly a change occurred. A purple electric arc suddenly flashed on the blade of mighty light, and this arc flashed into the sky. Everyone present was taken aback, and Sai Wulang hurriedly asked, Horitake. What's going on? I don't know. I didn't use thunder breath. It was Wei Guang that released the thunder and lightning on its own. Steel Tsukasa didn't notice the abnormality at all, and was still dancing there, being able to release thunder and lightning by yourself, is it the wonder of that piece of jade steel? It seems that I have forged an amazing knife. That's not right. Horitake looked at Wei Guang and said in denial, it's not what you said, I feel that Wei Guang seems to be. Provocation? Provocation. Looking at the flickering purple arc, Sai Wulang was puzzled, to whom to provoke. Provoke you? It is not surprising that Sai Wulang has such a guess. According to legend, some powerful weapons also recognize people. If the user is not strong enough to pass the test given by the weapon will not recognize the user, and if it is not good, it will eat the master. Horitake shook his head and also denied this speculation. No, the thunder and lightning released by Wei Guang did not electrify me. But I felt that it was very compatible with Wei Guang, and Wei Guang seemed to be provoking. Following the direction pointed by the arc released by Wei Guang, Horitake looked upward. In the provocation ceiling? Wrong. Provoking the sky outside? It doesn't seem right. Could it be Horitake had a heart-stopping guess? I don't know when, the weather outside is clear, and suddenly the clouds are thick. Horitake sensed something, opened the door, and looked at the sky. The dark clouds of thick haze shrouded the entire Momoyama and pressed towards the mountain, giving people a sense of oppression and threat. Iron Tsukasa scratched his head. Very strange, the weather was still fine just now, why did it suddenly change the sky? Ci Wulang's face was very ugly, and he remembered an incident that happened before, that is, Shan Yi was struck by lightning and then changed his hair color. How similar is this scene to the original scene? But the quality is not the same. The dark cloud that was split at the beginning is also layer by layer, and it dissipates after splitting, but this time the dark cloud has shrouded the entire Momoyama. Thinking of this, Ci Wulang was on crutches and secretly cried in his heart, how can his own disciples go through such inhuman treatment? Chapter 33. Standing in the doorway, Horitake looked up at the thick dark clouds in the sky and looked down at the Nikawa in his hand. The purple electric arcs on the body of the Weiguang knife rose again, and these arcs pointed straight to the sky. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be enraged, and they tumbled violently. Seeing this vision, Iron Tsukasa also reacted, and his jaw fell to the ground. Horse! Masaka! Boom! Click! A thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. Blue lightning fell from the sky and pointed straight at Mount Hori. The sudden flash of lightning almost blinded everyone. The violent explosion was almost deafening. In the face of such a heavenly power, any living being will involuntarily tremble. The timid Shan Yi's legs were soft. He climbed the door frame, looked at the purple arc flashing upwards, his pupils lost focus, trembled to himself, and told the truth, is it? Is Weiguang provoking heavenly thunder? Izuka held his head, incredulous, how is this possible? How can this knife have self-spirituality? And dare to provoke the thunder in the sky? Did I inadvertently forge an artifact? Click! Bang! With a huge roar and explosion, 2 more lightning bolts haunted among the dark clouds. At this time, the system spoke out in Horigaku's mind, ding! The host obtains a knife that should not appear in this world, and gives it a name that should not appear in this world, causing a negative butterfly effect, the experience of heavenly thunder. Ding! System release task. Please host to solve the negative butterfly effect, the experience of heavenly thunder. Weiguang was born, and this side of heaven and earth is not tolerated. Not to mention the body of the sun wheel sword, provoking the heavenly thunder, causing the heavenly thunder to be angry. I want to destroy Weiguang. Please hold the mighty light, defeat the heavenly thunder, and spend the experience. Tips: if you really don't have confidence, abandon Weiguang, and Weiguang will be destroyed by heavenly thunder. It's just that as a price, you will never be recognized by any weapon in the future, and any spiritual weapon will not follow a person who abandons it. Mission success reward: Thunder Breath transforms into Sky Thunder Breath. Mission failure punishment: light is the destruction of the light, and the heavy is the death of the host. Horitake listened to this task, his face expressionless. Really forced to Liangshan, you dog system. Do I have any other choice? Also, you dog system. It is so vague to say, what kind of heavenly thunder trial, it is obviously a heavenly calamity. When some magic weapons or elixirs were born, they were not tolerated by heaven and earth, so the heavens sent down the heavenly calamity and wanted to destroy them. Crossing the heavens is complete, but it can't be crossed. Isn't it just dead? Inexplicably, it seems to be on stage again. This is the world of Ghost Slayer's blade. Not some fairy world. With a long exhale, Horigaku's heart fell silent, sticking to his heart. When it comes to this, how can it be done without hardening the bullet? Success or failure is at stake. Carrying the majestic light of purple lightning, Hori walked out of the house with a firm step, stood in the wide clearing, looked up at the sky, and the sky above him was surrounded by lightning one after another. Looking at the lonely figure under the dark clouds, Ci Wulang couldn't help it, and against the thunder that kept exploding, he shouted at Horitake, "Horitake!" Horitake turned around, looked at the 3 people at the door of the house from a distance, and pulled out a smile. "Sorry, old man, this is something I have to face, you guys leave me alone, let alone come over. Zanai looked at Horidake, he was already desperate holding his head, and his mouth kept chanting, it's over, this is dead, it's nature's thunder. How can it be resisted? Big brother, this time. Shut up. The furious Sai Wulang knocked a big bag on Shan Yi's head with a crutch. Shan Yi ate the pain and covered his mouth and did not dare to make a sound. This is the first time that Sai Wulang has beaten Shan Yi, who makes Shan Yi's words too unpopular, who does not beat him. Enduring the pain, Shan Yi didn't dare to say a word, he knew that what he just said should be beaten, and what he said just now was simply cursing his eldest brother. He is also careless, the nature of goodness is so timid and pessimistic, a careless, depressed word will come out. Outside, among the dark clouds, the continuous blue lightning, roaring and flashing more and more frequently, has gradually formed thunderstorm weather. And it is a thunderstorm that only thunders, does not rain, does not blow wind. Looking at the dark sky that exploded with a boom, full of blue lightning, Horidake held the majestic light of purple electricity flashing, and faced Tianwei with his own strength. Suddenly, he was arrogant and laughed, ha 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 ha. My strongest move at the moment is Ratchet, and Kakashi has used this move to cut through lightning. Now that Wei Guang is provocative, I am about to face heavenly thunder, isn't this providence? Ha 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 ha. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be irritated by Horidake's laughter, and all the lightning suddenly converged, and only dark clouds surged in the sky, as if a big one was brewing. In the distant room behind, the hearts of the three of Ci Wulang were clenched, and they knew that they were coming. The mighty light in Horigaku's hand also converged into a purple arc, as if it was gaining momentum. The dark clouds in the sky surged and rotated, forming a huge whirlpool of dark clouds, and below the center of the whirlpool was exactly where Mount Hori was. Horidake held the mighty light, his eyes staring at the sky tightly, there was no fear in his eyes, some were just crazy excitement. Guys! Don't you want to know where the word Wei Guang comes from? I tell you, the word Wei Guang comes from a phrase I heard before, and this sentence is very suitable for my current situation. There are always creatures on the ground who dare to face the power of thunder. In the center of the dark clouds in the sky, the heavenly thunder has been brewed, and Horidake even saw that blue light began to flash. It's now. Thunder breath thunder type full power overload. On Horidake's body, dazzling purple thunder and lightning rushed out. These purple thunderbolts flowed down his arm to Wei Guang, and Wei Guang was suddenly stimulated, turning into a purple light blade bursting with thunder and lightning. The sky, a bucket-thick blue sky thunder, fell from the sky, straight to Mount Hori. Horidake jumped. Strive upwards. He swung the mighty blade and unleashed Ratchet, facing the incoming heavenly thunder. Head on. Rachel. Above is the blue sky thunder, below is the purple thunder, who is better? Heavenly thunder and Hori collided in mid-air. There was an extremely sharp and thorny sound. The three people who watched Sai Wulang, Shan Yi, and Iron Tsukasa were dazzled by the bursting flash, and their heads were dizzy and tinnitus that were stimulated by the sharp shock. However, the flash was only for a moment, and they still saw the follow-up. Horyu was in mid-air, holding the mighty light, and split the heavenly thunder. The bucket-thick heavenly thunder was cut into two left and right lines, split into the peach forest on both sides, and blew up and overturned several peach trees. Horidake succeeded. But his body was also overloaded in an instant. He fell down from mid-air and fell to the ground. Horidake. The three of them quickly ran out and rushed towards Horigaku, scrambling to see him. The heavenly thunder used for the trial passed, and the dark clouds in the sky failed to kill Horidake, so they had to die down and gradually disperse. When the three of Sai Wulang rushed over, the thick dark clouds had already begun to dissipate, and there was already sporadic sunlight shining through the dark clouds. The three of them gathered around Horidake, looking at Horigaku's situation, very nervous, and constantly asking Horigaku how he was. Horidake was lying on the ground, staring, his right hand tightly holding Wei Guang, his body trembled, and blue arcs flashed from time to time, which showed that he was also electrified. Chapter 34. Horyu was surrounded by the three of Ci Wulang, and he was eager to care, and Ci Wulang was even more panicked, afraid that his apprentice would have some 3 long and 2 short. Horyu, are you okay? How are you? You okay? Shanyi cried and cried, just wanted to open his mouth to shout, big brother, you don't want to die, suddenly remembered what he had just beaten, closed his mouth, and cowered. Hori Take lay on the ground, staring, exhaling a puff of green smoke, and then gasping for a few sharp breaths. Finally, Hori Take eased up, and his body did not spasm. He lay on the ground, looked at the Wei Guang in his hand, and laughed, ha 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 ha, just said that Wei Guang did not test me, it dares to provoke Tian Li, it is a test for me. I took it, broke the heavenly thunder, broke it, couldn't break it, I finished with Wei Guang. Really, if you don't succeed, you become a benevolent, what a knife with an iron head, I like it. Seeing that there was nothing unusual in Horidaku's expression, Ci Wulang was also relieved. The little old man also laughed and slapped Horyu on the shoulder, ha ha ha, smelly boy, there is really yours, even the heavenly thunder split. Where had Iron Tsukasa seen such a thing? He stared intently at the majesty in Horigaku's hand, and the occupational disease was offended, and he couldn't wait to reach out, brother Hori Take. Fast. Let me see your majesty, the knife that can cut through the heavenly thunder, there is only one in the world, and there is no one who has never come before. Who knew that as soon as Iron Tsukasa's hand approached Wei Guang sent an arc of electricity to steel Tsukasa and paralyzed his electric body, and his hair stood on end. Hori Take slowly sat up, stroked Wei Guang and explained with a smile, this guy has a bad temper, and no one is allowed to touch him except me. Izuka was dumbfounded, how so? I'm its forger. He was forged by me. Suddenly, Gangzuka was stunned and reacted, not right. Wrong. What's wrong? Iron Tsukasa's expression visibly fell, I know very well how many pounds and tails I have, I will never be able to make such a knife that can be called an artifact. Perhaps, this knife was specially given to brother Hori Take by the gods through my hand. Hori Take at this time, !jpg. Iron Tsukasa grabbed Horigaku's shoulder and said to him very seriously, little brother, there is a saying in Huaxia, saying that the heavens will descend to the people of Si, and the gods have given you this mighty light, I hope you can make good use of it and use it to kill the evil spirits in the world. Hori Take was a little surprised. This guy actually knew that the heavens descended to the people of Si, it seems that he is not simple. Don't worry, I will make good use of Wei Guang, and I will use Wei Guang to kill all the evil spirits I encounter. Including Oni my Suji is no miserable. Izuka nodded, relieved. He stood up, looked at the re-emerging sunlight, and sighed in a tone, I really didn't expect to encounter such a magical scene today, it's really worth the trip. Then brother Horyu, I wish Junwyun prosperous. Putting on a cloak full of wind chimes, the steel cairn left. Hori Take also patted the dust on his body and stood up. The moment he stood up, the system sounded a prompt in his consciousness, ding. Confirm that the host is safe, confirm that the blade of light is not damaged. And the host successfully solves the negative butterfly effect, completes the task, and obtains the mission reward. Bite. Congratulations to the host, Thunder Breath has advanced to Heavenly Thunder Breath. Bite. Warm reminder, the host's breathing method at this time, the Heavenly Thunder Breath, is a stronger breath than the breath of the starting breath day, which can release the true meaning of the Heavenly Thunder. The attacks with the Heavenly Thunder attribute released by the host in the future will be more destructive and more restrained against all evil hazes. From now on, the host uses the Heavenly Thunder Breath to kill the ghost, and the wound of the killed ghost cannot heal. When Hori Take heard this, he was very surprised. The reason why ghosts are difficult to kill is their terrifying ability to heal themselves. Now well, his own heavenly thunder breath restrained the ghost. After causing damage to the ghost cannot heal and recover by itself. There is no need to cut off the ghost's neck. As long as it causes fatal damage to the ghost will definitely die. This wave is not a loss. This wave is not a loss. Under the opening and hanging of the system, in an instant, Horitake thoroughly learned to familiarize himself with the new heavenly thunder breath, and as his arm commanded, his combat effectiveness further increased. Ci Wulang next to him seemed to sense something. At that moment just now, Ci Wulang felt that this big apprentice of his own seemed to have undergone a kind of transformation, as if he had suddenly transformed into some kind of high-level creature. Although strange, Ci Wulang did not make a sound. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky also completely dispersed, and it turned into sunny weather again. Looking at the warm sunshine, Ci Wulang complained for a while. It's true, the two apprentices of the old man were actually struck by lightning one after another. Shan Yi scratched his head and giggled. Horitake was also a little crying. This. Maybe our Lei Ji breath pulse has a special fate with Lei. As soon as he finished saying this, Horitake saw a black crow flying out of the peach tree forest, fluttering onto Horigaku's shoulder, and opened its loud voice, Lord Horitake. Lord Horitake. I will convey the mission of the Ghost Slayer Squad to you. I will convey the mission of the Ghost Slayer Squad to you. According to this, 60 kilometers northeast, in the town of Dongma, people are constantly disappearing. Find the evil spirits lurking there and fight them down. Sure enough, it was the crow who came to convey the task. Shan Yi was a little angry about this, waving his arm to drive away the crow. Please, my eldest brother is like this, how can he go on a mission? At least let the eldest brother recuperate. You give me a walk away. The ghost-killing team is so human, wouldn't it be good to let others do this task? The crow was driven away by Zanai, flapping its wings and hovering in the air, as if observing Horitake's physical condition. Horitake moved his body with a confident expression. It's okay, my body was just a little paralyzed, and now it's fully recovered, and it's no problem to go out to do the task at all. Big brother, don't force it. No reluctance, I really don't have any problems, don't believe the two of us practice. That's still not necessary. So, Horitake returned to the house with Wei Guang, took Wei Guang back into his sheath, changed into a clean ghost-killing team uniform, and put on a dark purple cloud pattern feather weave outside, brought his belongings, and Wei Guang wore it around his waist. When everything was ready, Horitake said goodbye to Sagoro. Old man, I'm leaving. Ci Wulang acted calmly. Go. A full-fledged bird should flutter its wings high in the air. Go and try to kill ghosts. Keep people safe and contribute to the Ghost Slayer. Horitake nodded and turned to look at Zenyi. Zenyi, when I'm not in Momoyama, you have to take good care of the old man. Shan Yi stood very straight, looking like he was in danger. Yes. Don't worry, big brother. How do I feel like I'm gone? How happy do you look? Horitake looked at Zenji with some suspicion. Hey! Shan Yi broke out in a cold sweat and quickly covered up. No. No. Absolutely nothing. Big brother, you want to leave Momoyama, I can't bear it. Is it? I feel like you want me to leave. How could Horitake not understand Zanyaku's careful thinking? He snorted coldly and warned Shan Yi, when I'm away, you also have to train hard, you can't live up to the expectations of the smelly old man, if you let me know that you still avoid training. I will ask the ghost killer team for leave, come back specially and train you doubly. Shan Yi broke out in a cold sweat and nodded continuously. The final instructions and explanations were completed, and Horitake bowed to Sagokuro and left Momoyama to embark on the road of killing ghosts. Chapter 35. Excuse me, how do you feel about the first time you carry out the mission of the ghost killer team? Horitake said that he had no feelings. There is really no feeling, he feels that it is quite normal to go out to do tasks, and it is enough to kill a ghost over there, it's very simple. It's not Hori take Versailles, since he cut through the heavenly thunder with the mighty light, since his breathing method has advanced to the heavenly thunder breath, Hori take has some confidence. If the ghosts below the first string of the 12 ghost moons meet me, they will all die. When you meet me on the 12th ghost moon, you must also weigh it carefully. Even if I am very unlucky to meet Ghost Mai Suji no miserable, I have the confidence to make Wu miserable suffer. No way, it's not that we don't have anyone in sight, it's really because we're really strong now. With such an idea, Hori take also brought with him the momentum of the strong and the temperament of the superior. In a hurry, Hori take came to the town of East Ma that Yingyu mentioned that afternoon. With a knife at his waist and a crow on his shoulder, Hori take walked in the town of Higashima, quietly observing the situation in the town. He handed a berry to the raven as if feeding his pet. Is this the town? It is said that there are ghosts? The crow nodded very spiritually, took the berry with his beak, and after eating the berry, he rubbed Horiyatsu's fingers very affectionately, looking like a crow. They are all trained, have a very high IQ, and know that Hori take has a great future. Of course, they must hold Horigaku's thighs as much as possible. Well, while it's not yet evening, investigate first, ask the people in the town, and see if you can get useful information. Hori take randomly found a passerby, an ant who was in a hurry. Hello this ant, I have something I want to ask. Hey? What's going on? I want to ask, has there been any strange things happening in East Malaysia town recently? Strange? Strange things? Like, is anyone missing? Or does anyone hear horror at night? After Hori take asked these words, this ant's face suddenly became ugly, as if she had encountered something very terrible. She hurriedly took a few steps back, waved her hand, and avoided the topic. I don't know. I don't know anything. Don't you ask me. After that, he immediately ran away. Hori take did not stop this ant, but just looked at her back meaningfully. Don't know anything? What about liars? No, what about deception? It seems that there is indeed something unusual in this town. Hori take continued to walk around the town of Higashima, looking for the next passerby to inquire. There is an old man in the paddy field next to him who is plowing the field. He Hori take stood by the field and greeted as cordially as possible, this grandfather. Hello. The old man of the cultivation field noticed Horidaku's beckoning, raised his cloak, and looked at Hori take suspiciously. Hey. This grandfather, I want to ask, have you encountered any strange things in East Malaysia town recently? Hey. I want to ask, is anyone missing in East Malaysia? Has there been any crisis? Hey. Hori stood helplessly by the field, silently speechless. Don't think I didn't see it, you're pretending to be deaf and selling stupidity, you bad old man is very bad. The old man put down his hoe, tilted his ears sideways, and exclaimed, what you were just saying, I didn't hear. It's okay, you keep working. Okay. The old man continued to plow the field, and the attitude of plowing the field was called a serious focus, and it was almost plowed to the realm of forgetting both things and me. Hori take was furious. Everybody has it. Forget it, it's a big deal, I'll continue to find someone to ask. Over there is an uncle with a decaying face, sitting under a tree on the side of the road, with a calm face and not knowing what he is thinking. It is better to ask him, men of this age are generally very reliable. Walking in front of this uncle, Hori bowed slightly, hello uncle. Hey. The man seemed to be suddenly awakened, raised his head, saw the stranger, quickly stood up, and pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying, this guest, do you have something wrong? Hori take noticed with keen observation that when the man questioned himself, he quietly glanced at the knife on his waist, and his eyes changed in that instant. Because this moment was so short, Horitake couldn't tell anything from the change in his eyes. Horitake had a hunch that he could get some information on this man. Trying to be as amiable as possible, Horitake asked the man, "Uncle, I am a traveler, passing through Dongma town. It's almost evening, I want to stay in Dongma town for one night. However, I see that the atmosphere in East Malaysia town is not very good. What happened in the town? Am I right to stay here?" The man hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and said to Horigaku, "Young man, it's not that I drove you away, it's because a few days ago, a couple from our town Moriera family passed away, which is not very auspicious, so you still don't want to stay here." Horitake smiled slightly. A couple of the Moriera family died, intelligence +1. What does it matter? What's unlucky? I was just spending one night in East Malaysia, but I just happened to meet two people who died, and not many people died, right? As he said this, Horitake quietly showed the man the knife on his waist. Seeing the blade of might, a trace of excitement flashed in the man's eyes, but he quickly suppressed this excitement and said to Horitake flatly, "Actually, in the past few months, many people in our town have passed away, and all of them are one-on-one couples. How can you think it is unlucky? So you better not stay overnight. A lot of people have died, and all of them have died, intelligence +2. After hearing this, Horitake was shocked and said, "Hey? There is such a thing? That's really inauspicious. Why did so many people die in a few months, and all of them died one by one? Wouldn't it? What kind of plague is there?" The man's face began to turn white, and he shook his head and said, "What you said is not right, it is not the plague, nor the death of a family, it is the death of a couple, and the children of each of their families are still fine. The couple died, but the child was fine, intelligence +3. Is there such a thing? Then this is strange, and those children who have lost their parents are too pitiful. What can these children do from now on? These children..." The man just wanted to follow the topic of the child, suddenly thought of something, shivered, his face turned white, did not dare to continue, looked at Horidaku with a mocking look. "These children will always have a way. There will always be a way. There will always be a way." The man seems to be stunned. Keep repeating this sentence. There will always be a way, there will always be a way, there will always be a way. It seems that the focus seems to be on the child, intelligence +4. Horitake looked at the man's state and knew that he had no way to ask any more. "Dad." As soon as Horitake wanted to leave, a small child ran over, hugged the man, and looked at the stranger Horitake in horror. This kid's eyes are not right. Although the child is afraid of life, it is not afraid to this extent, and the child's eyes are not only afraid, but also hate. It's really strange, the first time I saw you, why do you hate me? At this moment, Horitake realized that there was a problem with the children in Dongma town. Chapter 36. When the man saw his child coming, his expression was complicated. "Shintaro, why are you here?" The 7 or 8-year-old boy named Shintaro glanced at Horitake with fear and disgust, and quickly pulled the man back. "Dad! Let's ignore him. Let's go home." The man stood up, glanced apologetically at Horigaku, and was pulled away by his son Shintaro. "Wrong. Something is very wrong. Something is wrong from start to finish. This man just now must know something," but he didn't dare to say it explicitly, so in the conversation with Horigaku, he gave Horitake various hints. The man's performance is already wrong enough, and the boy's performance is even more wrong. When you first meet, why do you hate yourself as a stranger? And this Shintaro, when he just pulled the man away, showed a very heavy grudge towards his father. Looking at the back of the man and the child, Horitake sensed something, turned his head sharply, and looked towards that street. Several children of different ages were secretly staring at themselves on the other side of the street. These children peeked at Horigaku's gaze strangely, their expressions seemed to be a little scared and Commiseration? Found to pique, these children scattered in horror. Wrong. Something is very wrong. Something is wrong everywhere. This East Malaysia town is especially wrong with the children. Looking at the gradually setting sun, Hori Take felt that there was an abnormal, depressing, and strange atmosphere in this town. There must be ghosts. Perhaps the strength of this ghost is not very strong, but the harm and panic caused by it are not small, and the entire East Malaysia town has been tortured by this ghost abnormally. Let's take a look at the information we have obtained. In general, just 2 pieces of intelligence. First, the people who disappeared or died are a couple. Second, the couple's children are fine, and these children are said to be fine. Depending on the personality of the ghost and the experience before becoming a ghost, different ghosts eat people with different preferences. For example, the winding child mill does not like to eat men, and for example, the winding 3-nest seed hardly hurts women. But the ghost that is only for couples is the first time I have heard of it. Hori Take couldn't help but guess, could this ghost be a single dog? I have always been shown affection before becoming a ghost, so after becoming a ghost, take revenge on those couples? Of course, this is just a joke, this theory cannot be justified. If it is a single dog's grudge, this ghost should not only target couples, he should target couples. And Hori Take also noticed that the couples who died, or were killed, were all couples with children, and their children were small and not adults. Combined with the weird performance of the children in East Malaysia town, these children are tired. Hori Take had an immature guess. His guess needs other information to further corroborate. Where can I find other information? Of course, go find the man just now. It's not that Hori Take caught a sheep and kept the wool, he asked so many people, only the man just now was the most cooperative, and quietly hinted at Hori Take a lot. Hori Take felt that he would definitely be able to get more information from him. This time, you can't ask directly, you can't knock on the side, you can only secretly inquire. Confirming that there was no one around, Hori Take flashed, jumped on the roof next to him. Climbed up to take a look, and saw the uncle and his child just now. The boy, Shintaro, took his father's hand and walked quickly to the house, his face irritable and restless, and his mouth broken, as if he was complaining about his father. The man was dragged away by his own child, his eyes were dim, his feet were dragged on the ground, and he had a feeling of walking dead. Hori Take jumped lightly between the roofs and followed him. After a while, the men and children returned to their homes and slammed their doors shut, as if there were some flood outside. Hori Take fell lightly onto the roof of their house, and as soon as his spiritual vision opened, he saw the situation of the father and son after returning home, and also heard their conversation. After entering the house, the man returned to the house like a walking corpse, sitting limply in the corner, still with a decaying face. Shintaro locked the door tightly, ran into the house, saw his decadent father, stomped his foot, stomped and cried, crying so much, crying while accusing his father, "Father! Why are you talking to someone you don't know? Are you trying to kill me? Or do you want to kill yourself?" Looking up at his son, the man said quietly, "That person just now. Not from the town, but from outside." The child cried and made trouble, "I know this kind of thing. I ask you, why are you reaching out to outsiders? That's it. They must have seen you talking to outsiders. I have to go and report to him tonight. I don't want to go find that monster. I'll be eaten by him." Wow! Wu, the decadent man, came over and stroked his son Shintaro's head, although he was also afraid, but tried to comfort his son, "Don't worry, you won't be eaten by him, he has never eaten a child for so long, has he?" Shintaro broke down and shouted at the man, "But daddy, you'll be eaten by him. He specializes in eating other people's moms and dads." While wiping his tears, Shintaro cried and cried, "Dad, you have been talking to outsiders for so long, what if he suspects you of leaking news and eats you? Woohoo! I don't want my dad to be eaten." I don't want it. I was the only dad left. The man suppressed his fear and jokingly comforted his son, no, Daddy won't be eaten, Daddy just casually chatted with outsiders and didn't reveal his secret, didn't he? I know. I also believe in Dad, but… Shintaro cried, but he doesn't necessarily believe Dad. He will suspect that Dad has revealed his identity. And he's a monster. If a monster wants to eat people, where will it find any reason? Narita's parents, Kohana's parents, Mori's parents, and so many friends' parents were eaten by him. I don't want Daddy and you are eaten by him too. Horitake sat on the roof, listening to these words, and thought to himself, oh, the amount of information is a bit big. In the room, listening to the cry of his son Shintaro, the man began to be unable to suppress his fear, his face began to turn white, but he still wanted to show calm. Don't panic, no, Daddy won't be eaten. When you go to report to him tonight, stay calm. No matter how he asks you, you just have to stick to the answer, my dad didn't leak the secret. Of course, the premise is that you don't provoke him, Shintaro, you have to keep yourself safe. As long as you are safe, Dad is relieved. At this moment, the man thought in his heart, I hope that the person just now is the ghost-killing swordsman of the legendary ghost-killing team. I hope he can solve that monster, and I don't risk my danger in vain and hint so much to him. If it doesn't work, big deal, be eaten by that monster. According to his custom, after I die, he will not hurt Shintaro, who is still a child. Although it is said that without his father's Shintaro, he will have a very bitter life and will be gathered around him, but at least he will not lose his life. At this moment, this father has the will to die. This chapter is a completely original plot with a lot of suspense, so it may seem a little confusing, but in the next chapter, all these suspense will be revealed. Please read on. Chapter 37. The day in East Malaysia town is lifeless, and the night in East Malaysia town is even more desolate. Even if it was not yet 9 o'clock in the evening, even if the street lights were still on, the shops in the town closed early, and every family closed their doors, afraid to go out, as if afraid of something at night. In this deathly silence, there was a knock on the door of Shintaro's house. The moment the door rang, both father and son were frightened at the same time, and Shintaro threw himself directly into the man's arms in panic. They all knew what awaited Shintaro. There was a second knock on the door, and Shintaro panicked, but could only come out of the man's arms. The decadent man looked at his son and touched his head encouragingly, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." The boy held back tears, walked out, and opened the door nervously. Outside the door, there was a thin yellow little girl, who was carrying a lantern and looked uneasy. Seeing that it was this little girl, Shintaro felt a little better. "It's you, little flower." The little girl named Xiahua nodded, glanced at Shintaro with pity, and said, "Lu. Lord Lu asked me to come to you." Shintaro trembled and clenched his teeth. "Those bastards, they told me about my dad about that." "Told Lord Lu?" The little girl nodded timidly. "Abominable." Shintaro was frightened and angry. "My dad just had a casual chat with someone he didn't know. Those bastards started a little report. Not only your father, but also Grandpa Narita and Aunt Takagi, as long as they have had contact with strangers, Lord Lu knows it." "What?" Shintaro was shocked and angry, that Grandpa Narita and Aunt Takagi's children, too. The little girl nodded, confirming Shintaro's bad guess. "Abominable." Shintaro cursed angrily again, and this time the target of the angry scolding was Horitake. "That outsider is also true, ask so many people what are they doing. I don't know how many families have been affected." Hori on the roof is a little embarrassed. This. Can he be blamed? It seems that he is indeed to blame. "I'm so sorry, in order to apologize, I will help you guys finish off that shit road-sama." Shintaro was still puzzled after scolding Horigaku, and continued to scold the children who reported, "And those bastards. Anyone who beats a small report should die. You don't be angry with them, if they don't tell the truth, they will. Speaking of this, the little girl's words stopped abruptly, and her body involuntarily shivered because of fear. Shintaro also thought of something, and his face turned pale. The little girl couldn't help it, and urged Shintaro, "Shintaro, we can't grind anymore, we must rush to Lord Lu in time." Shintaro was frightened and reluctantly agreed, "Go. Let's go." The little girl walked with a lantern in front, Shintaro followed behind, and on the silent street, there were only 2 small steps, which seemed quite strange. Shintaro's father, the decadent man, stood by the window, looking at his son's back with a heart-wrenching pang. With a deep sigh, the man turned around and suddenly found someone in front of him. The man in extreme fear exclaimed, fell backwards, and sat on the ground. Only when he saw who this person in front of him was he slightly relieved. "Yes. It's you?" Horitake stood in front of the man, pointed to the room with a smile, and invited him peacefully, "Uncle, can you elaborate?" Sitting stiffly on the ground, the man hesitated a little. Horitake identified himself and gave him a shot in the arm. "Don't hide, uncle, I am a swordsman of the ghost-killing team, specially for killing ghosts. What kind of road master in your mouth, 9 times out of 10, is a man-eating devil, my job is to fight him. To put it immodestly, my strength is in the forefront of the ghost-killing team, and there are few ghosts in the world that I can't deal with." The man was infected by Horigaku's strong self-confidence and strong temperament. He struggled to get up, invited Horitake into the room over there, sat down opposite each other, and began to talk in detail. "Uncle, the so-called confidant knows that the other is invincible, I need to know the specific situation of this ghost, please tell me all the information you know." As if he had caught a life-saving straw, the man eagerly recounted everything he knew. That so-called Lord Lu, whose full name is Dead Jing Lu, with green-faced fangs, does not look like a person, and he has to eat a few people every 3 to 5 to fill his hunger, it should be what you call a ghost. "Uncle, please calm down, I want to know, how did this ghost of Dead Jing Road appear? Did it appear out of thin air in East Malaysia town? Or foreign?" Looking down and thinking about it, the man replied, "It should be foreign, we have never heard of such a number 1 monster in East Malaysia town for so many years." Horitake asked seriously, "When did it appear?" "About half a year ago." "In the past 6 months, how did he get entrenched in East Malaysia town?" Speaking of this question, the man became excited and began to recall the past that he could not look back on. Originally, our East Malaysia town knew nothing about a monster in the town. Later, young couples continued to die and disappear, and we noticed the abnormality. But by the time we feel wrong, it's already too late. At this point, the man recalled very bitterly, unknowingly, in less than a month, that monster used magic to control the life and death of all the children in the town. We poor people, children are our lives. The child's life is controlled by a monster, which is equivalent to controlling our whole family. That monster used this demon art to control the entire East Malaysia town by controlling the life and death of the children in the town. We had no choice but to be controlled by him, so that if he occasionally had to eat a couple, we could only endure it when we didn't see it. The whole town has been trapped in such horror, I don't know who will be eaten next. Those children who lost their parents were raised by that monster and forced the poor children to play with him. Occasionally an outsider comes to the town. It's good to pass by in a hurry. Once an outsider has contact with the people in the town, this outsider will definitely be eaten tonight. It was because that monster was afraid of leaking the news and was afraid that the situation of a monster in this town would spread. Some passers-by or outsiders were eaten too much, and the government came to investigate, and we had no choice but to declare our disappearance to the outside world. Government agents couldn't find a clue at all, so they didn't get it. In fact, sometimes we also whisper in our hearts, that monster. If you eat more outsiders, will you not eat the people in the town? But it's not like that, the couple in the town, he still eats it correctly. This goes on. When is it ahead? There will be fewer and fewer people in the town, and everyone will be more and more afraid until it completely collapses. It's better to die than that. But if you die, the lives of all the children in the town are in the hands of that monster. It doesn't matter if we die, what should the children do? We can only stay up like this, slowly, dark days, life is better than death. The more the man spoke, the more painful it became, and the more uncomfortable it became. Because of the painful memories, the man's narrative was a little confusing and mixed, but Horitake still sorted out the context from it and roughly figured out what this ghost did, the ins and outs of the town's disaster. Chapter 38. The disaster in East Malaysia town came from a ghost named Dead Jing Lu. At first, the ghost just ate 1 or 2 couples and didn't attract much attention. However, Dead Jing Lu captured the children of these 2 families and controlled the life and death of these 2 children by some means. Then, centering on these 2 children, they called in their playmates or friends, and controlled more and more children until they controlled the children of the whole town. Finally, by controlling the lives of the children in the whole town, control the people of the entire East Malaysia town. In this way, Dead Jing Road took Dongma town as his stronghold, and has been lurking here, constantly eating the couples in the town, or eating passers-by. Because of the good secrecy work, he was entrenched in East Malaysia town for half a year, and no one found him. Understanding the general situation, Horitake still needs to figure out some specific details. Uncle, don't cry first, I urgently want to know what the means used by Dead Jing Road to control the child is. If he takes the whole town of children hostage, I will plant it if I don't get it right. The man said excitedly, it's a kind of magic. This monster can make a kind of magic that can make plants grow crazy quickly. It should be some kind of blood ghost technique. Horitake asked carefully, can plants grow quickly and crazy? Is any plant okay? How fast is the mad growth? How powerful is this magic technique? Very strong. The man said with both fear and fear, he once gathered the people of the whole town and showed his magic to intimidate us. In that call, he not only let the surrounding thorn bushes continue to grow wildly, growing into a wall of thorns, but also in an instant, 2 large trees grew from the grass. Hearing this, Horitake was also a little surprised. 2 big trees grow out of thin air. Yes. Just 2? Not many trees? Not a forest either? How is that possible? 2 big trees is scary, okay? That's good, Horitake breathed a slight sigh of relief, it's not Muduan. What's 2? Nothing, there is another thing I don't understand, the ability of Dead Thorn Road to give birth to plants is indeed very peculiar, but how can this ability control so many children? The man gritted his teeth, fearful and hateful in his heart, because he let the children in the town each eat a peanut. Peanuts. Yes, as long as he unleashes magic, the peanuts in the child's stomach will take root and sprout and grow madly, taking root in the child's flesh and blood. Meow seedlings drill out of the child's belly. The death was quite miserable. Horitake thought for a moment and looked at the man, listening to your tone, it seems that you have seen this scene. Yes. Yes. During that town-wide convocation, he demonstrated in full view of everyone, and this is how a child who did not listen to him at that time died. But won't peanuts be digested if swallowed? Nope. At least the peanuts he gave won't. There was also a child who secretly ran away for many days after eating peanuts, but he still controlled the peanut germination and killed him. Horitake nodded and fell into thought. It seems that this ghost's blood ghost technique is a bit interesting. I've always been curious, since his peanuts are so good, why don't you feed the whole town to eat his peanuts? Wouldn't that be more convenient? I don't know, maybe it's... He doesn't have so many special peanuts either? Maybe. It was he who couldn't control the germination of so many peanuts. Also, I want to ask, this ghost named Dead Jing Road. Wouldn't it be a child? At least he looks like a child? When Hori Take asked this, the man shivered, nodded his head and replied, yes. It was indeed a childlike monster. And he does have a playful nature as a child. I heard Taro say that he gathered all the children who had no parents around him and forced those children to play games with him, and indeed played all kinds of children's games. Horigaku's face instantly became cold. Eating the parents of those children and forcing those children to play games with him, the enemy, is really twisted and vicious. Or did this ghost not form normal human values at all? Another question, Hori Take also understood. It turns out that the ghost of Dead Jing Road does not only eat couples, but only parents with children. Hori Take continued to ask the man, why does this ghost like to eat other people's parents? Is it jealousy that others have a good family? The man shook his head, I don't know about this question. Taking a deep breath, Hori Take asked the last question, so, where is this Dead Thorn Road entrenched in town? In this way, Hori Take learned about the hiding place of Death Jing Road from the man. After comforting his suffering father, Hori Take walked to the entrance of his house, looked at his haggard appearance, and instructed him, I will kill the evil spirits and return peace to the town of Dongma. I will also rescue those children, including your son Shintaro, and he will be safe. After I leave, close the door of the house, do not come out of the house until dawn, there may be a lot of movement later, and there may be lightning and thunder, don't worry, it is the movement I made. After that, Hori Take went out, jumped up, stepped on street lamps and telephone poles, and quickly disappeared into the night. Looking at Hori Take who left like this, a long-lost hope rose in the man's heart. This adult is so strong, he must be able to kill that monster. Following the man's instructions, Hori Take quickly found the place where the ghost was entrenched, and landed lightly on the roof next to it, quietly observing the house. Well, all the doors and windows of this house are sealed with wooden boards, and it seems, it is indeed the residence of ghosts. Hori Take arrived at the right time, and he just saw that the little girl who had just walked over with Shintaro and walked to the door of the ghost's residence. In other words, are these two children so slow? Only now from that side to this side? Or, because of fear, these two children involuntarily slowed down? No matter how fearful you are in your heart, you have already arrived, so you can only go in. Hori Take quietly hid in the alley next to the ghost dwelling, turned on his spiritual vision, and faintly observed in perspective. The little girl with the lantern took a deep breath and knocked on the door of the ghost house. Shintaro behind her was already shaking. Soon, the door opened, and it was another little boy. The little boy's eyes were empty, his form was more like the Walking Dead, and after opening the door, he saw that it was the little girl and Shintaro, and his expression did not fluctuate in the slightest, like a pool of stagnant water. The little girl named Xiahua had already seen the strangeness, carried the lantern, and carried Shintaro into the haunted residence. In this big house, the little girl took Shintaro around a few times and came to the door of the deepest room. At this time, Shintaro's body was shaking like a sieve. The little girl knocked on the partition door of the room, and there was a come-in from inside the room. Pulling open the partition door, the scene in the deepest room also appeared in front of Shintaro's eyes. In the dimly lit room, there were only 2 illuminated lamps. In the spacious room, there are many children sitting in it. Looking closely at the demeanor of these children, none of them are as lively and energetic as normal children, all of them are lifeless, full of anxiety and restlessness. In the center of these children, there is a figure of a child about 10 years old, with green skin and fangs, red eyes and blue hair, wearing grey loose clothes, and the nails of his hands are sharp and narrow. This little child can't be called a human when he looks at it. Chapter 39. This ghost child is a ghost who has been entrenched in East Malaysia town for half a year, making the entire town fall into fear, the road of death. What is Dead Thorn Road doing at this time? He was playing children's games and unknown chess with a newcomer. This child sat in front of the dead Jing Road, feeling the malice and horror that rushed to his face, and he was about to have a nervous breakdown in fear. But he can't break down, because if he completely collapses, his parents. Behind this child, in a closet not far away, there were two blood-stained people. It was two adults, a man and a woman, about 30 years old, bound by a circle of wire, the tip of which pierced their hands and feet, fixing their limbs while allowing their blood to flow slowly. This couple is the parents of this child. As one of the residents of East Malaysia town, they were unfortunately selected by Dead Jing Road last night and were selected as the next food target of Dead Jing Road. And their children are about to suffer from the loss of their parents and are about to be forced to live with ghosts. The parents were tucked into the closet in a twisted position, and now they are still conscious, watching their children in pain and despair, forced to play games with this monster. Dead Jing Lu snapped a chess piece somewhere, and then laughed, "Great! I won!" The child on the other side was paralyzed with fright, and his eyes were blank. Another girl next to her quickly echoed and praised, "It's worthy of Lord Lu. It's easy to win." While praising against her will, she applauded, glared at the other children by the way, and motioned for them to quickly follow suit. The other children were startled and applauded, and in the dimly lit room, there was a dry applause, which sounded rather strange. Dead Jing Lu didn't feel anything at all, he seemed to be really a child king. There he ruffled his messy hair, smug, "This kind of game is too simple for me." The child on the opposite side, who was forced to play chess, got up and pleaded, You won me again, this time, you can let our mom and dad go, right?" "What? Let go?" Dead Jing Lu was displeased, "It's still early, let's play a few more rounds." The unfortunate child cried and pleaded, "It's been a lot of games, no matter what, I can't win Lord Lu, please be gracious." Disturbed by this cry for mercy, Dead Jing Lu grabbed the child's hair and pressed his face into the chessboard, his tone fiercely seeping, "No. You have to keep playing with me, if you can't win me, I'll eat your mom and dad, and if you can win me, I'll let your mom and dad go. Got it?" The child whose face was pressed on the chessboard nodded desperately. The children behind them around the Dead Jing Road couldn't bear to show their faces one by one. They all know that the words of the Dead Jing Road are pure farts, "What wins and let your parents go?" It's completely impossible. Win or not, his parents will be eaten. Maybe wait until Dead Jing Lu is bored playing chess, maybe wait for Dead Jing Lu to really lose chess, maybe wait for Dead Jing Lu to be hungry. At that time, he will no longer hide his hypocrisy, and will eat his parents alive in front of this child, so that this child can experience extreme pain. Don't ask them how they know about this kind of thing, that's how these kids come over. There are also children who can't stand the stimulation and go crazy on the spot. Such children will be thrown outside by the Dead Thorn Road, and if they are lucky, they will be adopted by others, and they are unlucky. Leave to fend for yourself. Sometimes, these children will also envy those children who have gone crazy, and although they lose themselves if they are crazy, they don't have to continue to stay up like this. Dead Jing Lu let go of the child's head, smiled, and looked kind, "Go on, one more round." The child sat up in confusion, and his soul seemed to fly away. Next to her, the girl who seemed to be a dog-legged, she calculated in her heart, she must let him breathe a sigh, she can't continue like this. She needs to divert the attention of Dead Jing Lu first. "I can only sacrifice you, Shintaro. If you are lucky, your father will be fine." The girl hurriedly said to Dead Jing Lu, "Lord Lu, it's been so long, take a break." Just in time, Xiahua arrived with Shintaro. "Don't you have something to ask Shintaro?" "Oh? Shintaro arrived?" Dead Jing Lu turned to look. Shintaro snorted, quickly knelt on the ground, and saluted, "Lord Lu." Looking at Shintaro's almost five-body posture, Dead Jing Lu smiled and comforted him, "Oh, Shintaro, what are you doing? Hurry up, we're friends, aren't we? It's a friend of the ghost. This is the simultaneous voice of all the children present. Death Jing Lu beckoned Shintaro to sit down, and Shintaro could only do so in fear. Dead Jinglu put his ghost hand on Shintaro's shoulder, this gesture, as if he was really treating an intimate buddy, but the words asked were full of malice. Shintaro, I heard, your father talked to a stranger this afternoon. Shintaro's body trembled again, yes. That's right. So, did your dad leak any news about me? Shintaro knelt on the ground again, his tone trembling, no. Lord Lu. Absolutely nothing. I was next to my dad at the time, and I heard their conversation the whole time, and the passerby just asked if I could spend the night in our town, and my dad had to talk to him a few words, and nothing else. Yes. Dead Jing Lu smiled quite oozingly, then why were you in such a hurry and pulled your father away? Because I was afraid that my father would continue to talk with the passerby, I pulled my father away. Looking at Shintaro's posture and tone, I don't know why, Dead Jing Lu didn't even bother to pretend, his expression became cold, and he glanced at Shintaro coldly. Shintaro, do you know how the passerby who talked to your father is dressed? I'll tell you, wearing a black strange uniform, wearing a dark purple moiré ori, and a knife around his waist. This year, the Ronin samurai has long been gone. Now with a knife, 9 times out of 10 it is my mortal enemy, the ghost-killing team. Speaking of which, the dead Jing Road is already murderous. A terrifying murderous aura swept through the room, and these children were affected by the murderous aura and faltered one by one. Shintaro, who was targeted by the murderous chi, sweated even more and almost fainted. Dead Jing Road's murderous words continued, I have been in Dongma town for half a year, I thought that the news was well hidden, but I didn't expect it, but I still attracted the ghost-killing team, which link went wrong. No matter what goes wrong, Shintaro, your father has already violated my taboo by daring to talk to my mortal enemy. I decided. My next meal will be your dad. Shintaro's face turned white, and he kowtowed with tears, spare your life. Lord Lu. Spare your life. No matter how much he pleaded, Death Jing Lu was not moved, on the contrary, he became more and more irritable. I really don't understand why you are so protective of your parents. How many times have I told you that both parents are the worst people in the world? They will force their children to eat things they don't like to eat, they will force their children to study, they will not allow their children to go out and play. In short, all kinds of bad. All parents in the world should be eaten by me. Chapter 40. This theory of Dead Jing Road was obviously not accepted by the children, and none of these children answered, so they could only be silent. Looking at the dead silence atmosphere, Dead Jing Lu shook his head helplessly, oops. You still can't understand me, I saved you from mom and dad, why don't you appreciate me at all? Fortunately, I am a person who repays grievances with virtue, even if you are still unhappy, I still allow you to live by my side, and everyone creates paradise together, how good. This ghost's mind has been completely distorted. Dead Jing Lu looked down at Shintaro, and comforted him with a warm word for the last time. Shintaro, obedient, hand over your father, and after I eat your father, you can join all of us, isn't that good? Shintaro lay on the ground, his heart full of despair, and he shook his head with a miserable face, no. No, I can't lose my dad. It's okay if you don't agree, I threaten your dad with your life, and your dad will definitely come over obediently. At this juncture, Shintaro calmed down strangely, he sat up and faced the dead thorn road, that is to say. If I die, my father won't be threatened by you, and he can escape from East Malaysia. Hearing this, Death Jing Lu was surprisingly angry, his evil ghost appearance began to be hidden, and his face became distorted and terrifying. Shintaro, would you rather die than call your father over? The children next to him were all shrunk in the corner of the room in fright, and Shintaro was really open, desperate, and calmly facing the dead Jinglu. Yes, I would rather die than have something wrong with my father. Even if you are rooted in your body by peanuts? Even if you are disemboweled by peanut seedlings? Even so. Hearing such an answer, dead Jinglu's lungs were about to explode. Looking at the unreasonable Shintaro in front of him, Death Jing-Lu suddenly lost all interest. He stood up, looked around, and said terrifying words in a calm tone, "Forget it, since the ghost-killing team has found it, this town can't continue to stay, after eating all of you, go to the next town." Hearing this, realizing that the dead thorn road was not hidden, all the children broke down and cried. The parents in the closet, the father of which shouted in despair, "No! Aren't you not shooting at the kids? Eat me soon! Don't hurt the child!" Dead Jing-Lu glanced at the man impatiently, "I don't eat my partners and friends, they can't unify their thoughts with me, and they are no longer my partners and friends. Just from Shintaro, let's start eating," said Dead Jinglu's sharp nails, grabbing Shintaro. Bang! Purple thunder! A purple thunder fell from the sky. Penetrate one roof and 2 floors to hit the dead Jing road. Dead Jing-Lu did not expect it at all, and was caught off guard. This purple thunder was none other than Horitake himself, and Horitake fell from the sky, stepped on Death Jinglu's hand, and stepped on Death Jinglu's hand under his feet, blocking Shintaro by the way. The sudden change surprised everyone, and everyone looked at Horigaku, who suddenly appeared in horror, not knowing whether it was friend or foe. Shintaro looked at Hori and exclaimed, "It's you! Are you the one during the day?" Horitake stepped on Death Jinglu's hand, turned his head to look behind him, and smiled comfortingly at Shintaro. "During the day, I accidentally burdened your father, in order to apologize. Of course I will help your father and son solve the trouble." After speaking, Horitake looked at the frightened Death Jing road in front of him. It was not very clear to see with spiritual vision on the roof, but now Horitake could see clearly, and in the red pupil of Dead Jinglu's right eye, there were several words, "lower string." It's just that this eye has been crossed, and this eye has been scrapped. By whom it was abolished, it goes without saying. Looking at the dead Jing road, Horitake showed a smile. It turned out to be the second of the lower string, but it was just the lower string of the predecessor. It seems to be a loser. Dead Jing-Lu struggled to pull his hand out from under Horigaku's shoes, but he couldn't pull it out with any force. He was crazy and angry, and his face was extremely distorted. "You? Could it be the pillar of the ghost killer team? Me? Not yet, but probably soon. Bastard!" Feeling insulted, Death Jingji smashed the tatami mat at Horigaku's feet, and took the opportunity to pull out his hand and grab his claws at Horigaku's throat. Horitake held the majesty around his waist, and he didn't even pull out the knife, still maintaining an unsheathed state, as if using a blunt weapon, slashing forward. Sting! Purple electricity flashes. Dead Jing road was stabbed out by Horitake, crashed through 2 broken doors and a wall, and flew out of the house. Horitake instructed the children in the room, who were already confused, "Hide in the house and don't come out, and quickly untie the 2 of them in the closet." After saying this, he flashed out of the room. After flying out of the house upside down, he bounced twice more on the ground before stopping and falling to the ground. Being so humiliated, this ghost was extremely angry and roared up to the sky. The terrifying ghost roar spread throughout the entire East Malaysia town. The people in the town were terrified, not knowing what nerves this person was making, so they could only close the door and keep their house closed. Horitake dodged away, stepping Dead Jinglu's head below the ground, while complaining, "What howl is the big night? Don't you know if this will disturb other people's sleep?" Dead Jinglu in the dirt widened his eyes and couldn't bear the humiliation, and swung his body to grab Horigaku's leg. Horitake flipped over lightly and dodged and landed steadily. Pulling his head out of the dirt, the dead thorn road rushed towards Horitake like crazy, killing him angrily. Take used his scabbard to open the claws of the dead Jing Road, and at this time, the portal of the dead Jing Road was opened, and his left arm swung away with a punch. Bang! The heavy punch hit dead Jing Lu's chest, and dead Jing Lu spewed out a mouthful of blood, flew out upside down, broke a tree, and fell heavily on the ground. Take looked at his left fist and fell into thought, downstring, that's it. Or is it that after being eliminated, he lost his vigor and did not want to forge ahead? I'm going to kill you. Chew your bones little by little and eat them. Dead Jinglu couldn't describe his anger anymore, and launched a blood demon spell against Take, Chaotic Jinglu. Sting! The ground around Mount Hori suddenly grew many strips of thorns, and these sharp and spiked strips of thorns strangled towards Mount Hori from all directions. Is this your vampire technique? Make do with it, heavenly thunder breath. Yu swept around with the unsheathed light. And the purple electricity flashed, electrifying all the incoming thorn strips into coke. Dead Jinglu's face changed, and he launched the blood ghost technique again, waving his hands forward, Death Jing Kill. Countless thick thorns broke through the ground. It was like countless steel spears, stabbing at Take. Take held up the mighty light in front of him, and with the flash of purple electricity, all the thorns that stabbed over were blocked by purple electricity, and these thorns were also stabbed forward, and they were also coked by Take's purple electricity. Take said, "This trick is okay, it's a little strong." With a wave of mighty light, purple electricity grew into purple thunder, and the roaring purple thunder instantly crushed all thorns. Dead Jing Lu panicked a little, and put his hands into the ground, kill the tree violently. On the left and right sides of Mount Hori, two large trees grow diagonally. These two large trees have few branches, and the trunks are straight, and they shoot diagonally towards Take in the center. Take jumped up, dodged the impact of two large trees, kicked his feet on the trunk, and flashed between purple arcs, flashing forward. In an instant, Yu flashed in front of the dead Jing Road, and the unsheathed majesty in his hand, accompanied by purple thunder and lightning, poked at the death Jing Road. Dead Jing Lu panicked and hurriedly crossed his arms to resist. Rumble! Two sides collide. Dead Thorn Road has been shot away again. Chapter 41. The dead Thorn Road was shot away again, and his feet braked sharply on the ground for a while before he could stop. However, he soon found out in horror that there was something wrong with his arms. What's going on? My wound didn't heal? That's right, on his arms, the wounds that had just been shocked by Take showed no sign of healing at all, and they were still dripping and bleeding from his arms. This is exactly the strength of Horigaku Tianli's breath, and the restraint of ghosts is very large. Just when Death Thorn Road was terrified, Yu flashed in front of Death Jing Road, and the unsheathed power swung downwards and smashed fiercely onto Dead Thorn Road's shoulder. Dead Jing Lu spat out another mouthful of blood, and the smashed knees fell to the ground, and a pair of knees smashed the ground out of cracks. Bastard! Dead Jing Lu roared, trying to struggle to get up and fight back. Take remained silent, mobilized the heavenly thunder to breathe, and the purple thunder and lightning followed the mighty lightning, and slammed into the body of Death Jing Lu. Suddenly suffered from the heavenly thunder and lightning, Death Jing Lu's body was sparkled by electricity, and the body that wanted to struggle was unable to come down, and was suppressed by Horigaku to death, kneeling in front of Horigaku. While maintaining the electric shock suppression, Yu looked at this East Ma town and said coldly, "Half a year, look at it, in half a year, what have you done to East Ma town? How many couples have been eaten by you? How many children have you mutilated? The whole town is about to become a dead town." In the house over there, the group of children also rescued the pair of parents in the closet, but fortunately, the child who was forced to play chess before was also fine, and the family was barely reunited. The family of three hugged together and cried, and all the children who had lost their parents next to them looked very envious, and Shintaro felt a burst of happiness in his heart. Dragging his weak body, through the hole in the wall where the dead thorn road had crashed before. Everyone in the house carefully observed the battle situation outside, watching Hori Dake, who was like the god of thunder, suppressing the dead Jing road. Dead Jing Lu struggled to look up and saw the couple and children in the house, his teeth biting out blood, parents in this world. All damn it! Hori Take suppressed him deadly, and his tone was indifferent. I don't know what you've been through, but don't use your experience to generalize. Hori Take continued to press down for a few points, and the dead Jing road was almost crushed down. The evil ghost was finally terrified, and he roared loudly in a hurry, "You can't kill me! I have controlled the life and death of all the children in this town. If you kill me, all the children in this town will die. Then you do it." Dead Jing Lu gritted his teeth and couldn't move. "As I expected, your vampire ability is to promote plant growth, and it takes time to control the peanuts in those children's bodies. When you die, it is estimated that those peanuts will lose their effect and will not take long to digest and excrete." Dead Jing Lu was really panicked at this moment. "No, no, no. Can't kill me. Can't kill me." The unsheathed light in Horyu's hand pressed down a few points again, and the dead thorn road was about to be crushed down. When it was desperate, dead Jing Lu, as a ghost, made the final outbreak. He fought the crisis of his left shoulder being crushed, struggled upwards, briefly freed his right hand into the ground, and launched the blood ghost spell, Storm Tree Kill. Booming, the ground trembled, and 4 more straight trees rushed out of the ground and killed Mount Hori. Hori Take turned his head, looked around, the majestic light in his hand was raised, still in an unsheathed state, and swiped around in the lightning and thunder, heavenly thunder breath 1 type thunderbolt 6 flashes. Even if Wei Guang was unsheathed, the 6 flashes in an instant cut off all 4 surrounding trees, eliminating the last outbreak attack of the dead Jing road. Looking up, dead Jing Lu took advantage of this gap, covered his broken shoulder that could not heal himself, and frantically fled here. Unfortunately, his speed was far worse than Horidake's, and when Horitake finished solving the 4 trees looking at him, he escaped less than 3 steps. Finally, Horitake pulled out his sword and unsheathed it. The magnificent purple blade flows out of the dark red scabbard, and the blade of light comes out of the sheath. Swift Wind Sword Technique, Step Forward Slash. The Swift Wind Sword technique blessed by the heavenly thunder breath is even more powerful. Horitake stepped forward and caught up with the Deaththorn road that escaped 3 steps, and with the purple thunder that rushed into the sky, Horitake swung the blade of mighty light and slashed forward. How fast is this knife? Dead Jinglu's head fell first, then saw his headless body, and finally felt death. In the back room, the couple and many children clearly saw the scene of dead Jing Road being killed. The back of Horigaku's body rushing thunder, knife in hand, and dashing ghost slashing is also deeply reflected in their minds, and it is estimated that they will never forget it in this life. Dead Jinglu's head gurgled and rolled to the ground, and his body began to dissipate. In his last moments, he saw the parents holding their child tightly over there, and he couldn't hold back any longer, and tears came out of his eyes. Why? What kind of parents will I meet? Horitake holds the blade of mighty light, and the spirit vision is triggered. Oh? Can you see the ghost's marquee again? Well, let me see what happened to this ghost. The original name of dead Jing Road was Lu, the surname is unknown, and the nickname is Alu. Originally, Alu was just a child of an ordinary family, and his parents did not love him. How to say? His parents. He has a somewhat short temper and a rather ignorant personality. Alu has a problem, he can't eat peanuts, and when he eats peanuts, he vomits a lot, is swollen, and has difficulty breathing. But the embarrassing thing is that their family grows peanuts, his parents live on this, but their own children avoid the family's livelihood like femme fatale. Can their parents endure? My children will inherit my family business in the future. How can you be afraid of peanuts like this? These are the words of Alu's father. Somehow, the fact that Alu was born in a peanut family but could not touch peanuts spread out, and many long-tongued women in the village gossiped about it, and the words they said were more difficult than the other. When Alu's mother heard these words, she became angry and went back to beat Alu and forced him to eat peanuts. Not surprisingly, Alu almost died after eating. Later, Alu's parents also had to take Alu to a doctor because of this disease, but unfortunately many doctors couldn't. At the time of the Meiji Restoration, Neon also hired many foreign doctors, and Alu also saw foreign doctors, and the doctor gave the diagnosis that he was allergic and must not eat peanuts in the future. The ignorant Alu's parents scoffed at this, insisting that foreign doctors were cheating money and that allergies were pure nonsense. They took Alu back and continued to force him to eat peanuts, maybe he would get used to eating and eating. During this period, Alu was allergic many times, and the more Alu's parents saw Alu's illness, the more angry they became, and the more they forced him to eat. Finally, one time, Alu was forced to eat too much peanuts, and the seizure was too bad. Alu, who suffered both physically and physically, was overwhelmed, dragged his sick body out of the house, and when he saw that he was about to die in the mountains, he met him and turned into a ghost. Dead Jinglu, who turned into a ghost, ran home to take revenge on his parents and ate them. Since then, Dead Jingrode has become increasingly paranoid, believing that parents all over the world are the yoke of their children and should be eliminated. To this day, Death Jing Lu was killed by Horyu, and he still has no repentance in his heart. Why should I repent? My real parents are going to kill me? This is what Dead Jing Lu thinks after his death. This is my original story and original ghost. Stories are not just stories, inspired by the internet. Even in this developed era, there are still such ignorant parents and unlucky children. Chapter 42. Horigaku's spiritual vision was triggered, and he finished watching the marquee lantern before Death Jing Lu died. After reading it, Horigaku's mood was bad again. Dead Jing Lu, or Alu's matter, is completely a tragedy, whether it is his parents or Alu himself. It is not pitiful, just pathetic. Different from the previous retreat ghost, the father of the retreat ghost is completely a beast who is a vain father, the parent of the dead Jing Road. Can't evaluate, sad and lamentable. The island nation is poor and weak, and even after the Meiji Restoration, most of the Neon citizens are ignorant. Ordinary ignorance is enough, at most, the family has no interest. But paranoid, hot-tempered ignorance will harm others and harm themselves. After watching the marquee lantern of the dead Jing Road, Horitake had an immature, vague idea. He wants to do his best to change all this, he wants to try to change these tragedies. Although it is said that the source of all tragedies is Ghost Maisuji no tragedy, but you can't dump all the pot on him, this chaotic era and society is the source of all tragedies. Horitake wants to run into this era and see if he can change history. Even completely avoid that war, so that Neon no longer falls to the side of the ocean, but to the other side of the sea. Of course, it's too early to say this, Ghost Maisuji has not yet encountered it, and Hori is also a little too ambitious. Gathering a somewhat heavy heart, Horitake paused those unrealistic thoughts. Hey! Horitake sensed something and looked down at the prestige in his hand. After feeling Wei Guang's faint emotion, Horitake couldn't help but laugh and scold, "You're still not convinced? Good villain is also the first to be the next string, cutting him is not insulting your identity, don't be like me, so lofty. Wei Guang is dead. No matter how horizontal this guy is, he doesn't dare to cross with his master." Horitake withdrew the blade of mighty light into its sheath and hung it back on his waist. "Excuse me. Are you Lord Linfan of the royal establishment Lizun?" A cautious voice came. Horitake turned to look, it turned out to be the couple who were victimized. Seeing that the evil ghost had been killed, they had the courage to come out to check, and the group of children behind them also followed. Horitake thought it was a little funny. He just released a burst of thunder and lightning, and he was mistaken for a neon thunder god. If he is fully powered, do these people have to bow down on the spot? Shaking his head, Horitake replied, I'm not a member of the ghost killing team, a person who specializes in fighting evil spirits. Ghost killer team. The man in the couple was a little incredulous. I thought the ghost killing team was just a legend, but I didn't expect that there was really a ghost killing team. There are even man-eating demons, why don't ghost killing teams exist? 2. Horitake looked at the group of children over there, and these children looked at him with a very excited expression, but they were also a little sad in addition to the excitement. Although the nightmare that had been hanging over them dissipated, their parents could not come back at all. Now, where do they go from here? Horitake is not a saint, and there is no way to arrange everything for them, so he can only say a few words for these children. 2. These children have no parents, nowhere to go, very pitiful. I hope the people of East Malaysia town can help these children, if they can adopt them, it will be better. The parents were nodding, and another old voice sounded, I agree to this matter on behalf of East Malaysia town. Everyone turned to see an old man on crutches. Mr. Mayor. The couple was surprised. It turned out that this old man was the mayor of Dongma town. The old man of the town mayor walked over on crutches, and seeing his appearance, Horitake couldn't help but care for 2 sentences. Mr. Town Mayor, you are so old, why did you come out so late? Not afraid of danger? The town mayor, an old man, pressed the ground with his crutches, his expression excited. Our East Malaysia town has been persecuted by that monster for half a year. Old man, I really can't bear it. Tonight I heard such a big movement, and the ghost crying wolf howl and lightning and thunder, I must come out to see. Eat it if you are eaten by that monster, I won't live long anyway. Unexpectedly, I could meet this adult, for us besides this monster, I am very grateful to the old man. We are all more grateful. Horitake sensed something, and he looked around. Around, countless lanterns gathered from all directions, and many people came. Getting closer, Horitake fixed his eyes on it. It turned out that Shintaro's father had rushed over with the townspeople. Look closely at these townspeople, each of them has a lantern, some of them also carry miscellaneous weapons, although they look terrified, but they all have the courage to cheer up. After knowing that the dead Jing Road had been killed by Horyu, the townspeople looked at Horitake gratefully, and all kinds of gratitude were heard. Horitake was also a little shocked, and asked Shintaro's father, Uncle, what the hell is going on? Shintaro's father said sincerely, Sir, after you left, the more I thought about it, the more uncomfortable I became, and the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't help it, so I mustered up enough courage to contact my neighbors and relatives around me, intending to fight with that monster. Originally, there were only a dozen people, who knew that the more people gathered, before they knew it, everyone was coming, and everyone planned to fight with the monster completely. It's just that we didn't expect that the monster had already been killed by you. Hehe, I'm kind of embarrassed. This originally decadent man looked a little humble at this time. Hori looked around, and the momentum of these townspeople was completely different from the lifeless feeling during the day. When this group of townspeople came just now, everyone was full of decisive momentum, and these momentum gathered together, not like a group of townspeople, but like an army. Horitake sighed in his heart. Sure enough, where there is oppression, there is resistance. East Ma town has been damaged by the dead Jing Road for half a year, and the people in the town seem cowardly, but in fact they are really forbearing, and once they can't bear to burst out, the power of its outbreak is bound to be amazing. It is also because of the electrostatic thunder of tonight's battle, some abnormalities, coupled with the fuse of Shintaro's father, the residents of the entire East Malaysia town exploded like this. Although there are some suspicions of hindsight, the courage is commendable. Horitake couldn't help but imagine that if there was no self, the townspeople could not bear it anymore, would they also break out? It will, it definitely will. So, can the outbreak of these townspeople deal with dead Jing Road? Thinking of the combat power of dead Jing Road, as well as his heart to run away as soon as he saw that the situation was not good, Hori Take felt that even without himself, the townspeople of Dongma Town could drive away dead Jing Road as long as they broke out. Of course, even if the drive is successful, the townspeople will definitely be killed and injured. After the eviction, dead Jing Road may retaliate, but East Malaysia Town will definitely make a big deal out of this matter, and the government will definitely not sit idly by. Maybe the government will secretly contact the ghost killing team to deal with it. Thinking of this, Hori Take couldn't help but sigh again. Sure enough, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Don't underestimate the power of ordinary people. Once ordinary people gather and erupt, it will be terrifying. At this moment, the town mayor and old man also became more and more excited. He suddenly threw away his crutches, trembling and about to kneel down to Hori Take. Adults can help us Dongma Town eradicate monsters. Old man, I am grateful. On behalf of Dongma Town, thank the adults for their kindness. What are you going to do, old man? Get up. Chapter 43. Hori Take held the arm of the town mayor and old man, and did not let him kneel. Old man, you are so old, I am grateful, but don't be grateful in this way. I will lose my life if you kneel me. Even after more than 10 years of travel, Hori Take still can't get used to these neon gifts, and he kneels and kneels at every turn. He can't stand it. In the end, Horigaku's soul still comes from that peaceful and equal society, and he still can't accept this in his bones. How strong is Horigaku? Stopped by Horigaku, the town mayor and old man could not kneel at all. Who knows, at this time, Shintaro's father also added chaos. Shintaro's father threw down the lantern and knelt down to Horigaku. I am grateful that the adults can save the dog. His kneeling seemed to have triggered a chain reaction, and many surrounding townspeople also knelt down to Hori Take. Most of these kneeling people were parents with children. Hori Take panicked. He really panicked. In his previous life combined, he had never encountered such a situation. Hori Take wanted to stop them, but once he let go, the old man of the town mayor also had to kneel. What can be done about this? There was really no way. Hori helped the old man of the town mayor who wanted to kneel, and he could only barely accept the kneeling thanks of others. Okay, everyone hurry up. I accept everyone's gratitude, but don't do this again. Now is not the Warring States period, the Meiji era is over. Everyone got up one after another, and the town mayor and old man no longer insisted on kneeling in thanks, and Hori Take let go of his hand. Wiping the cold sweat on his head, Hori Take couldn't help but complain, when I face evil spirits, I'm not so nervous, you guys are much more powerful than evil ghosts. Saying that, Hori Take saw the group of homeless children, and his expression was serious. By the way, these children, I hope you can lend a hand and adopt and take care of them as much as possible. They are homeless now, it's too pitiful. In a sense, these children became orphans, and the townspeople were a little responsible. At the beginning, when dead Jing Road ate a couple at every turn, these townspeople chose Mingge to protect their lives because of fear, and the so-called Mingge protection was a kind of inaction. Therefore, when the townspeople see these children now, they are very guilty. When Hori Take mentioned this, everyone responded, shouting at the children, showing their kindness as much as possible, and wanting to adopt them. These children, because of the long-term psychological torture, are now a little bit of a snake shadow, one by one, like frightened rabbits, facing the enthusiasm and goodwill of so many people, some fear and fear. At the critical moment, it was the town mayor and the old man who came forward to preside over the overall situation. He hit the ground with his crutches and shouted, "Don't mess around, don't mess. You all scared the kids. Don't mess around. Listen to me. Adopting these children is definitely to be adopted, but it is not possible to adopt them indiscriminately. Although the parents of these children are gone, at least there are relatives, right? I think it's best to let the children's relatives adopt the child. For the child, the person who knows is better than the stranger, In any case, it is also a blood relative. Come out and claim the children you know. When the parents of these children were eaten, you did not speak up. And now you should take responsibility. The town elder was always strong, and quickly found the best way, and by the way, he stabbed the townspeople without pain, making the townspeople a little embarrassed. Soon, the children's relatives came out of the crowd, and they were a little ashamed to find their nephew or niece and want to take them away. Don't underestimate this shame, just this shame can ensure the quality of life of these children after adoption. Seeing that the person who adopted him was someone he knew, and it was a relative such as an uncle, the children were greatly less guarded and obediently followed the adults one by one. During the process of adoption, Horitake whispered to the town mayor and the elder, "It seems that the follow-up work will be left to you." The town mayor and old man sensed Horyu's intentions and hurriedly stopped him. "Sir, this is leaving." "Yes, the ghost has been destroyed, and I should go too." "How does this work? We haven't thanked the adults in East Malaysia yet. Please also ask the adults to rest in the town for a few days, and our East Ma town will." Horitake stopped the words of the town mayor and the old man, and his tone was sincere. "I accept your kindness, but I can't. Our ghost killing squad is an organization hidden in the secret, an organization that is not recognized by the government, and has been secretly killing ghosts, and it is rarely known. Being thanked by the whole town today is already very high profile for me, and I can't expand my impact anymore. What's more, I have other tasks to complete and other ghosts to kill. The place infested by ghosts is definitely not the town of East Malaysia. I must kill as many ghosts as possible and protect as many people as possible. I really can't stay in one place for long." Horitake said this, and the mayor of the town really couldn't force him to stay, so he could only nod. "In that case, well, I can only wish the adults a prosperous martial luck. Another thing, if the town of East Malaysia encounters a ghost infestation again, you can go to a nearby town, look for the family with wisteria flowers, and ask them for help. Maybe you can contact our ghost killing team. If the town of East Malaysia wants to avoid the infestation of ghosts, they can plant wisteria flowers around and in the town, and the ghosts hate wisteria flowers, so they dare not approach. Of course, the planting conditions of wisteria flowers are relatively special, and whether they can be planted in East Malaysia town depends on the will of God." Listening to Horyu's instructions, the town mayor and old man nodded continuously, and he was more and more moved. "I made a note, if you pass by our Dongma town in the future, please let us do our best as a landlord. There will be a chance." After saying this, Horitake quietly withdrew from the crowd, his body flashed with an arc, and quietly left here and left Dongma town. Soon, more than a dozen orphaned children were claimed. Although there were many tragedies, every child was placed, and the final ending was gratifying. The townspeople all looked for Horitake's figure, and at this time they were surprised to find that the Horitake people were gone. "I don't know when I left." There was a chaos and noise, and everyone looked around. It was still the old man of the town who smashed the ground with his crutches a few times, and everyone quieted down. "No need to look for it. The adult is gone." "What? Let's go?" Everyone was talking, and Shintaro's father was a little displeased. "Mr. Mayor, how can you let this adult go like this?" Looking at Shintaro's father, the town mayor said angrily, "Do you think that adult is idle and idle all day like you? People still need to kill other evil spirits. The responsibility of others is still great. That adult is a real High Wind Festival person, and if there is fate, he will meet again. Okay, everyone disperse, let's all go home. Shintaro his daddy. You leave it to the old man. Help me take care of the rest of the chores." The townspeople gradually dispersed. Horitake had already run out of Dongma town for a long distance at this time, and after running along the road for a distance, Horitake stopped and looked back in the direction of Dongma town. He has a hunch that he may have an intersection with East Malaysia town in the future. I just hope that the next time I come to East Malaysia town, I don't come to kill ghosts. Horagaku's hunch is good, the next time he comes to Dongma town, he really didn't come to kill ghosts, but he didn't come because of something good. But that was much later. Chapter 44. In the dark night in the mountains and forests, Horitake walked slowly. As he walked, he stopped in front of a large tree, looked at the tree, and smiled triumphantly. Horitake tapped the trunk of the big tree with the hilt of his sword, tapping rhythmically while chanting in his mouth, "Little rabbit obediently, open the door, open it quickly, Mom. Dad is coming in." Just after knocking, the trunk in front of Horiyu burst open with a click, and a female ghost with green face and fangs and a long tongue rushed out from the trunk, opening her teeth and dancing her claws to kill Hori Mountain. Horiyu was expressionless, lifted the heavenly thunder breath, and slashed it with a sword, and the unsheathed Wei Guang carried rolling thunder and lightning, and directly slammed into the face of the female ghost. With a muffled bang, accompanied by a scream, the female ghost was slammed to the left side of Horagaku, broke a small tree, and fell to the ground. Because of the restraint and destructiveness of the heavenly thunder on Horagaku's body, the female ghost was seriously injured by this scabbard, and her injuries could not be recovered, and she could only sit on the ground. Hori walked towards the female ghost step by step. As the footsteps got closer and closer, the female ghost became more and more desperate and crazy. She raised her head and stared at Horitake with blood-dripping eyes, her tone vicious. "Why? Why don't you just let me go?" Horagaku's face was expressionless, and his tone was indifferent. "Look at what you said, those who were eaten by you, why didn't you let go? I'm a ghost. Ghosts eat people. Unalterable principle." The female ghost roared. "Then it is even more natural for our ghost-killing team to kill ghosts." Horagaku's tone was cold, and he didn't know whether it was ridicule or mockery, and added, "You don't eat people if you have the ability." The female ghost was angry and laughed at this sentence. "How can there be ghosts that do not eat people? Don't say, there are really ghosts who don't eat people, I know, and they are also female ghosts." Horitake complained in his heart, the prestige in his hand still remained unsheathed, the electric light flashed, and he gave the female ghost a knife. There is no doubt that this female ghost was stabbed by Horitake, and the death dissipated. Looking at the ghost corpses that gradually dissipated, Horitake pondered in his heart. "It's been 2 or 3 months since I joined the ghost killer team, how many ghosts have I killed? I can't count, let alone 30 or 40. Because Horitake has been killing ghosts madly during this time, the ghost killing team has already given Horitake the nickname of workaholic. By the way, Horitake was already a top-level grade A swordsman in the ghost killing team, and he was only one step away from becoming a pillar. As long as he continues to kill ghosts, or kills a lower string of the 12 ghost moon, Horitake can be promoted to the pillar of the ghost killing team, which is why Horitake has been killing ghosts like crazy recently." Horitake was thinking like this, and the majesty in his hand faintly conveyed emotions to Horagaku. "Hey? What the? Are you going to unsheath and kill ghosts?" "Sorry, I've been killing some imps lately, and I don't need you to get out of the sheath at all. When you killed Jing Lu before, you thought that such ghosts were not worth your cut, and these little ghosts were not worth your cut. What? Already stuffy in the sheath for 2 or 3 months? Want to come out and breathe? Just kidding, I pulled you out every 3 to 5 to wipe and maintain, where did you not breathe? Hey, want to see blood? Can't help it. Not picky? No more little tantrums? It's late. Keep suffocating in the sheath. When I'm in a good mood, I'll take you out and drink blood again. It's useless to beg me, who let you have a tantrum with me before? The cure is your temper. Sample. I can't cure you yet. Although Wei Guang is a very powerful and spiritual knife, Horitake is not used to it at all, and he must be taught a lesson. At the beginning, when Wei Guang first became famous, he dared to provoke heavenly thunder, and the tired Horyu almost finished with it, and this temper should be cured. Tai Wei Guang around his waist, Hori Take looked at where he was, found the right direction, and walked forward. This is quite close to the misty mountain of the gap, just drop by to see my future brother-in-law and future wife. I don't know how the two of them are now. Muttering and humming a ditty, Hori Take walked towards the gorge misty mountain. Inside the gorge fog mountain, the sun rose and morning arrived. As the day is in the morning is the best time and the best time to train. Tanjiro's biological clock had woken him up a long time ago, and he hurriedly packed up a table of breakfast, and after eating breakfast with Taki, he didn't need to be reminded, he took the initiative to run out of the house and run to the mountains to train. Tanjiro's training program this morning was, running down from the top of Mount Gapagami, crossing the trap that Taki had set last night, and getting to the Taki hut as quickly as possible. In this way, Tanjiro went up the mountain, found a direction, held a self-defense knife in his hand, and ran down the mountain without hesitation to meet the brutal training. Yes, it's very brutal training, which can be seen by looking at the traps set by Taki. The trap in front of Tanjiro has been dealt with very familiarly, relying on his sense of smell against the sky. Tanjiro dodged left and right, jumping up and down to avoid many trap mechanisms. In the first half, Tanjiro basically didn't spend much time. This small achievement, Tanjiro was not happy at all. He knew that the more difficult the trap was, from time to time there would be a trap newly designed by Master Taki that made people unpreventable. There was a slight desertion in the brain, and Tanjiro accidentally triggered a trap. When Tanjiro tripped over a rope and fell to the ground, he knew, oops. Without saying a word, Tanjiro jumped away from the spot with a carp. Sure enough, many sharpened bamboos shot from all directions, and Tanjiro jumped and quickly dodged. The shooting of bamboo is very dense. At first Tanjiro can still dodge, and in the last few bamboos cannot dodge. The katana in his hand came into play at this time. Fortunately, Tanjiro has already been in contact with swordsmanship, and in the face of a few bamboos flying in, he decisively chopped and blocked, and defeated the incoming bamboo. No more bamboo shot over, and Tanjiro gasped and raised his knife, looking around warily. The surroundings are quiet, there is no abnormality. It seems that the trap ends here, and Tanjiro decisively continues to run down. Because he was so focused on training, Tanjiro didn't notice and didn't smell Horidake's presence. At this time, Horitake stood on a certain big tree, looked at the back of Tanjiro running down, and pinched his chin. I didn't expect Master Taki to train in such a style, which is completely different from my master's training style. Oh? What is the training style of that guy in Kawashima? Taki didn't know when, standing on the branch beside Horitake, he asked Horigaku. After thinking about it, Horitake replied, pure physical training and endurance training, occasionally actual combat sparring training, but not much, and such flexible trap escape training has never been. That's because of the different breathing methods. What do you say? Thunder breath has hard requirements for sudden explosiveness and strong physique, so Kawashima's training is mainly physical training, and the body is not polished enough to support the power of thunder breath. And my breath of water is resourceful and endless, so I need these traps to hone both Tanjiro's resilience and endurance. Looking at Tanjiro's back from afar, Horitake noticed that Tanjiro had triggered another trap and was barely dodging it. Master Takagi, isn't this a bit too much? Aren't you worried about Tanjiro dying in your trap? Taki said expressionlessly, where did the mask come from? I have carefully calculated that as long as Tanjiro is desperate enough, these traps will not kill him, but can further squeeze Tanjiro's potential. A burst of about 3 seconds apart. Tanjiro's perseverance is terrible, and I want to thank you for allowing me to accept such a disciple. If I had missed Tanjiro in the first place, I would have regretted it. Chapter 45. What Taki said was that when he refused to take Tanjiro as an apprentice, Horitake had to fight with Taki in the first place. Remembering that, Horitake smiled slightly. Master Taki doesn't blame me for being rude in the first place. Looking at Horitake, Taki thought about what had happened. At the beginning, in order to let him take Tanjiro as an apprentice, Horitake agreed to determine the victory with one move. At that time, Taki looked down on Horitake and did not make a full shot, but was caught off guard by Horigaku's Thunderbolt 108 flashes, and was slightly inferior. At that time, Taki could still see Horitake's strength, and now, Taki couldn't see the depth of Horitake at all. In just half a year, has it grown to this point? Taki couldn't help but ask Horigaku, Horitake boy, your current strength. There is still one more ghost moon left before I can become a pillar. But where are the 12 ghosts and moons so easy to encounter? I have encountered the second of the lower string before, but it is a pity that it is the second of the previous string, and the strength is average, and it is not counted at all. There is no way, I can only try my best to kill ordinary ghosts first, let's make up 50 first. Horigaku's words faintly contained a strong confidence, and this confidence and strong temperament made Taki secretly frightened. Yes, it has grown to this extent. Taki no longer bothered about this. Watching from a distance that Tanjiro was about to disappear from his sight, he took out a few throwing knives from behind his back, and was about to catch up. Seeing this, Horitake was surprised. It's not. Master Taki is also a throwing knife of yours. It is also one of Tanjiro's tests. When Tanjiro is forced to the extreme by the trap, I will shoot the throwing knife and force Tanjiro again. This. Isn't it a little too much? No, where Tanjiro's pole is, I know very well. Only by pushing Tanjiro to the extreme will he burst into greater potential. This kid, for his sister, is very desperate. What their brothers and sisters want to take must be a road full of ups and downs, and if they want to go on, they don't have enough strength. After that, Taki took a throwing knife in one hand and quietly followed Tanjiro. Horitake looked at Taki as he left, and a drop of cold sweat broke out on his head. He had a hunch that Tanjiro would be tortured miserably today. Jumping off the tree and turning on his spiritual vision, Horitake asked, "You have been trained like this by Master Taki before?" The somewhat illusory figures of Rabbit and Mayho appeared beside Horitake. Rabbit scratched his head, seemed a little embarrassed, and replied, "Indeed. We have all experienced this kind of training from Master Taki. Makoto pouted, indignant, "Yes. Every trap training is very dangerous, to the extent that you almost die, Taki-sensei is true." Rabbit said helplessly to Mayho, "But it is precisely because of such harsh training that Tanjiro's strength will become stronger and stronger." "That's right." Facing Rabbit and Mahara, Horitake bowed slightly, "I haven't thanked you yet, thank you for helping me take care of Tanjiro." "Where, it's clear that we thank you." Rabbit and Mayho bowed to Horitake, "Thank you for killing the killer ghost and helping us and Master Takaji's children with their wishes." "Oh, you are talking about the ghost of the vine-attacking mountain. I didn't let him go when I saw it, I solved him by the way, raised my hand, don't care. By the way, Tanjiro is okay, how are you beans now?" Speaking of this question, Rabbit and Mayho hesitated. "This. You should have no problem with beans, right?" In fact, I don't know why, since coming to the Misty Mountain, Bean has been falling into a deep sleep, and he can't wake up anyway. Master Taki also looked for a doctor, and the doctor couldn't find anything. But there really isn't anything wrong with your Bean's body. Mayho added, although he did not eat people or go crazy, but Bean is a ghost after all, why he keeps sleeping, we don't know. Horitake nodded as he listened, this way. Fortunately, Horitake had read the original book and knew what was going on. Bean needs to sleep for 2 years, and your Bean will not wake up until Tanjiro passes the final selection. In the past 2 years, Bean has been transforming his body through sleep, allowing himself to recover his strength through sleep, instead of eating people. This is a good thing, no need to worry. After a little conversation with Rinko and Maka, Horitake followed in Takig's footsteps and also went down the mountain, and he also had to watch how Taki trained Tanjiro, absolutely no gloating. At this moment, Tanjiro is already about to reach the end despite all kinds of traps. When Horitake arrived, Tanjiro was breaking through the last trap. This made Horitake sigh that it took a long time for Tanjiro to test Tanjiro and Tanjiro to get through the most basic traps, and now Tanjiro has made long-term progress. But progress is progress, and embarrassment is also real embarrassment. Tanjiro is now dirty and broken, struggling to break through the last trap. Of course, there are also scaly throwing knives from time to time. Swish! 3 throwing knives shot at Tanjiro's brain. Hearing the sound of the throwing knife breaking through the air, Tanjiro's sweat hair stood up, and while dodging sideways, he hurriedly swung the katana in his hand to block and pull away. However, just as Tanjiro dodged, Tanjiro stepped on a rope and triggered another trap. Rumble! A large wooden stake fell from the sky and smashed into Tanjiro. Tanjiro exclaimed and quickly dodged, narrowly dodging the stake. Just wanted to breathe a little relief, the 3 bows of the collapse, and the 3 feather arrows that I don't know from nowhere, shot at Tanjiro at great speed. Hey? Serial trap? Tanjiro bent down in panic. Dodo. 3 sounds, 3 feather arrows nailed to the stake. However, the series of traps was not over, and a few bamboos swept towards Tanjiro from nowhere. Rolling and jumping on the ground, Tanjiro tried his best to dodge the first 4 bamboos. Unfortunately, the last bamboo did not dodge, and this bamboo hit Tanjiro's butt fiercely. Then, Tanjiro screamed and was swept away by this bamboo. On the side, Horitake on the tree looked at this scene, wanted to laugh, but felt that the ridicule was too unauthentic, so he could only hold back his laughter, and it was very hard to hold back. Tanjiro was swept away screaming, and when he fell, he did not fall to the ground, but fell into a large pit 8 or 9 meters wide and 3 or 4 meters deep. Slammed into the pit, Tanjiro looked at Venus, slowly got up, looked at the surrounding environment in confusion, puzzled. This is... where? Am I falling into another trap? It's like... it's a deep pit. Such a big pit. Hey? What's that black mess up front? It seems like... Nanny. It's a bear. Tanjiro was startled and quickly retreated, his back tightly pressed against the soil behind him, looking left and right to check the situation. It's a deep pit, that's right. And the pit wall is 90 degrees vertical, about 3 or 4 meters high, and it is impossible to climb up. The question is... how can there be a bear in this pit? Could it be that this bear fell inadvertently? Above the pit, Takeji's words answered Tanjiro's doubts. Tanjiro. I caught this bear in advance and threw it below, and this bear has been hungry for at least 5 days. Your last trap training this morning is to defeat this bear. Whether we eat the bear at noon today or the bear eats you today depends on your ability. Chapter 46. Inside the deep pit, the bear was alarmed, got up from the shrunken state, and saw Tanjiro over there at a glance, and the bear's eyes instantly turned red. There is something to eat. This bear has been hungry in the pit for many days, almost starving, and now as long as there is a living thing, it dares to eat whatever it is. Including the man with the sword in front of him. Tanjiro held up his katana, looked at the bear that was much taller than himself, felt the bear's huge body and fierce hunger, and his heart collapsed, shouting to it, Master Taki Taki. You're kidding. This is a bear. Standing by the pit, Taki shouted downward, no kidding. Tanjiro, you will face ghosts in the future. Evil ghosts are much scarier than bears, if even bears can't deal with them, don't deal with ghosts. The words. That's right. The bear had already set up a posture for impact, his eyes were red, his fangs were open, and his saliva was dripping to the ground. What can Tanjiro do? I can only bite the bullet. Howl. The hungry bear let out a roar and raised its paws to pounce on Tanjiro. After such a long period of training, Tanjiro's flexibility and adaptability have greatly increased. He saw the bear's attack routine, quickly lowered his head and dodged sideways, and while dodging, he also slashed at the bear's stomach. After Tanjiro dodged, he quickly retreated, still leaning his back against the wall of the pit, raising his knife to confront him. The bear missed and received a knife in the stomach, because he was very fatty, and this knife did not cause him much damage. However, the pain still stimulated the bear's ferocity, and it turned around and continued to kill Tanjiro. Tanjiro watched the bear's movements intently, dodging the attack with all his might, and fighting with the bear in the deep pit. Above the pit, Taki kept observing the situation. Is he really not worried about Tanjiro being hurt by the bear? Actually, it's not that worried. Taki is well aware of the general strength of Tanjiro now. As long as he is not careless, Tanjiro will be able to defeat this bear and there will be no accident. If there really is an accident, Taki can also save Tanjiro in time. Just kidding, now there are 2 pillar-level characters here, and they can't save people in time under the bear's mouth? Under the pit, Tanjiro and Kuma fought for several rounds. Gradually, Tanjiro also found some problems. If he encounters a bear outside the pit, it should be easier to kill the bear. Now under the pit, between these square inches, fighting with the bear, the difficulty increases. You must pay full attention, dodge every attack of the bear, dodge while causing as much damage to the bear as possible. The bear's size and strength are too great, and as long as the bear attacks Tanjiro, Tanjiro will lose most of his combat power. Therefore, you must not be attacked by a bear. With such thoughts and determinations, Tanjiro became more and more serious and tried his best. After a few more rounds, the bear did not touch Tanjiro, and Tanjiro slashed a lot of swords on the bear. At this time, there were many wounds on the bear's body, its fur was bloody, and it looked bad. But the worst thing for the bear was not the wounds on his body, the worst thing was the many wounds that Tanjiro had just cut on his legs. If its legs are scrapped, it will have to be slaughtered. The hungry bear also realized this, and the attack was more cautious. And the stalemate became longer and longer with each round. This is also a test for Tanjiro, a competition with bear endurance and physical strength. Roar! With a roar, the bear pounced again. In an instant, Tanjiro found that perhaps because of a leg injury, the bear's calling was flawed. It's now. Tanjiro made a quick decision. Strike decisively. While dodging and staggering past the bear, Tanjiro swings his katana and slashes a sword at the bear's neck. With this sword, Tanjiro cut open half of the bear's neck. A large amount of blood gushed from the neck. Wah! The bear felt his injuries, felt his defeat, wailed, and finally fell weakly in the corner of the pit, motionless, and closed his eyes. Tanjiro stood on the other side of the pit, holding his knife and panting, still not daring to let his guard down, because he knew the truth of the trapped beast. It wasn't until he was vigilant for several minutes and confirmed that the bear was dead that Tanjiro relaxed, sat down at the bottom of the pit, looked up at the sky, and gasped for air. Win! Finally won! Winning is not easy. Taki above the pit nodded and said to Tanjiro, well, not bad, Tanjiro, climb out by yourself. Hey! Tanjiro looked at the vertical pit wall and exclaimed, how can this climb up? Figure it out yourself. Taki is very strict. Tanjiro was also clever, and quickly figured out a way to use a katana to cut a hole in the wall of the pit, and he used his hands and feet to plunge the knife into the wall of the pit, climbing out of the deep pit with some effort. At this moment, Tanjiro's physical strength was almost exhausted, and he walked towards the place where Taki was standing, and walked with heavy steps. Who knows, Tanjiro had just taken a few steps when his foot touched a rope and triggered the trap again. Now he was dumbfounded. Although Tanjiro reacted, his physical strength was exhausted and he couldn't dodge. In this way, the mechanism was triggered, and a hidden rope on the ground caught Tanjiro's feet, and then this rope was pulled up violently, and Tanjiro, in exclamation, was hung upside down from a tree by this rope, shaking. Walking up to the upside down Tanjiro, Taki said in a serious voice, "Just now I told you that it was the last trap. Do you really think it was the last trap? You've hit the mark. There are traps waiting for you after coming up. Tanjiro, this is another lesson I taught you, never trust your enemies. Always be vigilant." Tanjiro looked at the upside-down heaven and earth and the scales in front of him, and nodded with a full face. Next to him, Horitake looked at such a embarrassed Tanjiro, he couldn't help but laugh, and tried to stop laughing, ha ha ha. Ahem, ahem. Well. Humph, hey. Master Taki is right, Tanjiro, you have to keep it in mind. If it weren't for Horitake's initiative to speak up, Tanjiro wouldn't have found Horitake so far. He turned his head and saw that the person standing over there was so familiar and hateful, because it was an upside-down vision, and for a while his cognition was a little confused, and his cognition could not. Horitake greeted Tanjiro with a smile, "Oh, Tanjiro, long time no see." Hearing this voice, and after careful identification, Tanjiro recognized Horitake, and was overjoyed, "Horidaku-senpai. It's you." "Well, it's me." Tanjiro quickly got up on his back, unbuckled the rope on his feet, stood on the ground again, ran to Horitake, and asked happily. "How did Horigaku-senpai come to the Gap Fog Mountain? Killing ghosts came to the vicinity, and happened to come to see you and Yubin." Tanjiro wanted to say something happily, but thinking of Yubin's abnormality, his expression inevitably fell. "Senior Kin come to see me and Yubin, I'm very happy, but Yubin now." Patting Tanjiro's shoulder, Horitake smiled, "I heard that Yubin has been sleeping, it's okay, don't worry, maybe I can find the reason for her sleep, take me to see Yubin." Tanjiro was very surprised, and with hope, he quickly invited Horigaku over. "Great, trouble you Horigaku Senior, over here." Tanjiro leads Horitake to Taki over there. Taki was a little puzzled, "It seems that I didn't tell him about your beans, did I? How did he know?" Chapter 47. Taki couldn't figure out this problem, and soon he stopped entangled and followed the footsteps of the two and went to the cabin. Tanjiro leads Horitake to Taki hut, enters the room where Yubin is, and in order to let Horitake see better, Tanjiro also lights the lamp in the house. Yubin is still as beautiful and cute as before, she has her eyes closed, she wears a bamboo tube in her mouth, and she sleeps quietly under the quilt. Horitake sat next to Yuduko, looking at her white and tender face and smooth hair, and it could be seen that even though Yuduko had been sleeping, Tanjiro took good care of Yuduko. The lamp was lit, and Taki entered the room. Tanjiro sat down next to Horitake and leaned over and asked, "Horigaku-senpai, how are you beans?" "Don't worry, Tanjiro, let me take a closer look." With that, Horitake opened his spiritual vision and prepared to observe Yudu's physical condition. Who knows, after opening the spiritual vision, the first thing Horitake saw was not Yubin's physical condition, but the 8 members of Tanjiro's family. Where did a family of 8 come from? Aren't there only 2 brothers and sisters left in the Tanjiro family? Don't forget! Horigaku's spiritual vision can see the soul. At this time, Horitake saw that beside Yuduko, in addition to himself and Tanjiro, there were also Yuduko's father, mother, 3 younger brothers, and a younger sister sitting around Yuduzi. That's right, their state at this time is all a soul state. It turned out that after the death of the Zaman family, they did not reincarnate, but always guarded Tanjiro and Yuduzi. This is also why, in the original work, whenever the brothers and sisters of the stove are in danger, their families will always appear in their consciousness and help them. Because their family didn't leave at all, they have been accompanying the brothers and sisters of the stove. Now, this family, large and small, all sit around Yubin, they look anxious, and they are obviously worried about the condition of Yubin. It was a little embarrassing that the stove family sat around Yubin, and in this circle, there was only one outsider in Horigaku. Including Tanjiro, all the Stove family stared at Horigaku, hoping that Horitake would have an explanation for Yorbine's sleeping state, hoping that Horitake would cure Yorbine. Good fellow, except for Yubine, the 7 people of the Stove family stared at him neatly, and the look of anticipation in his eyes was self-evident. Horitake was really stressed in the face of this situation. If the relationship between Horitake and Yubine is only the relationship between seniors and juniors, doctors and patients, then that's it. But Horitake regards Yubine as a future wife. Then this meeting with the Stove family was very abrupt. What is this? Did you meet your father-in-law, mother-in-law, 3 brothers-in-law and sister-in-law in advance? The pressure was too great, and Horitake was uncomfortable. Horitake couldn't play the fool at this time, because his panicked look exposed him at this time. Tanjiro's younger siblings were okay, and Tanjiro's parents immediately realized that Horitake could actually see them. Tanjiro's mother, Aida the Stove, was a little surprised, covering her mouth with her hands. Tanjiro's father, Tanjiro, was not only surprised, but also a little scrutinized. The man looked at Horitake as if he could see that Horitake had a bad heart for his little cotton jacket, so he looked unkind and wary of Horigaku. In his previous life plus this life, Horitake had never encountered this situation. Moreover, Tanjiro is a fierce man who has mastered the world. If he were still alive, Horitake really wouldn't be able to defeat him. Tough old man, can't afford to mess with it. I accidentally met with the future husband, and the old man was a little dissatisfied with me. What should I do? Wait online, it's quite urgent. Fortunately, Tanjiro's mother, Aoi Stove, relieved Horigaku, and this gentle woman quietly pulled Tanjiro and whispered, "Anata." Tanjiro's vigilance and scrutiny converged a lot. Of course, they are now in a soul state, and even if Tanjiro's mother makes a sound, Tanjiro can't hear it. Horitake sat next to Yorbine, his body stiff, his head breaking out in cold sweat, helpless. He could only put his palms together and bow around Yorbine. Tanjiro is puzzled by this. What is the senior worshipping? Senior, you are. Of course, Horitake can't tell Tanjiro the truth. If he knows about this, he will be distracted in the future, so Horitake can only talk nonsense. I'm praying, hoping that the heavenly god Buddha can bless me to find out about Yorbine. Tanjiro didn't know why. Yes, it turns out that you still believe in God, Senior Horitake. Ah, God is such a thing, and if you believe, you will not believe. Perfunctory to Tanjiro with an ambiguous sentence, Horitake began to get down to business, lowering his head and checking the situation of Yorbine with his spiritual vision. Don't say, this look, does see some clues. As Horitake knows, Yorbine is indeed transforming her body through intoxication, so that she no longer recovers her strength by eating people, but by sleeping. In addition to this, Horitake also saw something even more interesting. Watch carefully and try to use spiritual vision. In the body of Yorbine, there is a faint black air flow. This black chi seemed familiar, and Horitake seemed to have seen it somewhere before. That's right. It's Yaya. Horitake reacted. How similar this black chi was to the black chi in the heart of Shiki Yaya, the main birth house of the ghost-killing team. Could it be that this is also a curse of Ghost Mai Suji without misery? What is this curse? How can you have such a curse on your beans? Or do ghosts have this curse on them? Because he found something incredible, Horigaku's heart was in turmoil for a while. He raised his head, rubbed his brows, put away his spiritual vision, relaxed his eyes, and calmed himself down at the same time. However, Horigaku's tired posture startled Tanjiro, as if you went to the hospital to see a doctor, and the doctor rubbed his eyebrows and sighed after reading your film. Tanjiro was terrified. Horigaku-senpai. What about your beans? Shouldn't it hey? No. It's not what you think, on the contrary, your beans are in good shape, and I am doing this because I have found other situations in your beans, which are very important and need to be carefully observed and speculated. Yes. Is that so? Horagaku-senpai, don't comfort me, it's okay to tell me directly about something, I can hold on. Horitake was also helpless, and said to Tanjiro angrily, what do you want? Your beans are good. Quiet me down, I'll keep checking. Hori opened his spiritual vision again and stared at the situation inside your bean. Confirmation is a curse. The most important thing now is to figure out what this curse is. Horitake began to speculate and think. It should be a curse that all ghosts have, not just Yubian. What is the curse that ghosts have? Must eat by cannibalism? And afraid of the sun? No, this characteristic is more like a genetic biological characteristic, which can be explained scientifically and cannot be counted as a curse. Suddenly, Horitake reacted. It seems like Ghost Maisuji is miserable, can control every ghost, as long as the distance is enough, no misery can know the inner thoughts of any ghost. Moreover, after the ghost dies, the picture that the ghost saw before its death can also be transmitted to the spirit of no misery and be known by the miserable. This kind of thing cannot be explained by science. Could it be? This black chi, this curse, is the means that Ghost Maisuji uses to control ghosts? Chapter 48. Horitake felt that his guess was very likely. This black curse was the means that Oni Maisuji used to control the ghost. This finding is so useful. It's huge. That's right. With your current strength, can you help Yubin to dispel this curse? If your beans don't have to eat people in the future, or even gradually overcome the sun, and Ghost Maisuji sees this through the curse in your beans will be dangerous. Although this kind of thing did not happen in the original work, Who Let the Butterfly Effect Now, this kind of thing cannot be prevented. Horitake began to observe the curse in your bean's body vigorously, and at the same time speculated in his heart that his thunder power could not wear down the curse. After some observation, Horitake came to the conclusion that the curse of your bean is more difficult to dissipate than the curse of Yayashiki. Fortunately, now his strength has become stronger. Fortunately, the breath of thunder has been upgraded to the breath of heavenly thunder, and he only needs to be careful, cautious, and slowly wear and tear down many times, which can dissipate the curse in the body of your bean. Gratifying, congratulatory. But the problem is, right now your bean is sleeping and transforming his body. In this state, can Horitake make a move? Can you stimulate the body of your bean with lightning? What if Horigaku's thunder and lightning stimulates an uncontrollable disaster for your bean's self-transformation? Horitake can't take this risk. After thinking about it carefully, Horitake felt that it was better to wait a year and a half later, after your bean woke up, he would help you bean to wear away the curse. Well, that's the most prudent. Well? What's going on? How come there is still a ray of blue light in your bean's body? What exactly is this blue light? Horitake's eyes widened and he continued to open his spiritual vision, trying to observe and probe. Indeed, in the body of your bean, there is also a blue light that travels all over the body of your bean. This bluish blue light, bright and peaceful, was diametrically opposed to the nature of that black chi curse. How is this possible? Horitake was unbelievable. Let's not talk about what this blue light is, let's say that the nature of blue light and black gas curse is diametrically opposite, which is not right. These two are now coexisting in your bean's body, diametrically opposed in nature, and will definitely fight each other head to head. Once they confront, how can your bean sleep so peacefully? Wrong. Horitake sensed the abnormality, and he opened his eyes wide, trying to maximize his spiritual vision. Between the blue light and the black gas curse, it is not just as simple as diametrically opposite in nature, their relationship is more like restraint of relations. Blue light restrains the black chi curse. Horitake took his spiritual vision to the extreme, and finally vaguely saw that the blue light in your bean's body was protecting your bean's body, and every time this blue light traveled through your bean's body, it would consume a trace of the black chi curse. Although the degree of consumption is very small, it is indeed consumption. Horitake was a little dumbfounded. Just now, Horitake was still pretentious, feeling that only he could wear down the curse of your bean, and the next second he was immediately slapped in the face. You don't need Horitake at all, you can slowly remove the curse by yourself. Is this the protagonist treatment? There are always inhuman adventures? Covering his face with faint phantom pain, Horitake continued to think and guess in distress. What is the blue light in your bean's body, which can slowly destroy the curse of Oni Maisuji? Blue light. Cyan. Cyan. Cyan flower? The cyan flower that Ghost Maisuji has spent thousands of years looking for? It is said that this flower can make Oni Maisuji overcome the sun without misery and become a truly perfect creature. Horigaku's eyes widened, feeling as if he had been struck by a lightning strike, feeling as if he had been exposed to the incredible truth. Horitake vaguely remembers that when netizens discussed the Ghost Slayer blade on the internet before he crossed over, there was such a theory: the reason why Yubin became a ghost, maintained his humanity, did not eat people, and even later overcame the sun, was because Yubin had accidentally eaten cyan flowers when he was a child. It is already certain that the cyan flower is a flower that blooms only 2 or 3 days a year during the day. According to almighty netizens, the cyan flower grows in the hometown of your bean mother, and once your bean mother returned to her hometown to visit relatives, and when she returned home from her hometown, she brought back some wild vegetables from her hometown, which was inadvertently mixed with cyan flowers. Those dishes were cooked by your bean's mother, and your bean inadvertently ate the cyan flower. It is precisely because the medicinal effect of the cyan flower is still in the body of your beans, and your beans can slowly overcome cannibalism and overcome sunlight later. No wonder your bean is sleeping now, no wonder he is able to transform his body, because she has the medicinal properties of the cyan flower in her body, and this medicinal property is helping you bean transform. Get in touch. The logic makes sense. Horitake's whole person was dumbfounded, and his heart was full of shock. Although so far, these are just his guesses, but these guesses are very authentic, and the logic has been smoothed. In other words, he accidentally learned the biggest secret in the Ghost Slayer blade. This is really a bonus. On this side, a huge storm was set off in Horitake's heart. Over there, Tanjiro looked at Horigaku's face, strange and worried. Why was Horigaku Sr. shocked? What exactly did he find? Is there anything on you that shocked Horigaku Sr.? Or is the situation with your beans not good? Tanjiro was very worried, and asked cautiously, Hori. Senior Horigaku, what happened to your beans? Can you please give accurate conclusions? Hori broke away from his musings, and he saw the pleading and worry on Tanjiro's face, as well as the eagerness and anticipation of the Uda family. He quickly apologized and explained, I'm sorry, I just discovered something special, so my mind wandered. It's okay, let's talk about the situation of your beans. The situation with your beans is very good. Although she has been sleeping, you are relying on sleep to transform her own body, so that her body does not have to eat people in the future, and can restore her strength by sleeping. Really? Tanjiro rejoices. The Tanjiro family was also happy, Tanjiro's younger siblings were very happy, and Tanjiro's parents were also relieved. Taki, who had been silent next to him, also showed a relieved smile under his Tengu mask. Tanjiro was still asking, Horidake-senpai. In other words, you don't have to eat people in the future? Horitake nodded and confirmed, that's right, you don't have to eat people in the future, she can recover her strength by sleeping. So how long will your bean sleep? When will she wake up? At this pace, Yubin is estimated to have to sleep for a year and a half. A year and a half. That is, a total of 2 years of sleep. Don't worry, Tanjiro, it's good that your bean can fall asleep, maybe after you really enter the ghost-killing team, your bean will wake up. Tanjiro Kwan Horigaku's words were comforting him, and he couldn't imagine that Horigaku's words were prophetic. After comforting Tanjiro again, Horitake looked at Yodoko's circle of family members, and said with some hesitation, that Tanjiro, there are some things I need to confirm, can you and Master Taki go out for a while? Don't peek and don't eavesdrop. Tanjiro was stunned, thought of something, and looked at Horigaku's eyes strange and a little wary. Horigaku-senpai, shouldn't you do something strange to your beans? Chapter 49. Hearing Tanjiro's misunderstanding, Horitake was suddenly stunned. What does it mean to do something strange to your beans? Am I that kind of person? It seems like it's a little bit true. But is it time to say such a thing? Now Horitake is talking to Tanjiro about business. Horitake was furious, because he had hit Zenji in Momoyama, he couldn't help but knock Tanjiro on the brain, and said in an unkind tone, Tanjiro, do you think I'm that kind of person? What would I do to you beans like this? What can I do to her? Tanjiro still hesitated, but Horigaku-senpai, why are you letting us out? Why do you have to be alone with your beans? This Horitake is really hard to explain. There was no way, Horitake could only make an oath and seriously promise Tanjiro, Tanjiro, I promise with my personality that I will never do strange things to you bean, if I do something wrong, the sky will strike thunder. You've been struck by heavenly thunder. Tanjiro hesitated a few times, but seeing that Horitake was serious, he still agreed, okay, I'll go out with Master Taki for a while, Senior Horigaku, you must not do anything strange. Got it. You still can't believe me? Tanjiro got up and walked out of the room. Taki also got up and followed Tanjiro out. When they arrived, Horitake also instructed them, don't peek or eavesdrop. After the instruction, he closed the door of the room and shut Tanjiro and Taki outside. Sitting in the outside room, without saying a word, Taki said that he was an outsider and was not good at speaking. Tanjiro frowned, feeling uneasy. Suddenly, Tanjiro remembered something. When he and Horitake first met, Horigaku Sr. had jokingly said that he wanted Yubin to be his bride. This. Wouldn't it really be a joke? Tanjiro was even more worried. He wanted to lean over the door to eavesdrop, but remembered Horigaku's warning just now. Forget it, Tanjiro is a good boy, so he can only endure it and wait anxiously. In the room, there was nothing that Tanjiro was worried about. After all, there were not only Horitake and Yubin, but also the soul of the Stove family accompanied Yubin. How dare Hori be presumptuous in front of them? The reason for asking Tanjiro and Taki to go out is that Horitake wants to talk to Tanjiro's family. Opening his spiritual vision, Horitake saw that the Stove Gate family was still around Yoduza's side, and he quickly saluted Yoduza's parents, uncle, aunt, and a few younger siblings. Hello. Takeo Stovian, the younger brother of Tanjiro, was surprised. Hey? This big brother was able to see us? Horitake smiled and pointed to his eyes and explained, these eyes of mine can see things that ordinary people can't see. Well, it's so powerful, Aida, the gentle mother said to Horitake, it's great that Tanjiro and Yubin have such a great friend as you. That's right. I haven't thanked you for saving Tanjiro and Yubin before, and I'm really thankful. Tanjiro's mother said that it was the first system task that Horitake took over. Saying that, Aiji bowed to Horitake. It was this kind of grand thanksgiving again, and Horitake was really a little unbearable. This is his future mother-in-law, his elder, how dare Horitake accept this gift safely? But the other party is now a soul, and Horitake can't touch it at all, so there is no way to stop Aoiji from giving thanks. There was really no way. In order to show respect, Horitake could only smile bitterly. Bowed his head lower than the Stove Gate sunflower branch, and quickly said in his mouth, where? It's just a show of hands, when I met Tanjiro and Yubin, seeing that they were in danger, of course, they couldn't see death without saving. Auntie, don't be so polite. After thanking each other, it was Tanjiro and Yubin's father, Tanjiro, who spoke. Although Tanjiro looked thin and weak, his face was serious and his momentum was very intimidating. Nephew Horigaku, can I call you that? Of course, uncle. Well, nephew Horitake, excuse me, is your diagnosis of Yubin just now? Hori faced the future old man and said seriously, it's true, my eyes can see things that ordinary people can't see, and by observing the state of Yubin at this time, I really found that Yubin is transforming his body with sleep. Uncles and aunts, don't worry, when Yubin wakes up, she will no longer eat people, and will only use sleep to restore her strength. So. Tanjiro was confirmed, his expression softened visibly, and he reached out and touched the forehead of his daughter Yuduzi, showing a distressed look. This child. It really hurt her to encounter this kind of thing. Az next to the stove also had some tears in the corners of his eyes, and Tanjiro, this child has suffered too much in the past 6 months, and I really feel a little sorry for these 2 children. His wife's whimpering also triggered the love of protecting his son in the heart of the man Tanjiro of the stove. Yes, I died relatively early, I failed to take care of my family. After I died, I have always supported this family, and now I am experiencing this kind of thing. These 2 children are indeed very hard and not easy. Seeing that his mother-in-law was about to cry, Horyu hurriedly comforted again. No one can expect such a thing as natural disasters and man-made disasters, right? Fortunately, the situation of your beans is improving, and Tanjiro is also working hard every day. I believe that the future of the 2 brothers and sisters must be beautiful. Borrow your words, Horitsuke Kenfu. Aiji gradually stopped her tears, and Tanjiro's attitude towards Horitake was a little better. After getting acquainted with the Tanjiro family, Horitake was about to talk about business, but he didn't expect Tanjiro to take the initiative to mention it. Virtuous nephew, you put Tanjiro out, do you have something to discuss with us alone? Horitake nodded, his expression serious. I can only spend Tanjiro out. Tanjiro will definitely have a lot of ups and downs in the future, and I am afraid that Tanjiro will distract him when he knows about you. With a few of you here, there are indeed some important things to talk about. First of all, there are aunts, and a few younger siblings. I want to ask you, what does the ghost who killed you look like? Although the killing was painful and unbearable, Aiji recalled, it was a man, wearing a black dress, black hair, and red eyes, a very scary face. Under normal circumstances, it gives people a strange and terrible feeling. When he goes crazy to kill, it is even more terrifying, and he is not a person at a glance. Tanjiro's younger siblings also recounted the situation, but the situation was more nuanced, and there was no noteworthy information. Although he had expected it, after hearing their narration, Horitake was still sure. 9 times out of 10. The ghost who killed the stove family is Ghost Maisuji Mu Misery himself. Other characteristics are not counted. After all, there is no misery male or female, old or young, but the feature of red eyes is too obvious. No misery itself is red eyes. After listening to their narration, Horitake sighed. 9 times out of 10, the one who kills you is the ghost Dance Suji, the beginning of all evil, the source of all tragedies, and it is also the ultimate goal of our ghost killing team, the biggest enemy. I'm going to take that guy sooner or later. Give bacon to the sun. Chapter 50. Horitake briefly explained to the stove family who Oni Maisuji was. When Aiji and the children heard that there were such people in this world, they were worried for a while, but Tanjiro seemed to understand this and was indifferent. Immediately afterwards, Horitake said another very important thing to the Stovegate family, uncle and aunt. Just now I saw a blue light in your bean's body. This force is protecting your bean, and also helping your bean transform its body. So, my guess is that you may have eaten beans at one time. A plant called the cyan flower. Cyan flower. At this time, Even Tanjiro was not clear. Horitake explained to them how important the cyan flower is. It is said that the cyan flower has a magical effect and power on ghosts, and Ghost Maisuji has been looking for the cyan flower for thousands of years. Relying on the cyan flower, Oni Maisuji is able to overcome the sun and move freely during the day, becoming more dangerous and powerful. Aoiji covered his mouth, very worried. Then you must not let him get the cyan flower. Fortunately, Ghost Maisuji has not found this flower after searching for 1,000 years. Or did Tanjiro react and perceive the point? Nephew Horitake, you just said that you may have eaten the cyan flower on the other side of the bean. Horitake nodded, yes, I have this guess because I found that your bean is now relying on that blue power to transform his body, and he doesn't need to eat people. This is similar to the role of the legendary cyan flower. Tanjiro's face turned ugly, if you say so. Aren't your beans dangerous? If the news that your bean has eaten the cyan flower spreads, your bean is indeed dangerous, and Ghost Maisuji will definitely use all means to snatch your bean. However, the fact that you have eaten the cyan flower is only my guess, and I will never say it. As long as this matter is kept secret, your beans are safe. Hearing this, Tanjiro and Aoiji were slightly relieved. Immediately came to the question that Horitake was most concerned about. He looked at the stove door sunflower branch, very sincere and serious. Auntie, since you may have eaten the cyan other side flower before, I want to know, where is the cyan side flower? This is very important to us, and if I can know this, I may have a head start in future and in tragic wars. To this question, Aoiji shook his head very distressedly. Even if you ask me so, I don't know very well that you have eaten so many things from beans. And I didn't know what the cyan flower was before, I really didn't know where it was. Horitake sighed, okay, Auntie, then I'll ask you differently. Auntie, where is your hometown? Aida was a little strange at the jump in the topic, but told Horitake anyway. Horitake successfully learned the location of Aoiji's hometown, and remembered this address deeply in his heart. Tanjiro looked at Horigaku, a little suspicious. Horitsuke Kenfu, you seem to know a lot of things. Horitake didn't want to hide his future husband, so he used the same rhetoric. Uncle doesn't know something, my eyes can see things that ordinary people can't see, even the past, present, and future. I can see a little. The crowd was flabbergasted. Tanjiro had some guesses. Could it be that the location of the cyan flowers you saw was? Horitake shook his head. I once saw a moment in the past, once Aunt Aoiji of the Stove Gate returned to her hometown. And when her aunt returned home, she brought back a lot of wild vegetables from her hometown, and made these wild vegetables into rice for her family. Among these wild vegetables, there are cyan flowers. The Stove family was very surprised, and Aoiji himself was even more unclear. This and this kind of thing? It's been a long time ago, and I can't remember it myself. Tanjiro suddenly realized, so it is, that's why you asked where Aoiji's hometown is. Yes, I need to go to Aunt Koichi's hometown to see if I can find the cyan flower and try my luck. In addition, this matter is very important. I will never say this matter, and please do not say it. But then again, you are in a soul state now, and there is no way to tell others. This news is currently very confidential, and your bean is also very safe at the moment. So. Aoiji leaned down and stroked your bean's head very gently, with a look of love and pity. I didn't expect that the wild vegetables I accidentally brought back from my hometown before turned out to be your bean's life-saving medicine. This is really. Looking at your bean, Horitake echoed, it's not just a life-saving medicine, maybe the green flower that your bean eats, it is also related to whether she can become a human again in the future. Speaking of this question, the Stove family became excited, especially your bean's mother was most eager. Will your bean have a chance to become a human in the future? Of course there is a chance. What kind of opportunity? The words asked by Aida made Horitake think of another person, another ghost to be exact. Although she is a ghost, she is a kind ghost, and it is thanks to her potion that you can finally become a human. Uncles and aunts, you know, my eyes can see some future, and the reason why I am sure that you Bean can become a human is because I see a short future. But it's not convenient for me to say that once it is said, it is possible for the future to change. But I promise my uncles and aunts that you have a chance to become a human being. I also expressed to my uncle and aunt that I will do my best to help Tanjiro and turn your beans back into a human in the future. Horigaku's tone and attitude were quite firm, and one could feel his unquestionable determination. At least the couple were willing to believe him when they saw Horigaku's attitude. Seeing such a determined Horidaku, Aida smiled very moved, and tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Thank you for being willing to do so much for you Bean and Tanjiro, child, thank you. Saying that, Az pushed her husband. Signaled by his wife, Tanjiro looked at his daughter Yubin, a little reluctant, sighed helplessly, and said seriously to Horigaku, well, this is a request from a father, Tanjiro, and Yubin, please ask the virtuous nephew to help. I put both of them. Entrusting it to the virtuous nephew. Horitake was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly replied, Uncle and Aunt, rest assured, Tanjiro and I are like Tanjiro very much, and I will definitely try my best to help their brothers and sisters. After saying this, Horitake realized what Tanjiro meant by the stove. Tanjiro stove this is. Entrust you to me with your beans? Is that what it means? Isn't it time to be sentimental? Horitake looked at Tanjiro with excitement. Tanjiro had a stinky face, did not refute it, and was acquiescing. Think about it, if he hadn't died, there really was no way. Which father would entrust his daughter to another boy? Aoiji smiled with relief and joy. Seeing their expressions, Horitake understood that he was not self-inflicted, and he was indeed entrusted to himself. What a bonus! Today's surprises are really quite a lot.